Worldwide reaction I. Emperor Enlightening Academy. All the teachers, the headmaster, the immortals, and the insurgents watched this battle openly and secretly. And when the jet of flame and wind came out of Wang Wei and Di Tian, countless uncontrollable auras leaked out by accident. Words like impossible, unbelievable, and it's not true echoed throughout the entire academy. Although they were prepared, these teachers could not believe what they saw. "We are living through a moment that will forever be ingrained in the annals of history," muttered Headmaster Song Li, who used his willpower to suppress the shock he was currently feeling. "Such an achievement is probably the first throughout the inception of the Myriad Emperor world," commented another teacher. "The Myriad Emperor world? I reckon such a thing has never happened in the lower dimension. Even in the upper dimension, I doubt anyone has the same accomplishment as those two." The room became quiet as these words were probably true. "This is not what we should worry about. The appearance of these two will change the current situation of the world. How should we deal with it?" asked a teacher with white hair and a long white beard. "Don't we have Su Shi?" "Headmaster, how is Su Shi doing?" "According to Teacher Qinju, she is still in her transition stage," replied Song Li. "Emperors would usually take a few years for their transformation into higher life forms. Although this fact is not absolute, it usually is. True heavenly Tao designs the process to ensure all emperors across the lower dimension will appear around the same time and prevent them from interfering with other worlds' battles. So, based on the current battle, Song Li predicted Su Shi's transformation would take some time since the martial hegemony world was too close to the Myriad Emperor world. "Even if Su Shi returns, will it truly make a difference?" asked a young-looking female teacher. "Why not? Those two already have emperor strength while still mortals. How powerful will they become after proving the Tao?" The room once again quieted down as she was telling the truth. These teachers were knowledgeable and knew the foundation set in the mortal stage of cultivation would play a significant role after becoming emperor. "You don't have to worry. The founder contacted us and told us to be on the good side of whoever proves the Tao in this generation," explained Song Li. "And if that does not work, we need to hide the academy until this generation is over." "That's a good idea." Tai Profound Gate. The celestial master of the Tai Profound Gate watched the battle. His Taoism realm has reached a high level, allowing him to remain calm and indifferent to most things. Even Feng Heng's betrayal did not elicit too much reaction from him. However, after seeing the attack of these two, his face remained calm, but his heart could not stop racing. He tried many techniques he knew to return his mind to a peaceful state, but all his attempts were futile. He heard a cacophony of sounds resulting from different reactions. However, the celestial master focused only on his mind and thoughts. At least, until someone said something that made everyone silence. The founder was nowhere near this talented, right? The Tai Profound Gate had a hidden pride from one of their deepest secrets. Their founder, the absolute beginning emperor, was a heaven chosen from the upper dimension. Their pride allowed them to calmly face the Tao opening sect, whose founder was the Tao father of the Myriad Emperor world. After all, no matter how much Qiyuan accomplished, it cannot compare to the background of their founders. However, two people shattered their pride today and one originated from the Tao opening sect. "This is not the time to care about these things," said the celestial master, an obvious tactic to change the topic. "The gate's hidden pride is not something useless. The pride provided the disciples with confidence and a positive aura, which was very effective in their cultivation, battles, and even benefited their luck. So he did not want this pride to be completely shattered." "The celestial master is correct," said another elder. "Wang Wei is the heir's son, and the revival of Buddhism will grant him plenty of luck, destiny, and merit. If Feng Heng contacts him, the situation will worsen." "They might already be in contact? Remember that secret faction that helped him escape the gate? Do you think they were his people?" "Who else?" "Not necessarily. We have many enemies, so it's normal if they wished Feng Heng to escape only out of spite and desire to see us suffer," argued another elder. "You may be right, but my gut tells me it's him." No one answered him as this kind of thing was pointless to argue. "What should be our next course of action?" No one had an answer for a few seconds. "We will contact the upper dimension," said the celestial master. "We already tried that and it failed. What makes you think they will respond now?" "Now, we have information that is valuable to them." "You mean those two?" Roalpha Dialpha and Nu Omevrion's eyes lit up. "Yes, the appearance of a mortal with emperor strength is worth reporting." "Alright, let's do it now to prevent new variables." Five-Element Palace. "The rise of two myths," muttered the palace master of the Five-Element Balance Palace. He had regained his position less than a few hours ago. But now he had to deal with this situation. Palace Master, what should we do? We need to accept the rise of Buddhism is as unstoppable as the arrival of this new era, said the Palace Master, his eyes glued to the screen of the formation. He also figured out the relationship between the era sun and Buddhism. Is there really no way? We are not the Tai profound gate, full of hatred and enmity with Buddhism, explained the Palace Master. If we can accept their rise, we can use this situation to our advantage. Do you want to facilitate a war between Buddhism and the Tai profound gate? Yes. Normally, the newly developed Buddhism has no chance of winning. However, if the era sun intervened, it's another story entirely. If this plan succeeds, we can take this opportunity to return to the central continent. The main problem with this plan is if the era sun is not the final winner, added another elder. True, nodded the Palace Master. However, if Feng Heng is smart, he should get the D-clan patriarch on his side using merit as bait. So, we only need to secretly facilitate the war between the two. That's a good idea. What about Jin Biu? No one said anything, waiting to hear the Palace Master's decision. We have spent too much time and resources on her to let things go. We must bring her back and deal with whoever possessed her. The pure heart talent cannot be lost like that, let alone one with the 5-element balance physique. The group had just finished their decision when the battle situation changed. Parasite used all the power of the spear, killing everything on the battlefield. Are they dead? Asked someone with hope in their voice. Although these people have just experienced the birth of 2 mythical characters, no one wanted any of these people to prove the Tao, especially Wang Wei since he's from the Tao opening sect. Their existence is enough to change the political pattern of the myriad emperor world with their overwhelming talent and strength, and no one wanted the Tao opening sect to become even more powerful as it displayed in this generation. Sadly, the hopeful voice soon turned into a deep sigh as Di Tian and Wang Wei showed up on different screens. Is Jin Biu dead? Asked an elder. She's under heavenly Tao's protection, so nothing should happen to her. Go check her soul jade, said the celestial master. No need, suddenly said a melodious voice that rang throughout the room, making everyone present more respectful as they knew an ancestor had appeared. She's appeared, and ill fetch her. Alpha Delfreda Theta Nu Epsilon. A few minutes later, he received a talisman and left to meet one of the ancestors called Element 1. What's her situation? Someone did possess her, but only using memory infusion, said Element 1, a young woman dressed in all red clothes. So, can we save her? The memory injection method is quite ingenious, but it's not a problem to solve them. The Palace Master frowned as he always felt things were too simple. Are you sure she has no problem? I and many others checked, so you don't need to worry. That's good. Ancestor, what do you think of my plan? It's good that you can accept the rise of Buddhism, said Element 1. However, you must understand you're trying to scheme against an eternal emperor and not a common one. One wrong move and you'll pay the consequences. So, should we just give up? The Palace Master was unwilling. Don't forget the era sun is a Tao overlord. The Palace Master's face changed as he remembered the sect's record on Tao overlords. I understand. You don't need to do anything. Feng Heng is an ambitious person. He might start a war with the Tai Profound Gate even without your interference. Furthermore, the era sun seems to have a grand plan based on how he acted during the Human and Demon Preservation Array meeting. If he is the final winner, we must wait for him to move before making any decision. Worldwide reaction, 2. What about our artifacts? Asked the Palace Master. Element 1 was momentarily quiet. I tracked the imprint from them. And? They are deep into the Western Pure Land. The Palace Master groaned. If that's the case, we might never be able to take them back. Feng Heng's goal is easy to guess, uttered Element 1. He wants to use the item to access Taoism's luck. As long as we prevent this from happening, the artifacts will soon become useless in his hand. By then we can pay the necessary price to get them back. And if that doesn't work? We will offer a deal with the final winner to recover them. And if that does not work, we will start an Emperor Tao war with the new Buddhist sect. No emperor lineage can allow their Qi luck artifact to flow out, especially when they lost 2 of them. As such, the 5-element balance palace will do whatever is necessary to deal with Feng Heng and his Buddhist sect. D-Clan. Di Tsong watched the screen before him, clenching his hands so hard that the power of law fluctuated in the surroundings. He had complete and utter faith in his son, believing nothing and no one between heaven and earth could prevent him from proving the Tao in this generation. His confidence reached an all-time high after learning about how Di Tian had third-class strength. So, when his son told him Wang Wei was still a competitor to be wary of, he did not take it seriously. He thought his son was just being careful, which made him appreciate the latter more, as this showed he did not let his newfound strength get to his head. But now, as he watched Wang Wei display the most basic fire spell and feel its might on par with his son's wind spell, his heart was in turmoil. All his confidence shattered as he was overwhelmed by too many complicated thoughts. "Old Patriarch, there is no need to worry," said one of the clan elders who knew about Tion's strength. "The Patriarch still has a higher chance of winning. Remember what happened when the Patriarch reached such a state? There were heavenly auspicious signs. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had divine punishment." The elder rushed his brain, putting many things together to reassure the old Patriarch and the other people of the clan. "Yes, the great elder is right. Old Patriarch, there is no need to worry," reassured another elder. "You don't understand," said Tsong, his face calm, but his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. "Wang Wei is the son of Era, meaning he has fate, destiny and luck on his side. With the same starting line and strength, his advantage will manifest." The elders knew he was correct. And before revealing their strength, most people who knew of Tion's real strength did not believe in him to be the final winner because of his lack of destiny. If the Patriarch had an overwhelming advantage in power, then he could easily ignore Wang Wei's destiny as the son of Era. Unfortunately, the playing field has been leveled, and the slightest difference might give one person an advantage over the other. "Old Patriarch, what can we do?" Tion was aware of this, so he should be prepared. "The only thing we can do is wait. Heaven will battlefield, fire layer." Feng Heng did not leave after forfeiting. He wanted to watch the battle between them. So he watched how Tion and Wang Wei dealt with the fog, released their aura, and used the Emperor Tear attack. "Amit chanted Feng Heng repeatedly in his mind, trying to calm down. After a few seconds he barely managed to regain his bearing. It is the greatest misfortune of any heaven chosen to live in the same generation as those two. He sighed deeply before choosing to leave. He felt his Tao heart might be affected if he stayed any longer in this place. Furthermore, his intuition warned him of great danger. So he asked Heavenly Tao to send him out. And to his delay, he appeared before the entrance of the Western Pure Land. Without hesitation he headed into the inner core. He needed to meditate and calm down before using the Heart of Hope. His current state was not the best to prove the Tao. Ancient Clan. A meeting occurred amongst a few of the insurgent of the Ancient Clan. To be precise, the clans who knew about the actual plan of the Ancient Clan. "Why is it always the Wang clan?" roared one of the members, his voice containing unwillingness. "Roelfadielfa and knew I told you when suppressing the luck of their clan, it might be transferred to the other branch." The Wang ancient clan had 3 great emperors since the Null era, but 2 mysteriously disappeared. Many members believed they died due to the bloodline imprint, but only the members of this meeting knew it was them who acted and killed these 2. And the reason was to suppress the luck of the Wang clan. All their families were ancestors of one thing or another. However, the Wang clan was the ancestor of acquired lives cultivation system in the myriad emperor world. Such luck and destiny were enough for their family to become too powerful, even after the split of bloodlines. So this group suppressed them. "It doesn't make sense to be transferred since Jiyuan separated them," argued the previous voice. "There is no point in arguing," said a female voice. "We are here to discuss our next course of action. I say we sealed ourselves. We avoid this generation and wait for him to leave. That's not a bad idea. No matter how powerful the upcoming emperor is, he cannot stay in the lower dimension for too long. We can hide and wait until it's the right time." "I disagreed," said the Hua clan ancestor. "Oh, any reason?" "Sealing ourselves will make ourselves more suspicious," she argued. "We know the Wang clan emperor will change the environment. And since the world thinks that's our objective, we should be more active." "Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon, Theta M." "No, she has a point. We need to appear as normal as possible. Otherwise, with the intelligence and cunningness of the Wang clan emperor, he will figure out our plan." "I agree. We need to be secretly low-key while publicly acting as if we wanted the revival of the innate demon gods. How about we try to exile him to the upper dimension?" Everyone looked at the person who spoke and sneered after seeing it was the elder who had hatred for the Wang clan. "Elder Duan, don't bring your bias into this discussion. We need to make decisions that benefit the entire ancient clan." "And my idea is one," argued Elder Duan. "If we exile the Wang clan emperor to the upper dimension, we don't have to worry about anything nor need to seal ourselves. The last time these people exiled the heaven-devouring emperor, they needed Heavenly Tao's help and still lost countless immortals and insurgents. We also lost a few people. After thinking about the past, many people secretly gritted their teeth. The other factions forced their ancient clan to send people to participate. The Wang clan emperor has emperor strength while immortal. Can you fathom how powerful he will be after proving Tao? What makes you think we can exile such an entity? Not to mention, Heavenly Tao chose to help because the heaven-devouring empire was actively hurting the world. Do you think a chosen-era son would do such a thing? Many of the elders admonished Elder Duan for suggesting something so asinine, making the latter's face become red in embarrassment and anger. Alright, let's change the topic. If anyone agrees with Elder Hua's suggestion, cast your vote. Most people voted in favor of this decision, and only a few voted to completely seal themselves and hide. Meanwhile, Elder Duan abstained from his vote. What about Huanger? How do we deal with her? Let's not say anything until she becomes a 6-star Primarch, suggested Elder Hua. We don't want this news to affect her mind or Tao heart. After reaching such a height and transitioning her life form, she might better accept this information. So, it's really a curse to live in the same generation as those two. True. Such talent did not happen even at the height of the war. During the acquired innate war, each side fought for destiny. And when acquired life was approaching victory, the destiny of acquired life was at an all-time high, giving birth to countless talents. But even then, no such talent as heaven-defying as Di Tian and Wang Wei showed up. The Wang clan will begin their third era in this world, and this time, it might be even more glorious than the previous two combined, said Elder Duan with a sneer as he gazed at the other clans. His words made everyone quiet and even awakened some thoughts deep in some people's minds. Worldwide Reaction Finale. Unedited chapter. Wang Wei and Di Tian's power reveal had far more consequences than the two could imagine, affecting every faction, race and religion of the entire myriad emperor world. The Sea race had a meeting with the top lineage. During this generation, the Tao opening sect began to intervene in the resources in the sea. And if their sect master proves the Tao in this generation, the situation will definitely worsen. So, they had a meeting to see if they had countermeasures. In the end, they used their final trump card, a sealed immortal sovereign. However, despite this decision, they were worried because of the potential displayed by Wang Wei in this battle. The Yin Moon Palace was quiet as they regretted how their heaven-chosen, Su Yan, ended. If she remained in this generation, there would be a chance to also shine on the battlefield. Additionally, they also worried about Su Ya's future. They don't know she will react in the future after learning of this news. With her talent and destiny from this glorious generation, breaking the boundary between mortal and immortal should not be a problem. They would lose tremendously if such news affected her Tao heart. The loose immortal alliance was more worried about the changes to the environment Wang Wei talked about with Huo Fenghuang. Such drastic changes to the environment will lead to a redistribution of resources. And if they do not do something, the emperor lineages, emperor clans and emperor races will occupy all the resources, leaving only grumps for the loose cultivators. So, they began planning how to get a piece of the cake in the future distribution. The Origin Weapon Mountain discussed the possibility of getting Chin Chin back. After all, he is a top heaven chosen that performed brilliantly in this generation. Although his appearance and personality change after using a forbidden technique, the mountain still has many ways to help him. Furthermore, as long as Chin Chin proves the Tao, he can fix his problem. Sadly, with the talent Wang Wei displayed and the strength of the Tao opening sect, they knew this was very unlikely to get him back. Regardless, they were willing to try. The Great Talisman City was discussing Tong Rubing's current predicament. They feared either of the final winners would blame her for allying with these traitors. Although Tong Ruobing now has plausible deniability with her betrayal and capture of Yu Zhou, this would change nothing if these two future Eternal Supremes chose to blame her. As such, they prepared to use Yu Zhou as a bargaining chip. Then they also tried to contact the Star Beast world to learn whether Mu Lei proved the Tao and became an Eternal Emperor. With his support, things might proceed smoother. The Origin Rune Palace had mixed reaction. Wu Ming's faction or his family cheered as their patriarch allied and had an agreement with someone with such potential. Meanwhile, the other factions feared Wu Ming's rise in this generation. They did not want to lose their power and resources, but it appeared they might not have a chance. Lu Qing, this generation sect master of the Origin Pildao sect, intensified his fear toward Wang Wei after seeing the latter's strength. If not for his wife's comfort, he might have developed heart demon. Simultaneously, he also began to relent on his headstrong opinion of not involving Wang Wei with the proving Tao pill. Meanwhile, his master Yi Lao was rejoicing in his decision to secretly ally with the Dao opening sect. He previously had reservations about dealing with such a powerful sect, so he kept their alliance a secret. But now he began to discuss with the elders to intensify the alliance and make it public. The Heaven Mystery Pavilion lived in fear as they offended Wang Wei by giving his information to Di Tian, making him suffer. Although they removed their animosity during the Supreme Outlaw trial, their action only allowed them to have a neutral relationship with Wang Wei and the Dao opening sect. As such, they did not know how the latter would react, whether he would still hold a grudge. The pavilion is only an immortal lineage and cannot afford the tossing of these big wits. The Soul race immediately declared to the world that Yu Zhou was a traitor to their race and had been kicked out. They had no relationship with him and severed ties with him long ago. Then they closed their race and chose not to appear for a few generations. Although they knew this approach would be useless if Wang Wei or Di Tian wished to take revenge, it was necessary to make their stand public and increase the chances of their race surviving. The worshipping Dao Academy had a brief alliance with the Dao opening sect to deal with the Emperor Enlightening Academy after Bai Li changed the rules and cheated to deal with Wang Wei and Li Jun. The Dao opening sect even placed their Emperor's scripture at outrageous prices in the academy to draw more loose cultivators and weaken the Emperor Enlightening Academy. This alliance was brief and temporary. But now the upper echelons began discussing whether they needed a real and permanent alliance. The Eternal Dream sect has always been the Dao opening sect's most trusted allies. They supported each other for most things. However, in recent generations, this bond has not been as powerful as in the past. So, they decided to change this fact in this generation. Western Continent, a Devil lineage meeting. Countless representatives of Devil Emperor lineage appeared before each other using a formation. Patriarch Imo, why did you call us? Rho Alpha D Alpha S and Nu Im calling to discuss how to deal with our crisis? Crisis? What crisis? There is no need to play stupid, replied the patriarch of the Mo clan. If the D clan has an eternal emperor in this generation, he will definitely clean the Western continent to increase their family's control of the Western continent. But he might not win, argued someone else. And if he doesn't, the situation will be worse, replied Patriarch Mo. You saw how Wang Wei acted after he was influenced by Heart Demon? He saw us as the only things to vent his anger or gather merit. Furthermore, you should all know that our ancestor had the destiny to create a new era by culling the development of devil cultivators in the West. However, something went wrong, but this also meant his mission was not accomplished. Do you think this era's son will miss this opportunity to gather merit, luck, and destiny? The meeting became quiet as no one spoke. They knew Patriarch Mo was correct. In the past few eras, the devil cultivators have done too much. They allowed foreigners to intervene in the development of the Myriad Emperor world, which essentially meant they were traitors. Many factions were secretly influenced, controlled, or sponsored by the ancient clan, doing many shady things for them. They have done too much, and it's about time to pay for their actions. In other words, they were about to suffer a terrible karma backlash from heaven and earth. If they don't do something, their reign over the Western continent might come to an end. No, even worse, the devil cultivators might reach the weakest period during the entire history of the Myriad Emperor world. What do you expect us to do? Asked one of the leaders. If your ancestor had succeeded in reviving, our situation might improve. But now we don't have much of a choice. I have two solutions to our problem, said Patriarch Mo. The first is one to pull our resources together to cultivate an immortal sovereign in the shortest time possible. That's a good idea and all, but who will be that person? They were devil cultivators, pursuing power and strength at all costs. So, how could they use their resources to cultivate an immortal sovereign for a foreign competitor? We will have a competition to decide who is chosen. Plus, the chosen individual will sign the most restrictive contract and oath that they will no longer belong to one faction but serve as a protector for the entire devil lineage. No one said anything. This method was the most ideal, but most people wanted to use this opportunity to increase the strength of their factions. I know how you feel, but we are facing our eradication, continued Patriarch Mo, so, it's best to control your desires and consider your safety first. We can continue talking about this method. What is your other idea? We need to buy time while we cultivate the immortal sovereign. Alpha D Alpha S Eta Theta Nu Epsilon, Theta M, that might work. Even the D clan will be powerless if we all work together. Although this method is good, it's too expensive. Although this method is a good idea, but the D clan will always be a major flaw in such a large-scale formation. For an eternal emperor, this flaw is more than enough. So, what are you suggesting? Since we are back into a corner, we act dangerously, Patriarch Imo sneered. You want to introduce foreign factions and emperors into this world. Li Jun vs. Di Jianghu. Li Jun looked at the beautiful woman before him, clad in black armor. If he could use a word to describe her, it would be heroic. She did not release any aura, but she had a commanding presence. Any man, woman, or race with a weaker mind cannot stay too long in her presence, let alone look her in the eyes. She was the embodiment of follow me and prosper, oppose me and perish. Such a beautiful woman full of charm and charisma. What a shame. Only Li Jun knew whether he was referring to the fact they were on opposite sides and had to kill each other, or that he no longer had the chance to court her. Or maybe both. I have never slaughtered a tyrant before, said Li Jun calmly, with his proving Dao artifact transformed into a spear resting on his shoulder and his golden armor. But I have suppressed countless generals, replied Di Jianghu, her eyes not containing a single ripple. Is that so? Replied Li Jun nonchalantly. I've been wondering something ever since I saw you. Someone with your Dao and displayed personality, there is no way you would be willing to serve under Di Tian. So why did you do it? How is that any of your business? Did he force you? I bet he forced you. You talk too much, said Di Jianghu before turning into a blur and appearing before Li Jun. Boom. Her fist compressed the surrounding space-time into a singularity before exploding. However, Di Jianghu was not happy as she gazed to her side, where the perfectly intact Li Jun calmly looked at her with a smile. How about you join our side? Continued Li Jun. I'm sure a woman such as yourself bears a grudge. Why don't you betray him as payback for what he did to you? Are you done? Asked Di Jianghu with an indifferent voice. Did I tell any lies? With his personality, I'm pretty sure he humiliated you in the process of subduing you. So why not take this opportunity to take your revenge? Your mind games are useless, said Di Jianghu. Even if we had any problems, it's nothing compared to the clan's prosperity. Clan prosperity? In front of immortality, eternity, escaping the shackles of death, and standing above all myriad races and beings, what are clan values? Countered Li Jun with a sneer. Brothers and sisters, fathers and sons, mothers and sons, all have betrayed each other for the throne. But you're talking about clan prosperity. He did not hide the mockery in his face or eyes. Furthermore, do you think that ruthless monster will care about the D clan's prosperity? Haha, that's the biggest joke I've heard in my million years as a cultivator. Enough, roared Di Jianghu as she slapped her hands together, generating two suppressing forces similar to gravity that tried to squash Li Jun into meat sauce. However, Li Jun smoothly waved his spear in a semicircle motion, breaking Di Jianghu's power. Did I step into a nerve? He asked with the brilliant smile he used to charm many of the female disciples of the sect. However, to his opponent this smile was outright disgusting. However, I am only telling the truth, continued Li Jun. Look at you. You're a proud heaven chosen who had to seal herself for one reason or another. You probably planned to wake up at the appropriate time, prove the Tao and become a being that reigns supreme above heaven and earth. However, your clan discarded your request and personal wishes and woke you up to become a general to someone else. They did not care about the fact they ruined millions of years of your effort, forcing you to have to resuffer again. Panda's novel, Di Jianghu had fierce eyes as she released a suppressing potent enough to do catastrophic damage to a great thousand world. Crack. Li Jun's passive response to only create a red shield to protect him did not last long as cracks appeared all over the shield. Luckily, the shield barely managed to defend against this technique, but he also needed to reinforce it constantly. I heard the sealing process is excruciating, continued Li Jun with a tone that made people wish they would destroy his handsome face. I heard the endless loneliness is strong enough to destroy the hardest of wills, to shatter the most robust Tao heart, and render the most flawless state of mind useless. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Most people give up halfway before washing away their karma, giving up on their emperor path. However, you're one of the few who succeeded. And yet, everything was in vain, all your hard work and suffering for nothing. Di Jianghu's overbearing aura trembled slightly. She increased the suppression her technique was releasing. Immediately, Li Jun controlled all the molecules in his body to generate a terrifying vibrating force that countered her suppressing force. You're telling me after enduring such grievance and maltreatment, you have no hatred, resentment, or complaints in your heart? You must be a saint or Buddha. No, even the most righteous saint or enlightened Buddha would not experience such a thing and remain intact. Is this all you amount to? Running your mouth? Asked Di Jianghu with slightly red eyes. I just want us to have a heart-to-heart conversation before our match, said Li Jun, his smile never diminishing. Plus I am a pacifist at my core. It would be best if I could prevent this battle. Di Jiang took a deep breath before closing her eyes. Numerous uncontrollable thoughts flashed in her mind, almost overwhelming her spirit. However, a face with black and white hair and indifferent eyes appeared in her mind. She immediately shivered before using all her strength and willpower to suppress these thoughts and negative emotions. She opened her eyes, her pupil calm like an untouched lake. At least it appeared as such. You want to have a heart-to-heart, then let's talk about you, said Di Jiang, gazing directly into her opponent's eyes. You have spent your entire life in someone's shadow, overwhelmed by their brilliance and excellence. Soon, that person will become a higher entity with your help, and what will you get in return? Probably a grand Dao Source seed as a consolation prize. He will then go on to become the brightest star in this world while you'll probably be stuck in this place, protecting his sect and family while your cultivation moves slower than a turtle. Your talent is no worse than any of this generation's most brilliant heaven-chosen. So, why do you want to be someone else's guard dog? Why not forge your own path and shine your own light? Even if you don't succeed in the end, it's better than being a lapdog. Li Jun looked at her, shocked she would say something like this. As such, he could not react for a few seconds before his laughter echoed between heaven and earth. What's so funny? Asked Di Jiang, her voice not hiding her anger. Li Jun did not answer and only shook his head. His future was bright as he was destined to prove the Tao in this generation. So, her analysis was fundamentally wrong. Furthermore, how can such nonsense words break the bond he has with his big brother? The bond they created since childhood. Can I tell you a secret? Asked Li Jun. Then he answered before she said anything. When we were 6, a bunch of kids wanted revenge against me and secretly placed a pill in my drink. Luckily for me, my big brother visited me that day and was the one who drank it. So, while we were playing around the forest, the pill took effect. And let's just say it cleansed his stomach. The pill acted fast, so he did not have time to run home and had to use the forest. I remember that day very much because of the terrible smell of that lingered like a resentful ghost. Ah. The situation then turned for the worse when a maid discovered our location, and I was forced to take the blame. That bastard, he tricked me into admitting it was my fault, talking about the reputation of the future sect master. Li Jun had a smile along with a look of reminiscence. Oh, how young and carefree we were. He then focused on Di Jiang. Do you know why I'm telling you this? She did not understand. Our bond is not something you could possibly fathom. When I started my cultivation journey, I made an oath that my spear would eliminate all obstacles to his emperor's path. And I can tell you, even if he did not walk on this path, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for him. And I know for a fact he would do the same. So, please do not insult our bond with your words. As soon as Li Jun finished these words, a bright, upright and intense aura emanated from his body. His spirit had reached the ultimate state of readiness for this battle. Li Jun vs. Di Jiang 3. Heavenly Fire Thunder Meteor. Millions of meteors composed of fire and lightning elements fell on Li Jun with the intention of annihilating him. He calmly watched this extinction-level disaster descend upon him, and all Li Jun cared for was analyzing his opponent. He felt his body was inside a quagmire, making it impossible to move. Di Jiang's technique was the ultimate version of a domain, and even though Li Jun had a passive domain surrounding him, he found himself restricted on all sides. Boom. He stabbed his spear and instantly vaporized all the meteors. However, his attempt seemed futile as Di Jiang used an even fiercer spell, Frowny Face Elemental Calamity. In an instant, Li Jun found himself surrounded by the devastating power of the elementals. On his right were volcanoes hot enough to incinerate a body refiner of his caliber. On his left were massive wind tornadoes capable of shredding galaxies to shreds. Above his head was a massive tsunami, with each drop of water the size of a star. Below him was a pool of thunder so dense that it was liquefied. And those elements were only the first layer of attack. Awaiting Li Jun beyond them were millions of enormous yellow weapons, an imposing forest that was alive and desired to kill him, planets condensed by massive quantities of earth debris, and finally 2 fields composed of light and darkness intertwining, forming a yin and yang grinding area. By enslaving heaven and earth, she has absolute control of the laws and can push their boundaries of power. She can even be considered a pseudo-heavenly Tao. What a potent technique. Element killing. Li Jun twirled his spear, releasing a terrifying power that could kill all matter, energy and even concept. And he chose the elements. So one by one the power of fire, earth, water, metal, wood, light, darkness, wind, and thunder ceased to exist as they were killed. My tyrant ultimate domain has little to no effect on him. Does he have such deep control of his Tao? Thought Di Jiang, who knew the weakness of her technique. Destruction energy wave, a dark purple energy wave emanated from her body, traveling at an incomprehensible speed toward Li Jun. The latter responded by stabbing the wave. No, something is wrong. Li Jun reacted swiftly as his senses detected an anomaly the exact moment the tip of his spears touched the wave. Whoosh! Li Jun disintegrated as if he had never existed between heaven and earth. His body, soul, and Tao were destroyed in an instant. What a terrifying battle instinct, thought Di Jiang, who knew his opponent was not dead as he used a blood substitute at the last minute. To be precise, in less than a nanosecond the tip of his spear touched the wave. He detected he could not block the attack and took countermeasures to survive. And as expected, Li Jun's perfectly intact body reappeared after less than a second after his supposed death. An interesting use of destruction Tao, he analyzed. Di Jiang's technique has its limits, one of which is when using certain outlaw laws like destruction, she has to use law resonance to use their powers. He used his killing Tao to destroy the wave. However, upon coming into contact with it, he realized this technique was more complicated and unique than he originally concluded. Di Jiang fused all the elements, fire, water, earth, wind, etc., focusing on the destructive aspect. With this method, she created a pseudo-destruction power derived from the elements before supplementing them with destruction law through resonance. However, Li Jun's spear only targeted the concept of destruction but failed because of the elemental nature of the wave. As such, his attack only weakened the attacking potency of the wave by a slight margin, and he needed to defend himself from most of its power. His Tao is refined and can target and render all my laws useless, analyzed Di Jiang. Such an opponent was the nemesis of her domain. Her mind worked at an alarming speed. There is only one way to deal with such an opponent, Power Tao. Power Tao is the law that breaks 10,000 laws. That is the essence of the Power Tao, break everything in its path with sheer force. Di Jiang knew she was physically weaker than Li Ju, so she had another method. With her control of heaven and earth, she controlled the power law to drastically increase her physical prowess. Fist of Power? I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Calm, she clenched her fist and punched forward. Boom. The entire central quadrant shook due to sheer physical force. That power almost reached the level of infant fiend god force, thought Li Jun with squinted eyes. He knew he could not clash head-on with her, so he evaded her fist. Unfortunately for him, physical prowess also equated to speed. Di Jiang used the power Tao to bless her legs. So, with quadrillion upon quadrillion of force, she catapulted herself forward, reaching a speed that cannot be processed by the mortal mind. Boom. Panda's novel. Calmly Jun flew thousands of light years away before stopping, blood dripping from his nose, mouth and ears. He would have died in that attack if he did not redirect most of the force. But even so, his internal organs and bones were heavily damaged. Do you realm? And it's level 9 like me, analyzed Li Jun. Luckily, it does not seem unique and her application is subpar. Over the years, Li Jun discovered he lacked the talent for the Dui realm. Most geniuses had things they excelled at, and only a few, like Wang Wei and Wu Hong, were perfect cultivation geniuses that were good at anything they tried. Li Jun had accepted this fact since he knew his talent. Battle. He could say with the utmost confidence that his battle instinct was the best in this generation, and his big brother would agree with him. However, despite his lack of talent for the Dui realm, he still reached the 9th stage. And that's because he used a simple and effective method, practice. He spent years practicing and learning from Wang Wei, who learned from Wu Hong. As a result, he achieved the 9th stage of the Dui realm, with the only downside is his Dui realm was not special like those people who made more than one of their cultivation realms unique. After a few tries, he effortlessly removed the influence of her realm and tried to heal his injury. But of course, Di Jiang was not about to give such time. She rushed forward and punched for the second time. Learning from her mistake, she concentrated the force behind her attack to prevent her opponent from redirecting it. However, something different happened as her fist landed. Li Jun exploded into a colossal river of blood and trapped Di Jiang in a blood prison. Such a technique could not restrict her, given her current strength. However, Li Jun only wanted to buy himself some time. Another body appeared not far from her. So, when Di Jiang escaped her prison, she only saw Li Jun stabbed in the void. Then, everything turned black and white for a brief moment before returning to normal. What did he do? She did not have to wait long to get the answer. Killing myriad laws, she commented with great shock as she sensed her technique was broken. No, it was rendered useless. With one spear, Li Jun destroyed all the laws in the central quadrant and surrounding areas. With the destruction of the laws or the fundamental rules of the battlefield, water no longer boiled at 100 degrees Celsius or froze at 0 degrees. The speed of light was 299,792, 458 meters per second. The laws of thermodynamics ceased to exist. No spiritual qi existed between heaven and earth. The concept of creation and rebirth ceased to work, and even fate's control of the area stopped functioning. Di Jiang could no longer control the laws of heaven and earth, and law resonance was now impossible to be used on this battlefield. And Li Jun did not stop after using that attack. He took the opportunity to completely heal and also take advantage of the fact his opponent's powers had stopped working and did not fully transition to using a new technique. He gathered the power of death on his spear and threw it with unparalleled force. Boom! Di Jiang released her suppressing force to delay the advancement of the spear. Unfortunately, the death qi gathered on the spear brought death to anything on its path. So, the best result she accomplished was reducing the power behind the spear by a few percent. Crack! The sound of something breaking echoed in the void as cracks appeared in her immortal tier armor. Alas, she did not care as she succeeded in protecting herself. At least, it appeared so. No, this was a trap, a distraction. Li Jun vs Di Jiang v. Suppressing Emperor Momentum. Momentum, another name sometimes used for aura, can be used in various ways. And Di Jiang created a method or technique based on it that is unique to her. Throughout history, no mortals could be said to have defeated an emperor, no matter the circumstances. After all, although Emperor Three Leaf sealed his power to be the same before he proved the Tao, it did not change the fact he was a higher being. He had seen the higher existence of the law or Tao. Even with the same strength as his past, his understanding and control of Tao were the same. But even then he still lost to Di Jiang. Her victory against such an existence gave her unparalleled pride, confidence, luck, and destiny. Why did Di Tian choose someone with a tyrant or overlord Tao as his general? Why not choose someone with a war or more military-based Tao? Or just someone extremely powerful and talented? Everything in the universe is connected in one way or another. Di Jiang's victory a million years ago gave her the destiny necessary to become a heaven chosen that broke the boundary between mortal and immortal. As such, although it seems she wasted all her effort, it was not the case. Di Tian waking her up was a fortunate encounter manifested due to her increased luck and destiny after defeating Emperor Three Leaf. Now, Di Jiang had the Tao foundation of an eternal emperor, even an eternal supreme. As long as she can wash away her karma and prove the Tao, she's guaranteed a bright future ahead of her. Luck and destiny were among the many benefits she received after that victory. Many cultivators try to walk the path of invincibility, and the talented ones can acquire a terrifying aura that can help in battle. And it was the same for Di Jiang. The essence of her tyrant Tao is that she is above all living things in heaven and earth, suppressing them with her supreme might. And by defeating or suppressing a great emperor, she acquired an aura on par, if not greater, than the aura of invincibility. So, after activating the aura, she released a terrifying suppressing power to the surroundings. Anyone near her felt like they had the gravity of more than 1 trillion supermassive black holes bearing on them. But this was not over. A blood-red bead came out of nowhere and floated above her. Tao Rhyme emanated from the bead before entering Di Jiang's sea of consciousness, drastically increasing her aura. This bead is not one of the Di clan's emperor artifact, analyzed Li Jun as he felt the potent force bearing on him on all sides. If not for his steel-like will, his mind would also probably be suppressed. More importantly, I wonder whether this is her last trump card? He swiftly contemplated. The power displayed by this technique had already reached the peak of 8 Leaf. No, I don't sense any desperation from her yet. She must have something else in her sleeve. With this analysis, he decided what tactic to use to deal with his opponent. Then, a mysterious wave emanated from his body, reducing much of the suppressing power bothering him. Even my eye of killing doesn't work? Wang Wei once created an eye technique based on an anime from his past he called the Eye of Death, that allowed him to see death lines on his opponent's body. And by attacking these lines he can kill them. Li Jun was intrigued and created his version of the Eye of Killing. Sadly, the technique did not have the desired outcome. When meeting an opponent of equal power, attacking the lines will only increase the damage taken but not directly kill the opponent, unless very specific lines are attacked. As such, the two turned the technique to work similarly to the yin-yang eyes, where they can see lines on most techniques, similar to flaws, and attack these lines to destroy or weaken them. Suppressing hand, Jianghu waved her hand to focus all the suppression aura she released into one spot to increase its potency. And that spot was Li Jun's location. Luckily, the latter reacted quickly and instantly moved out of the way. Jianghu did not give up and attempted several times to suppress her enemy. "What a slippery little cockroach," sneered Jianghu as she gazed at him in the distance. "I thought you were somewhat capable, given all your grand talk at the beginning of the battle." Li Jun could tell the latter was trying to rile him up. Unfortunately, someone trained him to be resistant to these kinds of taunts, and that someone is his big brother. Li Jun and Wang Wei are the two people with the most battle experience of this generation, even above old-timers like Di Tian and Feng Heng. And the reason is their dream battle technique. I think you should take a look at every single day since the creation of this technique. They divided their mind in two, and one part was always in a dream state, battling different opponents. The dream allowed them to simulate other opponents based on either knowledge of them or directly designing the capability of their opponent. Li Jun often fought with Wang Wei in that dream as his training. And one of these training was how to analyze the emotional state of the enemy and use words to affect their mind and spirit. And Li Jun has heard some of the vilest things from a human mouth that almost drove him crazy. In one of their simulations, he lost a battle without Wang Wei landing a single attack on him. The latter said so many terrible things that his anger reached a point that his soul burned itself. To Li Jun, his big brother's mouth is one of the greatest weapons between heaven and earth. Luckily, he still has some shame and cares about his reputation, so controlled his mouth. "Pandas novel, calm, a little too petty, aren't we? You should fix that character flaw of yours," replied Li Jun nonchalantly, making Jianghu's mouth twitch. Freedom robbing fist, speed, Jianghu rushed forward and punched him. Li Jun's tactic was to delay time until she could no longer bear such power. So, he prepared to dodge most of her attacks while also analyzing her aura to see if he could seal with it. However, his attempt failed this time around. As his opponent's fist approached him, he felt his body become challenging to respond or move. Even his nerve, mind, and soul reaction was drastically reduced. This power, "It feels so familiar," was his last thought before condensing a metallic blood shield to protect him. Boom. His shield did not last even a second before he flew into the distance, crashing into one of the few pieces of debris remaining after Parasite used the spear's power. Luckily, the shield he created was not an ordinary defensive capability. He made it after studying the turtle shell's Emperor scripture and other skills and techniques. He condensed the power of trillions upon trillions of shields from an army of infinite size. "What a terrible blow," groaned Li Jun after feeling the destruction of his bones and internal organs. "And that attack, it's similar to Big Brother's Freedom Dao. She took away my freedom, no right to fast speed." Jianghu's aura made him feel like he was in a quagmire. And after she took away his speed, it was inevitable that her attack worked and she suffered. Bang. Space-time fluctuated as Jianghu went for a second punch. And this time she went all out, intending to kill. However, to her surprise, her opponent evaded the attack with his pitiful speed. "What's going on?" She tried for a third attack and it was still a failure. "He seems to be using a brilliant evading attack." She attacked again to strip his right to move or evade. However, Li Jun's technique was too superb and her attempt failed. The caliber of his technique seems very high. As such, it's putting a lot of pressure on his body, mind, and soul, she swiftly analyzed. He should not be able to last long. However, the main question is whether he can last longer than I can. Meanwhile, Li Jun, using his ancestor's world-renowned evading technique, took this opportunity to heal his injuries. However, his mind suddenly paused for a brief moment that even someone of Jianghu's caliber did not notice. Wang Zhe's situation has reached a critical point? In that case, I need to hurry up and end this battle. His mind worked rapidly as he pondered how to quickly push her into a corner and use her last trump card. It would be ideal to defeat her before she did so, but he doubted he could succeed with an opponent of such a level. Li Jun vs Jianghu 6. She is a domain-type fighter, using the environment to her advantage, analyzed Li Jun as his mind contemplated methods to deal with this type of opponent. Her technique reminded me of Shi Rulin from the Deception Trial. So, I should be able to use a similar method to deal with it. What does a tyrant fear? Or who can stand up to the might of a tyrant? People who do not fear the tyrant, people who have the same strength and status as the tyrant. Boom. A mighty and noble aura suddenly emanated from Li Jun's body. And as soon as that aura appeared, The surrounding momentum faltered as its effect on him diminished to the point it was almost useless. Emperor aura? Thought Di Jiang, who stopped attacking. The noble aura she sensed was similar to Emperor Three-Leaf, so she immediately recognized it. No, it's more of an imitation. But it's more than enough to deal with my technique. What is the noblest and most supreme existence between heaven and earth? No, my momentum is designed to suppress emperors. How can it not work? As soon as she asked this question, she knew the answer. Emperor Three-Leaf fought with her as a mortal in the end. So, the essence of her technique was flawed from the very beginning. The only way to perfect my technique would be if I had the same strength as these two. If she could break the boundary between mortal and great emperor, then her technique would reach unimaginable heights. Sadly, she knew such a thing was not possible. The real question is, how did Li Jun manage to even imitate the aura of an emperor? She was baffled. Of course, she did not know that Li Jun had to undergo many difficult trials in the sect to get access to immortal tier resources. And his main trial was to resist the killing aura emanating from the dead bodies of many immortals, including great emperors. After spending so much time resisting their aura, he can also imitate them to an extent. After removing the aura's effect on his body, Li Jun went for the kill. He did not hesitate to use one of his trump cards, the Dui realm. He held the spear in his hand in a throwing position. Boom. A streak of red light flashed in the void as it rushed toward Di Jiang. Immediately, her sense of danger rose to the highest level. I will die if not severely injured if this thing hits me. A country's sacrifice. A shield manifested before her with the power of trillions upon trillions of lives sacrificed for the sake of the tyrant's life. Sadly, her effort was in vain. The spear broke through her defense and pierced her heart. Luckily, Di Jiang's talent for battle was still high, so she moved her body to miss this vital area. The power of Dui realm? Why is it so strong? Is this a high-level application? Pondered Di Jiang as blood spurted from her mouth and a hole the size of a tennis ball was on her stomach. Before her battle with Emperor Three-Leaf, she studied extensive knowledge about great emperors. As such, she knew there were four main things that contributed to an emperor's strength: Grand Dao Source Comprehension, Dao Body, Dao Imprint, and Dao Will. The first three were common things all emperors had, while the latter was privy only to pseudo and true eternal emperors. As such, Dao Will was also one of the things that made Eternals vastly more powerful than others. Dao Will had three main functions: battle boost, Dao Imprint erasure, and negation. When used correctly, it can boost an emperor's overall battle, including speed, attack, defense, and even stamina. Dao Imprint erasure was why eternal emperors were feared. As long as an emperor had their imprints, they were immortal and eternal. And if someone wished to remove those imprints, it usually took countless yuan epochs, unless they had a Dao Will. Finally, Dao Wills were the key to dealing with other eternal emperors or body refiners. It's the ability to negate the regeneration of body refiners and eternal attributes of eternal emperors. And the Dui realm, which is a prototype of the Dao Will, has these functions but on a lesser scale. However, from the information she gathered, applications for the Dui realm have been scarce in the lower dimensions since the end of the Null Era. And Di Tian did not teach her more advanced applications. All these thoughts flashed in Di Jiang's mind as she contemplated her next move. She could feel her regeneration had reached an all-time low. The hole in her chest, which should have been healed instantly, was closing at the speed of a turtle. I think you should take a look at. Meanwhile, Li Jun's spear reappeared in his hand. Di Jiang knew she could not waste time and acted swiftly. Another emperor artifact appeared next to her. It was a small tree containing endless vitality. The endless life force entered her body, healing her injuries. However, this was not the main objective of using this particular artifact. Blood sacrifice secret technique. Di Jiang sacrificed her blood energy and vitality for the blood pearl artifact. And in return, her momentum once again skyrocketed. Such an act should have a tremendous burden or terrible price. However, the other emperor artifact offset the disadvantage. How annoying, thought Li Jun as he felt the previous pressure on his body, the disgusting feeling that he was in a quagmire and unable to move properly. She won't be able to hold on while using two emperor artifacts. However, I have not sensed any desperation from her, meaning this is not her limit. Infinite Slaughter World. Li Jun used a domain technique to deal with Di Jiang's domain-like battle fighting. He surrounds himself with countless small dimensions containing the power of slaughter. As such, her momentum has to go through all these dimensions before reaching him. Then he threw his spear for the second time. Damn it, yelled Di Jiang as she summoned the finally allowed Emperor artifact to protect herself. Sadly, Li Jun predicted her next move as the artifact suddenly appeared in the sky, sealing hers. What's worse is all these artifacts were sealing-based. Where did he get these sealing artifacts? The Dao opening sect does not have such a thing? Was the last thought in her mind as she defended herself. However, such a question was stupid as most emperor lineages have more artifacts than emperor cultivated. They usually originated from fortunate encounters or destroying other lineages. Bang! Di Jiang lost her left arm. However, she did not scream or groan in pain. Even her eyes were cleared and focused, a fact that Li Jun noticed. It's almost there, he thought as he prepared for a third attack. He saw Di Jiang rushing toward him and he moved backward, evading her. Her current strength was much higher than his at peak 8 leaf. The reason for his one-sided victory has to do with the side effects of most secret techniques. The difference in strength between each leaf in the immortal venerable stage is vast and cannot be easily breached. Yet, this generation's Heaven Chosens treated it as non-existent, with people easily breaking the boundary between leaves. However, this was completely true. Most secret techniques used to push strength beyond the boundary of leaves, especially 7-leaf, are one-sided. They usually increased the user's strength to that level while things like speed, defense and stamina barely changed. Only a few secret techniques can actually give an all-encompassing boost. So, although Di Jiang's strength reached such a level, her speed and defense were still in the 7-leaf category. No, they were even lower since Li Jun's first attack destroyed her immortal armor. Boom! Li Jun's spear took her right arm despite going for the head. Then he saw helplessness, fear and despair in her eyes and facial expression. Interesting, she's actually baiting me to come closer and finish the job. He had learned Su Ya's hidden emotions aura technique from Wang Wei, so he could easily see through Di Jiang's tactic. Boom! Boom! He took her remaining limbs. Damn it, he didn't fall for it, she cursed internally. I didn't want to use it since it's from that bastard. But now I don't have a choice. Then the sound of blood rushing reverberated through this infinite cosmos. Subsequently, a hidden power came out of Di Jiang's body, and her deep and troublesome injury instantly healed. And this was not the end, as her aura continued to increase until it reached an unknown boundary. The power of Dao Ancestor One Root, thought Li Jun with great concentration. And that power? It's Di Tian's bloodline. He understood Di Jiang was using her bloodline connection with Di Tian to tap into such power. Although she is technically his ancestor, the bloodline flowing through their veins is still connected. And for someone like Di Tian, who lived during the beginning Emperor era and whose main cultivation system relied on bloodline, it's nothing for him to achieve such a feat. She's finally desperate, thought Li Jun. However, I need to be extra cautious or I won't make it out of this situation. Luckily, I benefited immensely from the chat with Huofeng Huang. Li Jun vs Di Jiang finale. Li Jun waved his hand to manifest a blood-red spear. And as soon as it appeared, heaven and earth suddenly changed. For a brief moment, the entire battlefield turned blood-red. Then, both sides of this battlefield had visions or illusions of them committing countless atrocious acts of mindless slaughter. Mostly everyone was fine since they were people with high willpower and a solid state of mind, except for gluttony. The slaughter spear awakened an instinct or desire hidden deep in his soul. For a moment he lost control of his mind as he almost gave in to the lust for mindless killing. Luckily for him, or maybe sadly for him, Di Tian's soul enslavement took effect and woke him up from this state. Li Jun took the brunt of its attack as the person who summoned that spear, especially since the spear did not care for its owner. However, Li Jun was not affected in the slightest by the spear's ability. On the contrary, his momentum rose just by being close to it. This is not enough, thought Li Jun as he held the slaughter spear in his hand. His heart began to beat rapidly, creating sounds that even Di Jiang could hear. Li Jun's slaughter heart then began to release a strange rhythm and power that resonated with the spear. Di Jiang felt danger as the sonic waves from the heart bypassed her. She rushed forward in a desperate attempt to stop what was happening. However, just like her bloodline transformation or activation, the process was instant and over before she succeeded. Then she watched the monstrosity before him. Li Jun was no longer the previous Li Jun. He now had 4 eyes stacked in a square shape, with 2 black horns coming from his head and a red ruby on his forehead. His skin was entirely red with purple-black claws. His armor was gone, turned into golden marks on his upper nude body that resembled tribal tattoos. For armor, he only had the lower parts with bracelets on his wrists. He had no shoes or boots as his feet were on display. No, they were no longer feet but goat hooves with sharp claws. The aura he released was primal, brutal, and bloodthirsty, especially when you gaze at its eyes. For a moment, Di Jiaying thought her opponent had lost himself amid that transformation and would not return. As soon as someone laid eyes on this creature, they knew he was an apex predatory designed only for killing and slaughter. And its name also appeared in their minds. Azura, said Di Jiaying with concentrated eyes. The Azura clan was once one of the most powerful races in the myriad emperor world besides humans. They were a hierarchical species extremely united due to their worship of powerful people and desire for killing and slaughter. At the peak of their power they had 7 great emperors. But one day the Azura clan vanished from the annals of history and no one knows why. Many people believed they joined the devil race and were one of the groups wiped out by Empress Wu. Others believed they died from other causes. While a few historians theorized they died from fighting and killing each other. The majority of the populace did not accept this theory, given the countless records that indicated how united the Azura clan was. However, this theory was the closest to the truth. The Azura clan wanted to cultivate their first eternal emperor. So, they gathered 60% of their races and had them slaughter each other, leaving only one survivor. The final winner was a peerless genius of their clan with unparalleled battle strength and mastery of slaughter Dao. And their plan succeeded as that genius eventually proved the Dao and became an eternal emperor. Unfortunately for them, their plan succeeded too well. This genius went on to slaughter all the remaining members of his clan to complete his slaughter Dao and gather the bloodline of all the members of his clan. After success, this genius became one of the few eternal supremes of the myriad emperor world. Sadly, after ascending, this genius tried to replicate something similar to a tribe of the Azura clan in the upper dimension. And the result was his absolute death as he was wiped out from history, leaving the mystery of the Azura clan's disappearance unknown and unsolved. Di Jiaying looked at Li Jun's Azura form, and her mind rushed to remember everything she knew about the Azura clan, which turned out to be not too many as she never had to pay too much attention to an extinct race. She most remembered Azuras were excellent fighters that practiced killing/slaughter Dao. Their male members were considered ugly, while their females were considered one of the most beautiful races by human standards until they also transformed into their Azura shape. That ruby should be the war talisman. Damn it, why did he have to be so powerful? Li Jun did not utter a word as he gazed at her like a hunter looking at its prey. He instantly appeared before her and plunged his claws into her heart. A repulsive force manifested before Di Jiaying, blocking his attack. She used the rebound from the force to distance herself from him. That repulsive force contained the power of yin-yang, analyzed Li Jun. She has no such Dao. Plus, the fluctuations of bloodline ability. I think you should take a look at Li Jun moved forward a second time, and Di Jiaying wanted to respond. However, she found herself unable to move. Her mind filled with the idea that nothing mattered, so she did not have to move or do anything. These ideas came out of nowhere and had no cause. Di Jiaying even wanted to end all this suffering. It seemed the easiest choice than living every day with that feeling of emptiness. Mental illness is truly a scary thing, thought Li Jun. One of the most significant benefits of his slaughter Dao was incorporating many of the ideas from his big brother's past life. I can't push her desire for suicide any deeper as that could awaken her instinct for survival. Swish. He waved his spear and cut off her head, destroying her soul in the process. Unfortunately, a black and white will manifested behind her, revering the concept of life and death. A perfectly intact Di Jiaying appeared with fear in her eyes. She instinctively reacted and activated one of the most potent bloodline spells she had access to. Frowny face Samsara calling. An enormous black and eerie door with strange designs appeared underneath Li Jun. Then millions of black tentacles emerged from the door, binding him as they tried to drag him into the door. Do you want to send me to the underworld? He calmly analyzed. The restraint on him was not weaker than his current form with barely one root strength felt immobilized. I am an Azura, born to slaughter all living beings in existence. So whether they are ghosts, gods, Buddhas and even emperors, there is nothing we cannot kill, muttered Li Jun as his spear pierced the door, destroying it in one hit. He then gazed at his opponent. Effective, he thought. His body had a natural charm or aura designed to affect his opponent's mind. It awakened the fear deep in their minds and granted him an advantage in battle. Her strength should be on par with mine, but her state of mind is rapidly collapsing. This is my chance. Li Jun stabbed Di Jiaying. However, there was no blood on the tip of his spear or any wound on her. But an aura of helplessness and despair overwhelmed her. Good, I've killed her dreams and hopes. This should further affect her state of mind and prevent any variables as I disposed of her. He stabbed his spear for the final time. This attack was odd as it contained no killing intent or desire, even though it targeted one of her special killing lines. Such an attack was a testament to Li Jun's perfect control of his strength. Anyone under this attack would only feel like they were facing a needle. This technique was dangerous as it prevented activating a cultivator's danger sense. Li Jun knew that even in this state, Di Jiaying could still make a last-minute comeback and took precautions. Unfortunately, it was not enough. "No!" roared Di Jiaying as the power of death hidden deep in her bloodline and her unwillingness to die awakened at the last minute. A yin-yang shield surrounded her before she teleported to the water layer. "I forfeit," yelled Di Jiaying as soon as she arrived, her painting sounds echoing with the sounds of waves. A white light enveloped her and she immediately left the battlefield. Pandas novel. Calm, not fighting until the last minute? Well, that's understandable. He knew Di Jiaying's circumstances. So, the word loyalty was never part of her vocabulary. "That's fine too," he muttered before ending his transformation. Yin Liling's battle eye. Crack. Terrible sounds of breaking or twisting metals emanated from Li Jun's body after ending the transformation. His face became pale, and his crimson hair appeared duller with less vitality. Li Jun did not waste time popping a few pills into his mouth, alleviating his symptoms. "The repercussions were harsher than I thought," he muttered. If not for entering the primordial dragon realm, his body would have collapsed after using such tremendous power beyond his limit. "If I had the Azura clan's bloodline in my possession, I could elevate this technique to a higher level and reduce the side effects," he sighed with regret. After stabilizing his situation, he glanced at the other battlefields, checking out the situation of the others. "I was worried about Taigang." However, his ruthless approach seemed to have worked. He checked everybody else including his wife. "This little girl," he smiled wryly before checking on the most important person. "Wang Ju is almost ready. I must prepare to proceed with the next step." Li Jun sat cross-legged in the void, entering a deep state of meditation to accelerate his healing. Western Quadrant. Di Tian watched Di Jiaying's act of cowardice and betrayal. His expression did not change, but hidden deep in his eyes was anger and the sense he had expected this. He glanced at the other battles. "None of this would have happened if my sleepers were intact." His sleepers contained countless talented individuals with unique souls after countless baptisms through samsara. With his training, they would be the perfect generals, willing to sacrifice anything for him. Di Tian controlled his emotions as he returned to a calm state. "My original plan was to use these people to set up a formation that gave me a boost in the fight with Wang Wei," contemplated Di Tian, who knew things would not proceed as he wished with Di Jiaying's departure. "There is a chance Wang Wei's plan is similar. So, should I kill them before our battle?" However, as soon as these ideas entered his mind, he removed them as he sensed a gaze locking him, ready to react to the slightest movement. "Forget it. I need to prepare in case of an overwhelming defeat." Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei watched the result of Li Jun's battle, and a smile appeared on his handsome and charming face. Many people of his generation paid little to no attention to the importance of a great general, even to the end. And many people started paying attention to such an advantage after Li Jun began to display his talent. However, he started cultivating his team before he started cultivating. He knew the role a potent general could play in such a battle and prepared very early. One of the reasons he destroyed Di Tian's sleepers was to prevent the latter from cultivating generals on the level of Li Jun and the others. "One of the best decisions I made was to eliminate the threat of the sleepers," thought Wang Wei. His act allowed him to acquire the most powerful information-gathering force in the myriad emperor world. Simultaneously, he also removed Di Tian's right arm and left leg. Di Jiaying's betrayal is the result of Di Tian rushing to create generals without a solid foundation of trust and loyalty. "For someone like me, such a group of loose sands is nothing but a major flaw," thought Wang Wei as he observed the battle, focusing on the weak link Taigang. Although a little worried, he believed in his men's capability. "Soon, the culmination of all my years of hard work will come to fruition. And once the plan succeeds, my chances of winning will increase between 1 to 10%. Earth Dimension. Kai Song was looking at the terracotta warrior before her with fascination. The thing resembled a statue, with only the destruction in the surroundings as an indication of its destructive capabilities. Sadly, it was matched with the worst opponent possible. Kai Song's talent for puppetry was unparalleled. And after acquiring Qin Chen's soul, she gained new knowledge, talent, and worldview about puppetry. So, in a very short period she found a way to shut down this weapon of destruction. This puppet has almost broken the boundary between inanimate objects and sentient beings. It can almost be considered a new life form, thought Kai Song with shining eyes. The material is something I've never seen or heard about before. Is it from another world community? But how is that possible? The human emperor was from this world. Well, the historical record said his origin was a mystery as he suddenly appeared during the human catastrophe. I think you should take a look at. Kai Song frowned. Even the refining method is different. Although it incorporated the myriad emperor world's refining system, most of it is of another origin. I can probably learn a lot from it. Alas, Kai Song had another trouble. He could not put away the puppet inside her space ring. Even worse, the puppet was constantly resisting her restraint. No matter what, you're mine now. Kai Song did not waste time and began placing formations around the puppet, her eyes shining brightly. She sensed a gaze of warning past her, but she did not care. Nothing can stop her from acquiring such a masterful work of puppetry. There is a saying that people can die after seeing the Tao. And that was her current mindset. A few minutes ago, Northern Quadrant. Yan Liling looked at her opponent, Gao Buqin, thinking about the information he had on the latter, which is very little. Gao Buqin was one of the heaven-chosen tricked by the Spirit Genesis sect to invade the cleanup. Sadly, he had a terrible fate and encountered a monster like Di Tian. What a poor soul, commented Yan Liling, her voice full of sympathy and empathy for Gao Buqin's situation. However, only she knew whether these words were sincere or not. Regardless, Gao Buqin calmly looked at her without any expression or response. It was like the person she was talking about was a complete stranger he had no relationship or connection with. A pale yellow sword manifested before him. Then the swords began to divide into two, achieving a division every millisecond. In a short time he had billions of swords. Gao Buqin looked coldly at her, waiting to annihilate his opponent. What? He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, shocking him beyond words can describe. Gao Buqin did not know how and when his enemy attacked him. He did not even know what was wrong with his body. However, Yan Liling was not going to give him time to figure it out. She activated her chaos flame, turning the northern quadrant into a seal of purple flame. Gao Buqin's swords were instantly incinerated, leaving wide open for the destructive power of the flame. Black tortoise shield, Gao Buqin panicked, but the soul enslavement mark, deep in his soul, acted and forced him to enter a state of mind as calm as an unprovoked lake. His mind worked faster than ever before, coming to a reasonable explanation given his knowledge and the current situation. Poison, he concluded. An odorless and invisible potent poison. She is a talented alchemist, making her also a poison master. She must have released it as soon as she appeared. Bracelet of detoxification. Ring of poison immunity. A bracelet and a ring appeared on Gao Buqin's body, ridding him of the poison's effect. Boom. His shield exploded under the chaos flame, putting this talented weapon refiner in danger. Teleportation jade, a beautiful jade pendant appeared on his side. And in an instant he teleported away from the center of the blast. Weapon Dao. Analyzed Yan Liling. His technique seemed to manifest all types of weapons with different abilities. I thought he was using law resonance, but I didn't notice any change to the laws of heaven and earth. If that's true, how could he use such a variety of abilities in Dao? Does he have a limit? Under Yan Liling's control, a colossal creature with 9 heads appeared before her. Each had a vivid color like green, purple, or bright red. Then they opened their mouths to fire a terrible breath, each containing a strange and deadly poison. The attack was both a focus and widespread type, covering the entire surrounding space into poison. Adding the potency of each poison, Gao Buqin was in great trouble. However, to Yan Liling's surprise, the latter summoned a pagoda that swiftly swallowed all her poison. Something is wrong, thought Yan Liling. His technique seems to create any weapon he pleases with any ability or Dao. Gao Buqin's fighting method reminded her of Chu Luo's flawed creation Dao. I don't detect any creation Dao. So what is the essence of this technique? Yan Liling's battle finale. After seeing his opponent's annihilation, Gao Buqin did not immediately revel in his victory. His battle senses told him things would not be easy, so he used his divine sense to check his surroundings. And as he expected, he noticed a strange pill floating amid the numerous space debris in the northern quadrant. And as soon as he saw the pill, it changed. Muscles, blood, bones, and skins regrew from the pill, and Yan Liling reappeared with a slightly pale complexion. This flesh reorganization pill still feels disgusted, she thought. She created this pill to imitate body refiners' drop blood rebirth. However, the process of rebirth is painful and feels terrible. Rho alpha pi d alpha s nu omicron v epsilon L. Kmi should have expected his second battle spirit to be related to the soul. If Bao Buqin created his battle spirit to assist his weapon refining profession, it would make sense to create one focus on spiritual power in the soul. After all, spiritual power is the most valued asset or talent of all professions. Be that as it may, his D realm is very weak. But it shouldn't? By the previous attack, he realized Gao Buqin's D realm was only in the second stage. However, the easiest way for a person to achieve the D realm is by combining two cultivation systems. Gao Buqin met the requirements, so Yen Liling predicted for him to have a higher level. It could be that his cultivation talent has not reached such a level, she analyzed. Fusing two or more systems is not something anyone can do. It could also be a side effect of the soul enslavement. But while Yen Liling was in deep thought analyzing the situation, Gao Buqin was not idle. He gazed at her without hiding his deep killing intent. His cracked immortal tier armor was replaced with black armor while the lion spirit fired the previous attack. But it suddenly began to change. The first of which was the color that turned light golden. Subsequently, the armor seemed to have fused with Gao Buqin's body. His skin had turned a light golden color, making him look like some kind of robot with long black hair. Spikes appeared on his shoulders, born from the tips of different sharp weapons like swords, spears and arrows. Two metallic wings spread behind Gao Buqin's back, and the wings were composed entirely of different weapons. The amalgams of so many different weapons should look weird, ghastly even. However, the entire thing had a natural and graceful appearance. Spirit transformation, thought Yen Liling, remembering the information. This technique imitates Dao Bodhi's awakening. The cultivators in the battle spirit world can transform into their spirit and use the full extent of their power. After his transformation, Gao Buqin did not waste time and rushed toward his opponent. Boom. Yen Liling felt a terrifying force pushing her backward. If she did not rely on her instinct to activate her cauldron of flesh, she would have burst into a mist of blood. And even with these measures, the bones in her arms cracked, followed by great turbulence to her internal organs. Peak 7-leaf strength, thought Yen Liling as she groaned internally. After stopping her momentum and regaining control of her body, she checked her arms and discovered an anomaly. A curse? There is also the power of the bleeding rune, she analyzed. It seems he created a battle spirit dedicated to battle using the power of an artifact. His body became the embodiment of countless artifacts with different effects. The bleeding rune is often used when creating weapon artifacts to ensure the enemy will bleed to death and weaken them. It is one of the first divine runes that weapon refiners learn. Cauldron of Defense, Gao Buqin's barrage of attacks landed on Yen Liling's protective shield. And with only a few attacks he cracked the shield. However, strange blue-colored pills appeared before releasing an energy that healed the shield. Because I still hope to walk the unorthodox 9-extremity foundation, I never used the 8-heterogeneity foundation, so my base strength is only 4-leaf. I have a few pills and a secret technique to make me rival his strength. However, for the battle plan we made to deal with him, there is a better way. Pill of Intangibility. The moment she swallowed the pill, Bao Buqin's fists, who had changed into the property of a shield-breaking treasure, finally broke her defense, and he went for the kill. Boom. Gao Buqin's fist twisted the space where the force of his fist hit. However, he felt nothing. It was like he was hitting air. No, even the sensation of his fist touching the air was not as odd as this one. I think you should take a look at Snovel. Kmi did not believe what he felt, so he released a barrage of devastating attacks to no effect. His other two spirits joined the battle as they worked in harmony to aid him, but the result was the same. Gao Buqin did not believe in this evil and used even more sophisticated methods. His golden palm turned into a yin-yang diagram as he tried to forcefully revert Yen Liling out of her current state, changing her from an intangible form to a tangible one. Unfortunately for him, Yen Liling created that pill using Wang Wei's power of nothingness. As such, its essence is not simply intangibility but the concept of nothingness. Gao Buqin then changed tactics as his weapon body changed, taking the properties of a rare time artifact. Then he attempted to revert Yen Liling to a few minutes prior when she was not in such a potent state. His attempt failed as nothing can affect nothingness, not even time. However, Gao Buqin currently had the mindset of a fool due to his desire to end this battle as his master ordered. As such, he did not believe he could not succeed. He then chooses to attack Yen Liling's past self. By killing that version he can eliminate the present version. Alas, this method also failed. One of the properties of nothingness is its infiniteness, which transcends time. So, such a technique might have worked on past Wang Wei, who had little to no mastery of the power of nothingness. But it was different for his current self. What is this strange technique? Cursed Gao Buqin internally. He could not find her past self to kill. To be precise, her past seemed to be this vast, even infinite, grand emptiness devoid of life, matter, space-time, energy, or even concepts known to the mind. Gao Buqin almost lost his mind after coming into contact with such a grand and ethereal entity. Luckily, he was careful and swiftly gave up attempting such an act of blasphemy. What should I do now? None of my attacks are working, pondered Gao Buqin. It seems she wants to wait out until stamina and secret techniques run out. The battle spirit transformation was not enough for him to have such tremendous power. Gao Buqin has to rely on the combination of the spirits and immortal armor to have such an achievement. However, it won't last long. He could feel the terrible burden on his body and soul. Should I use more extreme measures? He had a secret technique that sacrificed his spirits for another significant burst of strength. However, the consequences were too severe, especially if he destroyed his weapon body spirit. As the main battle spirit he fused with, it also acted as his soul or primordial spirit. So, he could die if something happened to it. Shall I take the risks or continue trying different methods? Boom. A terrifying aura of death, killing and slaughter burst into Gao Buqin's mind, turning his eyes red. He immediately had the impulse to kill anything his eyes could lie on. Gao Buqin made a primal and bestial roar as he looked at Yan Liling like she was nothing but prey. A slaughter aura and desire overrode his consciousness. His battle spirit activated, releasing a mysterious spiritual power that awakened him from his state. Now, thought Yan Liling, taking the perfect opportunity when Gao Buqin just awakened from the influence of the slaughter spear and his mind was at its weakness. Soul Seal, a cauldron appeared above Gao Buqin, and a seal bypassed his spirits and entered his body. His body shivered briefly before spazzing like he was having a seizure while standing. Blood overflew from his ears, mouth and nose. His face contorted as he grinds his teeth. The process was visually brutal and lasted more than a minute. Finally, Gao Buqin opened his eyes. At first they were confused, followed by a burst of intense delight. I am free, he uttered in a coarse voice as tears fell from his eyes. The past few million years have been a nightmare for him. His mind forcefully twisted to serve someone else, someone he had hatred for. Resistance was futile, and over time his obedience grew exponentially. He feared that one day he would ultimately lose himself. But now the nightmare is over. Chapter 843. Gao Buqin's worth. Yan Liling calmly watched Gao Buqin's reaction to his freedom. She did not interrupt him, allowing him to process his emotions. The cultivation world was cruel beyond what words can explain. Despite the many contradictions, the myriad emperor world is safer than most worlds in the endless void. The factions competed against each other while respecting the written rules like the Immortal Avenue Pact and other unwritten rules like allowing the young generations to compete by all means and accepting the outcome. However, the competition is more brutal in other worlds because of the heaven will. After all, there is only one chance for immortality and eternity. For that one chance, many emperor lineages will not hesitate to send their immortal tier powerhouses, including insurgent, to assassinate other factions heaven chosens. And in these worlds, enslaving other people's souls is too much of a common tactic. So, as Yan Liling watched Gao Buqin's reaction, she empathized with him and waited. I'm glad this tactic worked. The power of an emperor. It's terrifying, she thought. She had to use Wang Wei's granted power to seal the enslavement. As such, she peeked at the essence of Di Tian's power and saw how scary it was. Although Wang Wei has demonstrated his strength to them, Yan Liling discovered today he was still holding back to not hurting them physically and spiritually. Have you calmed down? Asked Yan Liling after seeing Gao Buqin's agitated mood return to normal. Gao Buqin took a deep breath to calm down. He gazed at her before uttering, I'm guessing you did not free me out of compassion of your heart? You guessed correctly. Gao Buqin quieted down, not saying a word for half a minute. I know what you're thinking, suddenly said Yan Liling. But we will not enslave you, we only want to work together. Work together? You think I believe you? It's true. The invasion of our cleanup was the work of the Spirit Genesis sect from your world. As soon as Yan Liling said these words, the world began to pay attention. Many people wanted to know why the anomaly occurred during the cleanup, but no answer was found. But now the truth was revealed, catching many people's attention. And that was Wang Wei and Yan Liling's purpose in the first place. Wang Wei needs the entire world to end their era of xenophobia and close themselves from the endless void. So, he will show them other worlds will interfere in their affairs even if they use such an approach. Furthermore, there is no better way to rally the world together than a common enemy. The Spirit Genesis sect? Well, given their overbearingness, it's understandable they would do this, replied Gao Buqin with a frown. When the secret realm that led to the cleanup appeared, he saw the young master of the Spirit Genesis sect among the participants, so he never questioned the latter. But now he guessed they were using everyone as pawns for their plans. So, you should guess what we want from you, replied Yan Liling, who already accomplished her objective. Information. Correct, and not just about the Spirit Genesis sect, but also the entire battle spirit world. Do you want me to be a traitor to my home? Asked Gao Buqin with a sneer. And what is the alternative? Countered Yan Liling. Without our seal you will return to your previous state. Gao Buqin's body shivered out of his control. Even if we don't do anything, don't you know your fate? As soon as you leave, the D clan will hunt you down before you can go far. Finally, the Spirit Genesis sect already bore their fangs at us and must pay the price. As such, we will do anything to get the information from you. Yan Liling's gentle demeanor was gone, replaced by a deep coldness in her eyes. So, although I sympathize with your situation, I will not hesitate to get the information from your dead corpse. Gao Buqin's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat almost fell from his back. His mind worked on overload, suppressing his emotions to analyze the situation. I agree to help you, but I have a few conditions. Please, replied Yan Liling, not surprised by his choice. Few people can control their fear of death and remain stubborn to protect their ideals, beliefs, and philosophies. First, I want your help to return home. No problem. Second, no one must search my soul. Gao Buqin's deep voice contained an unwavering determination he had never shown, making Yan Liling frown. Very well, she replied. However, you must sign the most restrictive contract and oath to tell us all the information we want and not hide anything. I can't agree with that. And why is that? My third condition is I won't reveal any information about my sect. What is your sect? Battle Artifact Villa, replied Gao Buqin after a short moment of contemplation. It's not on the list of the Spirit Genesis sect's allies we know of. So, we can agree to your terms as long as your sect has no connection to them. Gao Buqin squinted as he realized the Dao Opening sect was genuinely considering the Spirit Genesis sect as their opponent and might be planning a transplanar Emperor Dao war. This might be an opportunity. He immediately decided not to be consecutive. My fourth condition is to help me deal with the D clan. Gao Buqin waited for the fallout of his words, but nothing changed. As expected of that monster, he doesn't care about his family, he sneered as hatred flashed deep in his eyes. No, replied Yan Liling. And that's not for negotiation. She knew her big brother wanted to rally the entire world underneath his banner. So, how could they team up with foreign forces to deal with members of their world? Such an act would hinder Wang Wei's plan. Furthermore, the D clan plays a significant role in preventing the growth of the devil cultivators. They are the main reason they have not stepped out of the Western continent for countless eras. Such a family is blessed with merit and luck and cannot easily be dealt with. Regardless, Big Brother might use the contradiction between the Battle Artifact Villa and the D clan to his advantage. However, that's only if Gao Buqin's status in the villa is high enough. Gao Buqin did not expect such a fierce and irrefutable objection. He opened his mouth to negotiate but closed them as he saw Yan Liling's eyes. Fine. Then I will change my fourth condition. I want an alliance between our two factions. Oh, you want to join us? Yes. What? You should understand the meaning behind your actions. Gao Buqin shook his head. You would think this would make me a traitor? But it's not true. Over the years, the Spirit Genesis sect has done too much. They were overbearing and eliminated anyone or faction, which threatened their power and status. Things got to the point where all the other factions banded together, including foreigners, to weaken their power. According to historical records, this massive battle ended with the killing of one of their immortal sovereigns and injuring the other. But even then they were still so powerful. So, the other factions have to ally with foreign powers to suppress the Spirit Genesis sect? Asked Yan Liling. Correct. If that's true, then their hidden power is much deeper than we anticipated. Despite knowing this, you still want to deal with them? Why not? Replied Yan Liling with a smile. And you should know where our confidence originates from. Gao Buqin gazed at the eastern quadrant. Yes, if that monster proves the Tao, they don't need to fear the Spirit Genesis sect. According to many analyses and predictions, He, the young master of the Spirit Genesis sect, with his unparalleled talent, has the highest chance of proving the Tao. Furthermore, he will most likely become an eternal supreme. Because of his strength and potential, many factions wish to assassinate him. So, they did not hesitate to break the previous premises and acted like the Spirit Genesis used to by sending insurgents to kill him. However, none succeeded. Ishi's talent is nothing compared to Wang Wei. However, that guy is still weird. One event made He famous. He survived the assassination of an insurgent with peak first-class strength. He was nothing but a spirit enlightenment realm, tier 6, cultivator, and the factions planned that assassin perfectly, even taking into account the immortal sovereigns might have left protection on him. Yet he survived. What's worse is the assassin refused to talk about what had happened. Then, a few years later, he took his own life, creating a layer of mystery for He. I can accept your fourth condition. However, can you represent the battle artifact villa? You don't have to worry about that. I was the next villa lord and my master should still be in power. As long as I return home, I can convince him to form an alliance, especially with such a powerful faction. In that case it's fine. Any more conditions? No, that's it, he replied after a brief pause. In that case you can live and head to the Tao opening sect. Gao Buqin clasped his hand to bow. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for freeing me. Then a white light enveloped him and he disappeared. The weakest link. Di Tian watched Gao Buqin's liberation and his conversation with Yan Liling, his emotions more than complicated. Was he furious? Yes, he was, but not out of pure anger but the lack of competence of his chosen general. Secondly, and more importantly, he was furious at himself for making such an obvious mistake. I keep telling myself to be cautious or prudent when dealing with Wang Wei. Yet I made such a blunder. What kind of people were Tao Overlord? Intelligent individuals who can find the flaws in their enemies and use them against them. And even knowing this, Di Tian went on a rampage during the cleanup, searching for generals. And when he enslaved Gao Buqin in gluttony, he did it in the 9 Devil God continent, right before Wang Wei's eyes. Such an act was like telling the latter he is my flaw and how to deal with it. After so many years, have I not learned anything? Will arrogance be my downfall again? Di Tian contemplated his past, thinking about how things went wrong. The creation of his generals was necessary, given how powerful and talented Wang Wei was. If he did not do the same, the current situation would have been worse. However, he never should have been so evident with his actions. During that time, he had too much confidence in achieving the 10 Supremacy Foundation and believed Wang Wei's chances were too slim. After all, 9 Pillar claimed to have spent his entire life, billions of yuan epochs, before only discovering one method. Alas, he forgot how Tao Overlords were people who could create miracles. As such, a part of him became complacent, prideful, and condescending as victory near him. I made the same mistakes before she died, contemplating Di Tian. Could it be that my terrible fate is now a curse from heaven but the result of my own inadequacy? Rho Alpha and D Alpha S Nu Omicron V Epsilon L. Kandeo Overlord, Tao Overlord, Tao Overlord, none of this would have happened as I was one. His eyes blurred as he imagined what his life would have been like if he had the capabilities to pass the Supreme Outlaw trial. Ninger would still be by his side, probably one of humankind's most extraordinary eternal emperors. Then, together, they would lead acquired life against the innate beings from the endless void while ensuring the supremacy of humans. He would have watched his disciples grow and become pillars of human society. And with his protections, none of them might have died. There is no point in thinking of what-ifs, sighed Di Tian, who knew long ago heaven and earth were not fair. Some people were born with talents and abilities that others could only dream of. Some people's endpoints are others' starting points. And in life, in the cultivation world, you can only do with the cards handed to you by fate. Now, I only need to think about my next step, pondered Di Tian, who had calmed down. The first plan would be to attack the remaining participants. Di Tian simulated the result of such a tactic. Wang Wei would intervene and stop him. He will have the advantage since the latter will have to protect these weaklings of his subordinates. Yan Liling and Li Jun would be fine. As long as Wang Wei buys them enough time, they can escape to the elemental dimensions without being affected by our battle. However, Tai Gang would probably not live long, but he is inconsequential. The real threat is Yan Liling and Wang Ju. If he protects them long enough, Wang Wei should create an array that blesses his strength and gives him an advantage in the battle against me. According to his simulation, this plan can only work if he goes all out to deal with Wang Wei and can successfully buy enough time to get rid of the others. However, this process would require him to reveal his trump cards in advance and might not even work since he did not know the fullest extent of Wang Wei's strength. There are too many unexpected variables and unpredictable outcomes with this tactic. It's better to be safe than sorry, thought Di Tian before looking at the battle between Wang Ju and his shadow. Everything seemed even so far. In that case, I can only rely on Plan B and use that secret technique. If he can catch Wang Ju, it would be even better. Di Tian sent a message to his shadow and waited. If there were a person he could count on, was his shadow, since the latter was one of the remains from the sleepers. As such, he was talented and fiercely loyal. Additionally, he needs to take precautionary measures to ensure gluttony does not follow the same fate as Gao Buqin. He modified the soul enslavement to immediately kill him at the slightest signs of interference. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei was on the highest alert after Yan Liling's victory. He observed and waited, with no changes to the battlefield. He did not overthrow the board and attack the others? I guess we are closer to checkmate. Once things reached this stage, one of his fears for this final battle was for his opponent to destroy the board to end the game, rendering all his plans and tactics useless. As such, his plan for such an event was divided into two, with the first being obviously protecting the board and not letting Di Tian do as he pleases. And the second and main one was one of the fundamental flaws of dealing with intelligent people who knew how terrifying Dao overlords were, being too cautious not to fall into a trap. Caution is good, but it must also be measured, thought Wang Wei. If he tried to attack the others, he would have a severe advantage since defending is more demanding than attacking. He could use this occasion to pressure me physically and mentally. And as long as he persisted and was wise with his attack, I would have no choice but to let my team live the battle to protect them, abandoning all my plans. Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he had completely figured out his opponent's mindset and used it against him. Risks were significant in many things, including battles, especially calculated risks. Things are proceeding smoothly. However, I should also be prudent. Who knows what this old monster is hiding as a trump card? He would only celebrate once success was at hand. Then he focuses on the weakest link of this team, who will also play a vital role. A few minutes ago, the southern quadrant, Tai Gang, wearing Yin Zhen's zombie as armor, looked at gluttony before him. He controlled his breath to ensure his calmness and rationality, thinking of the perfect battle tactic for this fight. According to the group's analysis, his strength should be 7-leaf peak. However, this strength is not his own but the result of swallowing Di Tian's attacks before the battle. There is a limit to how much strength can increase through the power of Devour. And gluttony's limit should be the limit of all mortals. But even without increasing his strength, he can store a vast amount of energy in his stomach. As such, a protracted battle is not ideal. With such a large reserve of energy, gluttony's stamina will be nigh infinite, and his healing capabilities scary. So, I need a quick and decisive victory. The two stared at each other, releasing their aura. However, Tai Gang noticed his opponent seemed cold and lifeless. For a devil to have such an aura should be expected, yet it looked odd on gluttony. No man or devil should have their freedom forcefully stripped from them. Tai Gang sympathized with this little devil. Unlike the myriad Emperor World's people, who had hatred for such a species embedded deep in their blood and soul, he was from the lower realm and had never heard of such a race. Furthermore, the primary source of his sympathy was his lack of history with the devil race. Tai Gang knew the fate awaiting his home world, the Warring Kingdom world, if a more aggressive world discovered them. They might have all been killed or suffered a worse fate, similar to Gao Buqin and this devil. After getting in the best mindset, Tai Gang rushed for the offensive. Yin Zhen's zombie was a body refiner, so Kai Song ensured she kept this property when she turned it into a puppet armor. Boom. With one punch, gluttony flew a dozen meters before stopping. A surprise flashed in the devil's eyes as he could not absorb the force behind this attack. And inside the armor, Tai Gang sneered. Their team knew about gluttony's Dao, so how would they not prepare? Although the zombie puppet was not originally part of the plan. But, before the battle, he practiced many methods to deal with devouring, swallow or eating Dao. Battle of Assassins 2. An enormous black and white wheel manifested behind Demon Rays. The wheel was grand, noble, and anyone who looked at it would believe they had seen the origin of life in this grand universe. Demon Rays' wheel did not last long as it turned into a black gate of equal proportion. The gate was as noble and grand, and it contained countless animals engraved on it. 6 Path of Samsara, Animal Hall. Underneath Demon Ray's hood, a tattoo of a mantis shrimp appeared on his forehead. Then he rushed toward Wang Ju and slashed her with his claw. Her danger instinct went on overdrive as she reacted. 3 of her 7 shadow clones were bisected into 2 with one attack. And one of these 3 clones was the real one with Dao ancestor strength. Wang Ju acted swiftly and replaced the missing real clone by appointing one of the remaining 4. Then she ordered them to enter the shadow dimension and attack from the dark. However, her attempt was futile. A tattoo of a star-nosed mole appeared on Demon Ray's. This creature contained more than 25,000 sensory receptors that grant super senses to detect, hunt, and navigate in the dark abyss of the ocean. With this tattoo, Demon Ray's senses were elevated to a higher state. And with a glance he discovered Wang Ju's shadow dimension. Swish! With one movement of his claw, he cleaved through that dimension. The power of the mantis shrimp not only elevated the speed of his claw but drastically increased his slashing or clawing ability. So, he tore apart the dimension without much effort. Alas, his attack was not as successful as he wanted to be. After destroying the shadow dimension and killing another clone, the remaining 3 Wang Ju acted simultaneously to control the leaking power of the shadow dimension to attack him. As such, countless shadow creatures with sinister or macabre appearances rushed toward Demon Ray's, trying to either kill or drag him into the remains of the shadow dimension. Demon Ray's killed most of these shadow creatures with relative ease. However, there were too many and they were too quick. Soon enough, he discovered myriad tentacles binding his limbs and immobilizing his movements. During the entire ordeal, Demon Ray's was calm as he assessed the situation and chose the best way to deal with the situation. Then, a tattoo of an anglerfish came from the animal gate and entered his body. Subsequently, his eyes turned into 2 glowing lights. A light so intense that it evaporated the shadows faster than a solar flare could annihilate an entire civilization. Demon Ray's was swift as he took on another animal, the cuttlefish. He blended into the environment and disappeared. And in a very short period, before Wang Ju could react, he appeared behind one of the 3 genuine clones and ripped her heart out. Rho Alpha Pi D Alpha S Nu Omicron V Epsilon L. So, as soon as the dimension appeared, they instantly blew it up. And this was not the entire power of this attack. Wang Ju layered hundreds of dimensions on top of the first one and exploded them without hesitation. However, she soon frowned as she sensed a powerful vitality amidst this chaos full of spatial energy. And as expected, Demon Ray's appeared at the center of the explosion. He had lost half of his torso, his right leg was twisted at a weird angle, and his head appeared to be sliced into 2. Although his mask and hood still did not reveal his face, Wang Ju could sense his calmness. Demon Ray's borrowed the power of the axolotl, an animal capable of regenerating limbs and even their brains. With its power, his natural regenerative power reached an even higher level. Then he glanced at Wang Ju. Not good, thought the leader of the Fate Shadow Guard as she felt her mind. An uncontrollable amount of fear overwhelmed her mind as she began to reminisce about every time in her life she felt true unimaginable fear. Wang Ju swiftly controlled her memories to combat this attack. "Young master," said Wang Ju, kneeling on one knee. Normally she would have received a response by now and stood up. But she stayed in her position for at least half an hour, sweat following down her back with each passing second. "Li Jun told me he has seen you often in the past few years," said Wang Wei, who seemed engrossed in a book. He flipped every page with a gentleness that was odd. It was like this book was the most precious thing between heaven and earth. "The final battle is approaching, and I'm just trying to relay the information we analyzed and ensure our victory." "Is that so?" he muttered without looking at her. "I doubt even you believe that's coming out of your mouth." Wang Ju's heart sank. As you said, the final battle is approaching. Everyone is on edge, including me. I'm taking this short break from cultivation so I don't have time to waste with your nonsense. So, tell me the truth and don't make me have to find it myself. I think you should take a look at this novel." Kumthi's words were calm, without any intonation, intimidation, or release of an aura. However, Wang Ju felt her soul leave her body as fear rushed through every corner of her vein. She lowered her head and after a few seconds she said, It was an order from the madam." "My mother? What did she want?" Wang Ju hesitated but realized it was pointless to hide it anymore. She feared Li Jun's betrayal at the last moment. "So, she asked me to seduce him to keep him in check." "That's impossible. She has watched Li Jun grow up and treats him like her own son. She knows he won't do such a thing. Furthermore, she's too smart to plan such a shoddy method." Wang Wei turned his head to glance at her, frowning. Are you lying to me? Young master, you know I would never do such a thing, quickly answered Wang Ju. She never thought she was this fast. Then explain what's going on. Wang Ju secretly sighed in relief but did not dare take another breath. Someone has planted these ideas into the madam's head. Someone? Oh. The people from the Wang clan. I see, muttered Wang Wei. His mother was quite capable. However, she suffered from a major flaw. She lost that intelligence when it came to him. Most cultivators form an extreme when it comes to their family. They either treat them coldly as if they don't exist or dote on them to an abnormal point. This fact is the result of their long lifespan and low birth rate. So, they either don't care about their children or descendants since the latter might not live as long as them, or treat them as the most precious thing in the world since they might never conceive a second one. So, Wang Wei believed his mother would do such a stupid thing after the people from the Wang clan placed the idea in her head. As for why they did it? Well, the answer is simple: politics and power. Despite the unity of the factions of the sect, especially the three families, it's still a fact that the main power of the sect is in the hands of the Wang clan. And a few minority of these people even believed in the supremacy of the Wang clan, believing they should have absolute control over the sect. So, after seeing that Wang Wei has the chance to become the fifth emperor of the Wang clan and the second eternal emperor, some people will go to extreme lengths to ensure nothing happens. Wang Wei finally closed his book. Why didn't you tell me as soon as she ordered you? I feared my actions would lead to contradictions between you and the madam. So, you executed your orders so badly, leading to today's charade? Wang Ju lowered her head. She knew the best action was to immediately tell the truth. However, she also knew the consequences if the relationship between the madam and the sect master was affected because of this. So, she chose the best method she could think of. Wang Wei looked in the distance. Go apologize to Li Jun and tell him the truth. Secondly, go warn these Wang clan members. Send a few to prisons and exile another as an example. Finally, I want you to remember, you're my shadow and only follow my orders. As you wish. Then what about the madam? That's not your concern, replied Wang Wei, glancing at her. In your career, that is the second time you've disappointed me. I hope there is not a third time. Wang Ju's body trembled. I promise there won't be. I hope so. Wang Wei left to talk to his mother. Meanwhile, Wang Ju felt a tremendous weight lifted from her shoulder. Break. Wang Ju's memory broke apart as her mind entered a state of absolute darkness. She opened her eyes and glanced at demon rays, her eyes red with anger and intense killing intent. Battle of Assassins 3. Demon Rays did not care for his opponent's dangerous gaze. He was only mildly surprised she survived his beastly gaze of fear with such little effort. I should not focus on fear in general, but fear of death, analyzed Demon Rays as he realized his attack was too broad. If he had focused his gaze, the final result would have been more intense. Chem? Where is she? Demon Rays activated all the receptors from the star-nosed mole, trying to detect his opponent's whereabouts. However, he searched everywhere, including the surrounding dimensions, with no success. Then, his beast instinct suddenly activated as he felt great danger coming. Demon Rays tried to move his body, but it was too late. Two daggers pierced him from his back, puncturing many of his internal organs. Demon Rays groaned in pain as blood dripped from his mouth. How can I not sense any of her movement? Such a thought flashed in his mind, but he knew this was also an opportunity since Wang Ju was so close. He moved his left hand to capture her daggers. Demon Rays' plan was to hold on to them to render her immobile while he attacked swiftly with his right hand. However, as soon as his body moved, he discovered he could not control them as easily as before. He felt something was wrong and used his divine sense to check inside and discover the source of the anomaly. Wang Ju's blades contained this weird poison or curse that made his cells attack each other. His immune system suddenly became his enemy. Demon Rays swiftly took control of his cells, but it was to no avail. It was like they now had a will of their own and refused to obey him. So he had to forcefully make them obey. Alas, trying to control billions of cells took time, and Wang Ju was not going to give him any. She suddenly disappeared and appeared before him. Her daggers pierced his heart and brain. Luckily, Demon Rays had plenty of experience and a high battle IQ. Before the second dagger pierced his brain, he activated the animal hall and acquired the power of the bighorn sheep, making his skull harder than the Dao weapon on her hand. Regardless, his eviscerated heart soon became an issue. Since he is Di Tian's shadow, he inherited the latter's mighty fleshly body. But his vitality was slowly leaking out of his body without a heart. The situation was exacerbated by the cells of his control. Her Dui realm is so concentrated, Demon Rays had to divide his mind into three. He had to be careful of Wang Zhe's movement, fighting his out-of-control cells and trying to remove her Dui realm from his body so he could regenerate. His ability is annoying, thought Wang Zhu after he felt like stabbing the latter's head. Let's eliminate it. She activated the power of her dagger to the full extent of their abilities. Then she appeared before him again and stabbed him. The moment Demon Rays was about to react and counterattack, his demonized cells became even more overbearing as they attacked his brain and nervous system. As a cultivator, he can bypass control of his body by his brain as his soul takes over. However, the process takes a few nanoseconds to switch, and that's plenty of time for Wang Zhu. The leader of the Fate Shadow Guard knew her opponent had placed a lot of power to protect his brain. Although he would not die if it were destroyed, the passing of vitality will drastically be increased once these two primary organs, heart and brain, are no longer present. The daggers took care of Demon Rays' two lungs. However, this was not her main objective. The power of samsara emanated from the dagger, and immediately the animal hall was forcefully closed. My mind was so focused on other things that I neglected that she should also have control of samsara Dao, pondered Demon Rays calmly as he used his ability to retain the already acquired animal powers. I can use that technique to deal with this situation. If that is the case, I should focus more on how she could teleport without noticing anything. Demon Rays focused all his attention on Wang Zhu, ignoring his body that was rapidly falling apart. Unfortunately, Wang Zhu no longer needed to teleport since he was basically useless. I guess it won't be this easy, sighed Demon Rays internally as he used his own unique techniques. Frowny face insect larva vitality technique. I think you should take a look at Snovel. Command Emperor artifact that resembled a cube appeared above his head, encasing him in a protective barrier. Then, in an instant, all of Demon Rays' vitality was gone from his body, condensed into one place. And from that one place grew another version of himself. A baby version of Demon Rays clawed out of his previous body like an insect coming out of its cocoon. The process was brutal and macabre. However, Wang Zhu was finally able to see his opponent's face. He looked bland, like any ordinary person that is not easily noticeable or can blend into a crowd. Such a face was perfect to be an assassin. However, Wang Zhu had the sense that this might not be his original face but changed into that to become a shadow. Despite his ordinary look, there was still something special about Demon Rays. His eyes. They looked like predators, always making people fearful or unnerving with their powerful gaze. In a few seconds, baby Demon Rays grew to his former size. So, he waved his hand to put back his previous clothes. The process was as brutal as ever, thought Demon Rays, momentarily reminiscing about the past. He was born during the beginning Emperor era in a large mortal family. To be exact, he was the 9th child and the 5th son. Alas, life in that era was full of trials and tribulations for mortals. The innate life forms would spread diseases, curses, natural disasters and even influenced internal war amongst mortals to curb their population growth. They knew the large mortal population was one talent source for cultivators, so they relentlessly targeted them. Unfortunately, Demon Rays' family was not the lucky few tribes that got to live in small worlds created and protected by powerful cultivators. And one day when their crops suddenly died overnight, his family could not feed all of them. So, at 18 months old, he was abandoned in the forests nearby. Death should have been his end, but fate had another plan for him. Instead, a pack of wolves found and raised him as their own. Demon Rays grew up and became one of their own, taking part in hunting and gathering food. Furthermore, his mother became enlightened. She awakened her spirituality and became a demon. As a result, their pack was one of the best in that forest. Alas, things did not last long. When Demon Rays was in his 30s, a group of cultivators hunted his mother and his fellow brothers and sisters. And when he was about to die, full of hatred and grievances, he encountered a young Tian who was traveling the world to learn about all creations and see if he could one day recreate them, allowing humans to win this war. Tian thought he was interesting since he appeared to be an animal and human. So he saved his life. On that fateful day, Demon Rays asked Tian to grant him vengeance, and he would swear loyalty to him all his life. After pondering for a moment, Tian agreed and allowed it, especially since these cultivators broke the agreement between the human and demon race by hunting demons for no reason. Rho Alpha Pi D Alpha S Nu Omicron V Epsilon L. After this event, Demon Rays began a proper cultivation journey as one of Tian's subordinates. And when the latter failed his trial and had to be reincarnated, Demon Rays did not break his oath and followed him through reincarnation. In the second life, the sleepers were appropriately organized or created, and he took the name Demon Rays as a token to his late mother. He dealt with the demon race for most of his career in the sleepers as he gathered information from them. He had a natural affinity with the demon race, making it easier to get their friendship and sometimes even pass as one of them. As such, most of his techniques are based on imitating animals, including his assassination fighting style. In the current time, after Wang Wei eliminated more than 95% of the sleepers, he was one of the few people who survived. And after testing the remaining people, Di Tian chose him as his shadow since he was one of the most loyal and had a great affinity with the technique. Demon Rays clenched his hand as he manipulated every muscle, bone, organ and cell of his body. He wanted to adapt to this new body as soon as possible. I'm alive, but the situation has not changed much, he pondered. As long as he could not discover her teleportation technique, he would lose the momentum of this battle. The plan. Wang Ju watched helplessly as the colossal claw descended upon her with a power she knew for a fact she could not resist. Oddly, she was remarkably calm as death approached her. Her demeanor made it impossible to determine whether she had accepted her fate or had something else on her sleeve. As her final fate approached, many people waited with bated breath. Some viewers outside felt her defeat might change Di Tian's current situation. After all, these two shadows displayed prowess that shocked the world. The people who did not know about the Lord Shadow technique were freaking out as they believed a third person in this generation acquired the power of a great emperor. Meanwhile, other people believe Di Tian's only victory will not change his predicament. Although the final victory will be decided by the battle between these two unparalleled geniuses that have never appeared in the history of the myriad emperor world, these generals might play a significant role if used correctly. Meanwhile, Di Tian and Wang Wei observed the final clash between these shadows. Di Tian was not worried about Wang Ju's death since he already ordered Demon Rays to capture her alive at all costs. However, he was on guard, preparing to intervene and intercept. As long as she captures Wang Ju, his chances of victory will increase drastically. Regardless, he did not celebrate yet as he knew she would not go down without fighting back. More importantly, Wang Wei will not allow anything to happen to his people. His nature will not allow such a thing to happen. Although cold and calculating, he had a weak spot for his friends and family. Di Tian knew of this since their first battle in the heavenly abode world. When he schemed against him, his intuition could have allowed him to escape alive and unscathed. However, Li Jun and Yan Liling would have died in that world. So he saved them while staying behind, knowing the danger. Di Tian observed his opponent and saw his expression or aura had no change for a moment during the entire situation, making it impossible for people to know what was on his mind. Then Di Tian suddenly squinted. Wang Ju disappeared at the very last minute. No, that fluctuation, shadow switch, thought Di Tian, his mind is everything that occurred before he happened in slow motion. Wang Ju disappeared, and someone else took her place. Li Jun Rho Alpha Pi Delphis No Omicron V Epsilon LM. The mighty general who walked the path of slaughter did not have a chance as his body, soul, and Tao were instantly annihilated. Demon Rays' attack was meant for Wang Ju, and Li Jun could not even sustain the latter's attempt at capturing him. Furthermore, Wang Ju's sudden disappearance made Demon Rays' mind fluctuate and his attacks slightly uncontrollable. Li Jun is dead? Thought Di Tian, his mind galloping like wild horses that were provoked. He concentrated on controlling his emotions and remaining calm. He sacrificed Li Jun for Wang Ju. This doesn't make sense for many reasons. Plus, such an act does not fit his character. Then Di Tian's face suddenly changed as he thought of something. And immediately he also sensed something, but it was too late. Wang Wei and Wang Ju were already before him, their aura reaching the pinnacle. Wang Ju had replaced her two fake Dao weapons with Emperor artifacts. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's proving Dao artifact had already turned into a sword, and the aura he released was similar to a supreme swordsman like his father. Fake cutting, they used the same attack as they swung their respective weapon in tandem. Upon closer observation, people would notice their breath, body, soul, and Tao resonated with each other similar to a formation, combining and elevating their attack to a higher level. Their attack did not create a regular slash. Instead, a projection of the river of fate manifested in the western quadrant. The river was composed of countless tiny strings, yet it behaved fluidly like water. However, none of that mattered, as most people who laid eyes on it would be in awe at its beauty, majesty, and horror behind its implications. Am I in control of my fate? People cultivate for various reasons: strength, power, political status and influence, immortality, fear of death, and freedom. However, no matter the reason, as they become more powerful and learn of the world's secrets, they will ask themselves that question at one point or another. Sadly, few people can actually find the answer. And once they do, plenty wish they had never asked in the first place. After the River of Fate manifested, it followed the trajectory of Wang Wei and Wang Zhe's swords, generating a silver-gray moon slash that rushed toward Di Tian with absolute speed. I think you should take a look at this novel. Meh. The entire cosmic battlefield shook after that slash landed. Di Tian's fate line almost snapped, eliminating him from this mortal coil. Di Tian's body then appeared with a seal with the character for Samsara engraved on it floating above his head. A large wound that went from his right shoulder across his torso and to his left leg was on his body. Di Tian looked at the wound on his body, his emotions extremely calm in such a dangerous situation. Since his battle with Empress Wu, this was the first time he was injured in a direct confrontation with his peer. "So you do bleed," said Wang Wei with a voice that seemed to naturally irritate anyone who heard it. "I guess I should have expected these low-level and shameless tactics from you." "Low-level? Shameless?" "Haha," laughed Wang Wei, who exuded a sense of freedom. It was like he had been in a cage for many years and was released for the first time. This kind of mindset is why you could not pass the Supreme Outlaw trial, thus losing the love of your love. A great killing intent flashed from Di Tian, making the entire battlefield tremble. However, it was brief as he quickly regained control of his emotion. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not care as he took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relaxation he had not felt in millions of years. "Do you know your influence on my life is more than you could fathom," said Wang Wei. "I experienced my first true defeat and humiliation during our battle in the heavenly abode world. And after day, my life contained a mountain that seemed insurmountable. I admit that I owe a great deal of today's success to you. The pressure you brought me forced me to uncover my true potential and even go beyond it." Wang Wei sighed out loud. "I once heard a storyteller say a hero or protagonist is as good as their villain. And his words are true, but I don't like them. I don't like how you forced me to live under so much pressure. I don't like how much influence you've had in my life. I always felt fate put you in my path to push me to greater heights, to tap into my latent potential. I hated that feeling of not having control." "How narcissistic," replied Di Tian with a sneer. "Have you considered you were placed here to stop me and not the other way around?" "Both can be true," nodded Wang Wei. "Heavenly Tao does not want someone of your strength, potential, and story to prove the Tao. Meanwhile, fate wishes to push to greater heights for a higher purpose. So, in many ways, our battle today was destined. You have a lot of nonsense today." Di Tian did not hide his sneer and scornful eyes. The Wang Wei he knew was direct and hardly wasted time unless he needed to. Furthermore, he disdained the concepts of fate and destiny. Their very existence indicated that his wife was fated to die the moment he created her. And that's something he refused to accept. "Haha, I do, but I can't help it. I've been bottling too many things inside," said Wang Wei with a smile. "Now that I have the chance to let them out, I feel relieved." Wang Wei then cracked his neck and shoulder. A terrifying battle intent emanated from his body. "I should have given you plenty of time," continued Wang Wei. "Now it's time to start?" Wang Wei was feeling good. Despite his words condemning fate, he felt destiny was on his side in this battle. So his confidence was at its peak. Fire Dimension. Wang Ju returned to this place after playing her part in the entire plan. The first thing she saw was Yan Liling and Tai Gang, along with the Slaughter and Undying Legion, surrounding demon rays trying to seal him. The assassin with bestial qualities and instinct seemed enraged as he discarded his safety and sanity, trying to get out of the Legion's array. Unfortunately, he had entered a weakened state after that last attack. So, not only could he no longer use Dao Ancestor strength, even his immortal venerable tier power was unstable. Wang Ju did not hesitate to rush to help. Although she was in a similar situation as him, she could still provide some assistance. Plus, her team had an immortal tier alchemist, meaning she should return to decent fighting shape in a short period. Chapter 853. The second part of the plan. As soon as Wang Ju arrived, Yan Liling handed her several pills. "We don't have much time," said the alchemist, trying to hide her worry by appearing as calm as possible. "Give me a few seconds and I'll kill him with one hit," said Wang Ju. "No need for that. We don't want the backlash to kill or injure you," explained Yan Liling. You only need to heal and slowly grind him to death. Wang Ju pondered for a moment before agreeing. Then Yin Liling and Tai Gang handed control of the formation to her. The two proceeded to look at a spot in the fire dimension. They stared at it for almost a minute, with each passing second increasing their worries. Finally something changed. A red sphere manifested in that spot, and their eyes brightened. An unknown smile of relief crept on Yin Liling's face as she yelled, "Hurry up!" Tai Gang knew what she was referring to and acted swiftly. He used his innate ability and technique to link his vitality to the members of the Slaughter and Undying Legion. Then he also connected the red sphere to the link, providing it with enough life force. "Soldier, eat your pills," yelled Yin Liling, and members of the Legion began to act. While remaining in their formation, the group took pills from their space ring and swallowed them individually. Immediately afterward, the vitality or life force inside their bodies increased by 1,000 folds. Such an act should have increased their stamina and recovery ability. However, they soon noticed most of the vitality was flowing to one person. These soldiers did not ask why and only executed their orders. Meanwhile, Yin Liling watched with bated breath as the aura of the red sphere drastically increased. She observed every single fluctuation, not allowing any mistakes or outliers to occur. "It's not enough," observed Tai Gang, making Yin Liling frown. "We expected this since he would die to an emperor blow." Luckily, the attack only contained the power of an emperor and not the essence. Mortals killed by emperors are affected by causality and cannot be easily revived, including using the power of time. However, one of the weaknesses or flaws of the Ten Supremacy Foundation is that it only provides the strength of an emperor and not the immortal essence of a higher dimensional entity. Yin Liling waved her hand to create a large formation with the red sphere at the center. She then waved her hand to place healing and vitality immortal pills as different formation nodes. With this method, the effects of the pills will combine, creating a better effect than if they were all taken simultaneously. Yin Liling was about to wait for the result when she thought of something. She gazed in the distance, her eyes penetrating countless layers of space. She saw a dimension full of wood energy. Excellent, she thought as she waved her hand to create 2 more formations. The first one connected to the wood dimension and drew all the wood energy. The second formation converted wood energy into vitality with unparalleled efficiency. With all these efforts, the red sphere swiftly changed, morphing from its previous appearance to that of a humanoid. And over time, that humanoid changed to Li Jun's appearance. "That was easier than I anticipated," were the first words of the mighty slaughter god. And he was not talking nonsense. In the process of his revival, of going from a state of destruction to existence, he discovered a few of his atoms that were not completely obliterated by that attack. So he used them to accelerate his revival. Li Jun instinctively raised his arm to catch the beauty that rushed in, a brilliant smile plastered on his face. "I thought I would never see you again," muttered Yin Liling, trying to control her emotions and not cry on this occasion. "The plan was perfect so that nothing would have happened," reassured Li Jun with a soothing voice as he gently caressed her back. "And if things go wrong, you would only need to become the next DT on." "This is not funny," reproached Yin Liling. "Yes, I was wrong. You would become the next Su Shi." Ouch. Li Jun felt a sharp pain from his waist, sending a chill down his soul. It was then he remembered his wife's most potent attack method, using her nails to twist his skin. All right, I apologize. I won't make any more jokes." "That's what I thought." "On another note, it seems I've become more handsome," said Li Jun, playing with the many white hairs near his temple. The combination of red and white did enhance his charm, granting a layer of gentleness to his usual sharp and straight aura. "Are you all right?" "I only have less than 10,000 years of lifespan left," said Li Jun. "The good news is the situation is not as bad as grandfather." Yin Liling sighed in relief. If that were the case, Li Jun's situation should be healed with Elder Dan. "By the way, you need to turn your hair back to red," Yin Liling suddenly announced. "Oh what? I look so handsome. Too handsome. We don't need you to be tempted and revert to your old ways." Li Jun's mouth twitched, wondering what happened with world-defying trust between companions. Here. The two married couples looked at the source of the sound. "I'm sorry to break this happy reunion. But what is our next course of action? Do we leave the battlefield?" "No, we must stay," replied Li Jun, gazing at the cosmic layer where a battle that would forever be engraved in the annals of history was taking place. "Especially Wang Ju," he continued. "If we could find a way to revert her to her prime state, she could be useful and become a variable." After using her Emperor attack, Wang Ju won't be able to do so again after 10 million years. In other words, she can use one attack in one generation. However, there are ways they could reduce the method and maybe allow her to do it again in this battle by paying a certain price. In that case, let's go help and relieve her pressure. Do you want to capture that shadow? Asked Tai Gang, who knew his boss had a soft spot for talent since he planned to traffic them to the upper dimension. Although that lad seemed too loyal and might not fit the criteria for people chosen, there might be other ways around this issue. No. Since Wang Ju can become another variable with our help, he might have a similar method. So, he must be killed as soon as possible, replied Li Jun, who no longer wasted time and rushed over to help. Meanwhile, Yan Liling stopped Tai Gang, who also wanted to help. Do you want to use these arrays to recondense your fleshly body? Tai Gang paused as he glanced at the formation. No. I was hoping the big boss would condense a better body for me after he proves the Tao. That's fine, nodded Yan Liling, preparing to close the formations. Wait, suddenly said Tai Gang. Have you changed your mind? No, I just had a brilliant idea, replied Tai Gang, and Yan Liling had a perplexed expression. Could you channel the power of one of these dimensions to allow me to refine my soul? Asked Tai Gang. I feel this is my opportunity to go from peak gold to peak jade quality. That's not a bad idea. You think so as well? I was thinking we could revert the fire dimension to its previous state. Then I can use the flame energy to temper my soul, added Tai Gang. That's too inefficient. There is a yang and yin dimension. We can channel the power in these places to temper your soul, commented Yan Liling. No, with such immense energy we can do many things with these two dimensions. They can use the power of yin and yang to accelerate Wang Ju's recovery, Li Jun can increase some of his lifespans while also tempering his body, and she can use their energy to refine a few essential pills. Let's rush the idea by the others first, said Yan Liling as they rushed over. Demon Rays was fighting an Azura created by the combination of the Slaughter Spear and the Legion's formation. Upon observation, it's obvious he won't last long. And as expected, he soon could not last and died under a violent spear attack. Wang Ju and Li Jun sighed in relief. What's wrong? He asked as he saw the two approached. Yan Liling explained Tai Gang's idea to him. It's not a bad idea. However, the risks are also too high. The risks? Asked Tai Gang. Why do you think Heavenly Tao made the battlefield in such a manner? A prepared battlefield for the clash of these two titans, answered Tai Gang immediately. Exactly. The cosmic star layer won't hold them for long. And the other dimension is for when that happens. Tai Gang sighed in awe as he remembered how the cosmic star's space was reinforced. But even then it's not enough for those two. So, my plan is a no-go? Not necessarily, Wang Ju inserted. The layout of these extra dimensions is that they are stacked on each other. So, once the cosmic star battlefield is eventually destroyed, they have to descend in an orderly manner. Is the fire dimension the first layer? Asked Li Jun. Yes, and the yin dimension is the last. So, we must wait there to ensure we don't get in their way. We can also execute Tai Gang's plan. In that case, let's hurry. Cosmic Star Layer, Western Quadrant. A battle for the ages had begun. Chapter 854, Rematch A. Edition felt an uncontrollable anger rise from deep in his heart after that bastard used his own words against him. Although he knew the latter did it on purpose to rile him up, he could not help it. Back then, that cocky little bastard was nothing but an ant struggling to survive before him. But now, he could look and talk to him with contempt and disdain. Edition took a deep breath to calm down. He focused on removing all distracting thoughts, giving all his attention to this battle. The first thing he did was forcibly close the wound on his chest, but it did not mean he was healed. The Tao will not technique, thought Edition as he felt his opponent's Di realm inside his body. There are many uses or applications of the Tao will and, in turn, the Di realm. And one of the categories of these applications is how to prevent the enemy from removing the will from their bodies. And that's where the knotting technique originated from. By condensing the Tao will into a shape similar to a knot, it makes it 10 times to 100 times more challenging to remove it. Tao will is inherently difficult to control, let alone the more rigid Di realm. Even our current pseudo-Tao will should be difficult to use such a technique, yet his was flawless. Furthermore, knowledge about the Di realm has almost become extinct in this era. How did he recreate them? Is his talent so much different than mine? For the first time in a long time, Edition felt resentful. His talent was amongst the best, even in his era which was full of geniuses. However, compared to monsters like Empress Wu and Wang Wei, he can only feel despair. No, something is not right, he thought, and his mind became clearer. That bastard left a spiritual hint on me to secretly influence my mind. He understood that the previous tactic and injury were not simply to weaken him. His opponent was a mastermind tactician, and any of his actions will have countless effects, many unforeseen or undetectable. All these thoughts flashed in Di Tian's mind in less than a nanosecond. Then he saw Wang Wei's smirking face rushing toward him, his fighting aura and bloodlust at an all-time high. Boom! Wang Wei's fist, boosted by the power of his pseudo-Dao will, clashed with Di Tian's cross arm, also protected by his pseudo-Dao will. And the result was that the ancient powerhouse was sent a few dozen meters away, with his bone more painful than it had ever been. His fleshly body is more powerful than me by at least 6 or 7 fiend god force. And adding his more subtle control of his Dao will, my bones won't last long in a direct confrontation. Di Tian's mind once again became turbulent. How long did it take him to reach such a level? The knowledge from 10 lives and cultivating for 9. He spent years training, learning, struggling, and innovating before having today's achievement. And yet, in one short generation, someone else caught on with him and surpassed him. Fate is really unfair, isn't it? Suddenly said Wang Wei, who seemed capable of reading his mind. Bang! The space of the 4 quadrants shook and twisted as Wang Wei's kick was like an unparalleled axe slashing primordial chaos into 2. Then his attack was followed by a subtle sound of cracking. My bones are cracked, thought Di Tian, who managed to rein in his thoughts. Not only is his fleshly body and Dao will higher than mine, but even his control over his body is also higher. His current achievement is that he can control every atom and subatomic particle of his body. However, from those 2 attacks he sensed Wang Wei had reached another realm, a realm where he could control his essence, which is the source of the flesh, just like spirit is for the soul and qi is for all energy between heaven and earth. Di Tian summarized all his opponent's abilities while coming up with ways or methods to deal with them. During such a short period, his bones had already healed to their perfect state. After his injury, he already knew how to deal with his opponent, prevent the latter's pseudo-Dao will from entering his body and deactivating his regenerating factor. I have to say, you are much weaker than I anticipated, said Wang Wei while shaking his head. I'm quite disappointed. And you have allowed such short success to get to your head. You think so? Well, it's only human nature to indulge in one's success. In that case, why don't you show me the errors of my way? Calm down, calm down, calm down. He's only antagonizing you, thought Di Tian repeatedly in his mind to ensure his rationality. The power of samsara flashed from his body as a gate manifested behind. Wang Wei recognized this gate as it appeared on a previous battlefield, the animal hall. As the gate opened, a terrifying creature walked out. It was a colossal elephant with scale all over its body, 2 dragon horns, and his trunk looked like a dragon's body. Chaos life form, dragon elephant, pondered Wang Wei. Not many things about this powerful creature are known except for a few legends. Rumors have it that this creature used its physical body alone to suppress the entirety of samsara independently. The dragon elephant fused with Di Tian, turning into a tattoo on his chest. Then his aura drastically increased. He gazed at Wang Wei full of bloodlust. In the end you still fell for it, thought Wang Wei, his mind extremely calm. Di Tian's fleshly body and physical prowess were not on par with him. So, the best course of action would be to switch to another field that he had the advantage. But no, instead he used a technique to boost his stats and compete with Wang Wei. And in this process he had already lost the rhythm of the battle. The space shattered as it could bear the physical force released by Di Tian as he used it as standing to accelerate forward. And his punch contained a suppressing power that transcends gravity, forcing space-time from fluctuating or releasing any curvature. Bang! Wang Wei raised his left hand to block the attack. However, upon immediate contact, he detected the force behind it was beyond his means. So, he acted calmly as he used his pig zodiac technique. He absorbed the force that went beyond his capability and stored them in his acupoints. Then, in an instant he used his right to release them by punching Di Tian's head. Di Tian swiftly evaded such a terrifying punch capable of destroying trillions of galaxies with little to no effort. Subsequently, he released a force that pushed his opponent a small distance from him. Finally, he appeared above Wang Wei, using a drop kick that resembled an axe slashing anything beneath it. Wang Wei secretly shook his head after seeing this. Ox Zodiac, the power his body could exert drastically increased as he clashed head-on with Di Tian's foot. Boom! A terrifying storm composed of chaotic space and time energy manifested from the place of contact of these two gods. No great emperors. And in the final result, Wang Wei took a dozen steps back into the void before stopping. "Now we are talking," said Wang Wei with a smug look. "However, let me warn you first, if that's the only thing you have, you will barely count as an opponent. It seems your arrogance has no limit." "It's called confidence," replied Wang Wei before rushing over, his speed faster than teleportation as he used the rabbit zodiac. Upon his arrival, he released a barrage of punches, his speed so fast that it appeared as if he was not moving to the untrained eyes. Di Tian returned his arrogance and aggressiveness by returning punches to punches. In the first few punches, Wang Wei only used regular attacks. Then he would focus all the forces in his body on a point before exploding them like the Big Bang. This technique drastically increased his attack potency. However, Di Tian was not outdone as he used the same technique. After living so long, he knows how to use his forces properly. And the result was a draw. With the dragon elephant, Di Tian's physical prowess is technically above Wang Wei. However, he made up for the gap by simply using his higher boost using his pseudo-Dao will and higher manipulation of his body. Amid this barrage, Wang Wei used his rat zodiac to create a clone that appeared on Di Tian's right. The latter reacted swiftly by releasing a terrifying suppressing power that crushed the clone into oblivion. A flaw, thought Wang Wei as he took advantage of Di Tian's brief distraction to punch directly into the previous place he was injured. Rematch 2. Wang Wei's punch contained a penetrating strength that targeted Di Tian's injury with the intention of worsening his condition. Di Tian activated his first line of defense, his skin. His plan was to delay enough time to prepare a few more defenses. Unfortunately, his reaction was not as swift as the attack. So, he could barely control his muscles to reduce the force. Regardless, the sword wound on his rib cages and internal organs suddenly worsened. Why is his knotting technique so persistent? The rate at which I weaken it is abysmal, thought Di Tian, who was always secretly trying to remove his opponent's pseudo-Dao will. This is not the right approach for this battle. I need to get rid of my current state, no matter the price. Di Tian knew only one way to deal with the annoying Dao will: abandon his current body and regenerate a new one. However, if I do that, my stamina will drastically decrease. The Samsara Lord did not hesitate for much longer as he knew he would suffer even more if he continued fighting in such a terrible state. As for the issue of his stamina, he only needed to ensure this battle was short by exponentially increasing the intensity of his attacks. Bang! A terrifying force weighed on Wang Wei. It was like it was carrying the weight of the entire myriad emperor world on his back. Is this the power of the dragon elephant? According to legend, the dragon elephant's body was so powerful that it naturally released a pressure that could suppress heaven and earth. Wang Wei heard the sound of his bone croaking. He then briefly thought about how this pressure was the best tempering method for his body. Sadly, this was not the time and place for such a thing. Then he activated his skin's divine ability and released an innate force field that alienated him from the effect of the pressure. However, the suppressing force was Di Tian's bait or misdirection. A large gate manifested behind him. It was obvious that he was prepared for something. So Wang Wei did not let him succeed and immediately punched the gate into oblivion. Alas, this was another misdirection. While the gate bought him enough time, he opened his mouth to spew a red flame that rapidly turned into a phoenix. Then, Di Tian's body suddenly aged into an old man before becoming as skinny as a mummy. Finally, the phoenix turned into another version of himself, albeit slightly paler. Turning the chaos flame into the phoenix's flame of rebirth, analyzed Wang Wei. That's the most efficient way to deal with my knotting technique. However, time is now in my favor. He rushed toward his opponent. The surrounding space twisted before leaving permanent burn scars forever engraved in the fabric of space-time itself. What kind of flaming ability is this? He thought with great concentration. With his defense, how could any flame have such an effect? Furthermore, it was a flame he did not recognize. No, it's not a flame. He's controlling the internal heat of his body and releasing it outside. Bang! He blocked the upcoming fist, but he could hear the sound of his sizzling flesh. He glanced at his arm with a trace of surprise. His skin divine ability is to drastically reduce the damage that anything that comes in contact with his skin can do. Yet he saw a significant burning mark on his arm. Moreover, it was not the end. Di Tian could feel the surroundings were different. It was like he was deep inside a sauna, volcano, or deep in a planet's core. The heat was so intense that he could feel his skin dehydrating, his muscles shrinking, his bones melting and his organs failing. Given how potent Di Tian's fleshly body was, this reaction would shock anyone who knew. After all, at his level, he should be immune to all flames, and yet, the temperature of Wang Wei's body did such damage to him. Di Tian hurriedly controlled his kidneys so that he fused water material when refining them. With the blessing of the water element, he countered the effect of the heat. Alas, his tactic soon proved to be a mistake. Wang Wei predicted his actions and immediately opened his mouth to blow. The breath came from his mighty lungs, so as soon as it hit, Di Tian's body began to freeze. I think you should take a look at Snavel. The sudden change from extreme heat to extreme cold did great damage to the Samsara Lord, affecting his skin and muscle. Furthermore, the water element inside his body reacted to the coldness of the breath, freezing his internal organs, bones and ligaments. Di Tian generated intense heat or flame from his heart to deal with his current situation. And in less than a nanosecond, his body should eliminate these abnormal conditions and return to its peak state. Unfortunately, Wang Wei did not want to give him that time. He clenched his fist, making the space tremble in the process. He gathered the strength of his muscles and bones, which had reached the level of refining emperor artifacts by a capable weapon refiner. He punched forward with unparalleled momentum. Alas, he failed at least but was not as successful as he wished. Di Tian reacted quickly. He learned from his opponent's strange battle tactic and controlled his blood, which was not affected by both the heat and the cold because of its extreme yang energy, to come out of his body and turn into blood spikes. The blood spikes targeted Wang Wei's fist and his upper torso. With relative ease, they penetrated his skin and the force field. However, Wang Wei reacted before they reached his muscles and penetrated deeper. Wang Wei controlled one of the trace elements that his body used to produce, iron. He boosted the iron to an unimaginable level and mutated it before reinforcing his already indestructible muscles. Click. A metallic sound echoed in the void as Di Tian's blood spikes hit Wang Wei's metallized muscles. Boom. Wang Wei's fist did not stop because of the opponent's attack. So, with his punctured skin, he overpowered the blood spikes and punched Di Tian's face, sending him flying thousands of meters away. Tiger Zodiac. The mass and density of Wang Wei suddenly increased at an alarming rate. His size did not change, but his mass and density became 1,000,000 times the observable universe back on Earth. He became so massive and dense that he generated his own gravitational force that twisted all 4 quadrants of this battle. Not bad, thought Wang Wei. He was disappointed with the tiger, snake, horse, goat, rooster, monkey and dog zodiac. So he changed their ability, creating his own unique 12 zodiac technique. And the ability to control his mass and density is the result of the tiger zodiac. Using the massive gravitational force, Wang Wei launched himself forward. His objective is pretty simple and straightforward: smash into Di Tian with all this weight or mass. His attack was as if he took trillion upon trillion of galaxies, or millions of middle thousand worlds, and hit him all at once. By his estimation, he will do terrible damage once he hits. Di Tian's face changed as he saw the charging bull heading toward him. His body was still fighting the force of the previous punch, so his actions were limited. Yet something else even more terrifying was coming. He had limited time to detect things and make a decision. So, Di Tian did not figure out Wang Wei's technique. However, his years of experience, intuition, and battle instinct told him he could not be hit. Otherwise, he would be in an even worse situation than when he was injured. His body suddenly became transparent, and Wang Wei's charging body passed through like he was nothing but a phantom or a mirage. His body became incorporeal? Is this a technique based on real and illusory? Truth and false? Wang Wei reacted swiftly. As soon as his body passed through, he abruptly stopped his momentum. It was like he ignored the concept of acceleration and inertia. His back faced Di Tian, and they were less than a few centimeters apart. Furthermore, Di Tian's body was still on the move. Yet, Wang Wei moved his body and turned around to kick Di Tian away. Boom. The latter's speed of flying drastically increased. He turned into a streak of light as he flew from the western quadrant to the eastern quadrant in a matter of seconds. No, something did not feel right with that last kick, thought Wang Wei. It reminded me of someone else, Yi Liangsang. It should be immunity to physical damage. Could this be one of the divine abilities he acquired after refining his body parts? Or another technique I did not know? Wang Wei frowned as he realized something. His oracle mirror was not as reliable as he thought. Rematch 3. Wang Wei only learned 95% of knowledge about Di Tian, mostly focused on his techniques and abilities. However, the remaining 5% involved his true hidden trump cards and the crux of this battle. However, something occurred that made his oracle mirror almost absolute. Di Tian achieved 10 supremacy. All the knowledge he learned about his opponent was during his 9-extremity foundation, rendering most of his knowledge obsolete. After all, after achieving 10 supremacy, Wang Wei updated his fate-transcending sutra, removing some useless techniques, improving others, and creating a bunch of new methods that can reflect his current strength. And he reckoned Di Tian did the same for his 9 samsara fist. In conclusion, the overwhelming advantage he thought he would have due to information was drastically reduced. All these thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he rushed toward his opponent and punched him again, his body as heavy and dense as ever. However, the result was the same, it was not effective. So, it is immunity to physical attack. What about elements and others? He swiftly controlled the electrical impulses in his body and combined them with the divine punishment thunder sealed since he first entered the Dui realm. Di Tian calmly tanked his attack before counterattacking with a punch of his own. Boom. Wang Wei flew away, and the sound of his bones cracking echoed in the void, followed by blood spewing from his mouth. I need to hurry, thought Di Tian as he went on the offensive. His skin ability recently mutated, giving him a short and temporary immunity to all attacks. However, he discovered something from that last attack: high intensity and potent attacks will shorten the time he can stay in such a state. With those 2 attacks, the time he can stay in that state has reduced by a few minutes. Di Tian rushed toward Wang Wei to punch and explode his head. However, his fist only hit the air. Before the moment of impact, Wang Wei dispersed all the molecules and atoms of his head, including his primordial spirit and sea of consciousness, allowing him to evade that brutal punch. His headless body then attacked Di Tian's stomach. His attempt was futile, but this was not his main objective. Using the force of his punch, he moved dozens of meters backward, distancing himself from his opponent. Then, his atoms reconstructed his head, and his primordial spirit returned to its rightful place. He's indeed immune to all attacks, thought Wang Wei. In that previous attack, he used his Dragon Zodiac to attack Di Tian's immunity. Although I did not succeed, I learned something new. Di Tian's technique was similar to his state of intangibility and may be less stable. There is a time limit which can be reduced after being overwhelmed. For the next 30 seconds, Wang Wei did not directly confront his opponent and used his speed advantage to evade. He used the Rabbit Zodiac to the pinnacle, along with subtle control of the space from his muscle divine ability. I need another method, thought Di Tian as he deactivated his ability. Such a technique was a life-saving method in such a dangerous battle, so he did not want to overuse it. And since his attempt to use it in a more offensive way failed, it was unwise to continue. So, without hesitation, he chose another tactic. Rho Alpha and D Alpha S Nu Omicron V Epsilon Elmi activated the concept of his body, thought Wang Wei. Body refiners also require some level of comprehension to reach a high level, as they need to imbue some concepts into their bodies, usually during the blood tempering phase. Wang Wei chose nothingness as his concept that would allow his body to become eternal or everlasting. If I remember correctly, he chose indestructible. From his knowledge, indestructible was the concept most used by body refiners. And that's one of the main reasons they are called indestructible Empyreans after opening the gate of power. To be precise, indestructible is the main path or concept chosen by Grand Tao for the body refining path. In the adult fiend god realm or the 5th stage of the true power Tao realm, the flesh tribulation involves this concept, and there are even correlations with willpower. After activating his power, Di Tian did not waste time. He rushed toward his opponent with unparalleled momentum. He was like a bulldozer that would wipe out everything in its path. And that's exactly what he did. I think you should take a look at this novel. Wang Wei created a barrier of powerful elemental attacks before him. He used the innate energy stored in his 5 internal organs. He used his chaos flame and divine punishment thunder, but it was useless. Di Tian did not slow down as he let these things touch his indestructible body and headed straight to his opponent. After seeing the result of his actions, Wang Wei tried the next best course of action: to use his speed advantage. Alas, this tactic was useless this time around. Di Tian's shoes suddenly released an aura of mystery and nobleness. It was a chaos treasure designated for speed. Furthermore, with his new state, Di Tian could now mobilize more of the Dragon Elephant's suppression ability. The environment around Wang Wei changed, placing him into a state similar to intense gravity, thus drastically reducing his speed. Boom. With one punch, Wang Wei spewed a large mouthful of blood. His internal organs were punctured, his bones cracked, and his muscles ravaged. However, such an injury was insignificant to him and healed in an instant. Before being hit, he raised all his defense to an unimaginable level. He focused the iron produced by his body to harden his body. He used the gold and earth elements from his organs to reinforce his body for a second time. He used the yin-yang balance of his body for a third layer of defense, and finally, controlled his pseudo-Dao will to an extreme level, abandoning all attack for defense. So, not only was his defense at an all-time high, but he also prevented Di Tian's Dao will from entering his body and negating his regeneration. Damn it, why has his speed and defense reached such an extreme? Complained Di Tian, who felt he was fighting two people who cultivated speed and defense Dao to the limit. In his frustration, he became more aggressive as he rushed forward. He entered an extreme state where his spirit was extremely focused. As such, Di Tian's control over his pseudo-Dao will reach the highest level in his life. Battle is a great way to evolve and progress. After reaching 10 supremacy, Di Tian and Wang Wei had to train with the insurgents of their respective factions. However, these battles were not death battles with a great stake. So, there is a limit to how much they can grow from it. But now it is different. They could fight each other without restraint while learning from each other. Di Tian's attack annihilates the space behind Wang Wei. However, his attack was useless as the latter turned his body into a fire elemental, becoming immune to his physical attack. Di Tian reacted swiftly as he kicked Wang Wei on the side of his ribs. His foot turned into a water elemental, sending him flying while bleeding fire for blood. Another anomaly, thought Wang Wei as he sensed the pain on his side. His elemental power contained something else. It seems to be a breath of chaos. What's going on? His mind worked extremely fast as he analyzed the weird aura. It reminded him of his chaos flame, but it was of water attribute. Could it be he has fused with chaos water, chaos earth, chaos metal, chaos wood, and chaos flame? Impossible. The mirror told me he used extreme innate materials for his organs except for the heart, where he used chaos flame like me. Wang Wei was confused, but Di Tian would not give him time to plan and strategize. Wang Wei suddenly became aggressive and met Di Tian's blow by punching him too. As expected, his arm almost broke because of the other's indestructible nature. And even his dragon zodiac did not work. However, he expected this outcome. His arm suddenly bent 360 degrees backward as if he had no joints, ligaments, or muscles. However, such a tactic allowed him to disperse most of the force from the punch with only a few cracked bones. Taking this opportunity when Di Tian was closed, he headbutted him with great ferocity. And the result was the deformation of his cranium. Regardless, his objective was achieved. When he was very close, his eyes suddenly released a terrifying heat vision that pushed Di Tian backward. Even such a concentrated attack did no damage. Thought Wang Wei, feeling more things were abnormal. His previous immunity ability originated from his skin ability from the ancient desolate body refining scripture. However, this ability was different from what the oracle mirror revealed. Could it be the result of achieving 10 supremacy? No, it does not make sense. All my abilities increased in potency but did not completely mutate or change. Wang Wei knew this might be one of those trump cards from the 5% of the unknown. In this case, I must push him further to reveal more abilities. Rematch 4. A black lightning suddenly flashed around Wang Wei's eyes. His gaze became more intense and his aura more overbearing. The surrounding space twisted as if incapable of bearing his presence. Cracks appeared on Wang Wei's face, making him look a little scary. Oops, I used too much, he thought as the cracks healed and the intensity of the black lightning diminished. That should be the limit of my body. Wang Wei flew forward, his speed drastically faster than before. However, his path left a trail of black lightning behind. Boom. He punched Di Tian, who had a ghastly look on his face. The sound of bone cracking reverberated in the infinite void of space. However, this was the beginning. Wang Wei went for a punch on the latter's head to explode it. However, Di Tian took a page from his book and turned his head into water element through his ability to control elements from tempering his organs. Sadly, it was useless. Wang Wei's punch could ignore his indestructible nature, let alone his elemental body. Luckily, his attack did reduce the damage to some extent. Boom. Wang Wei made a second punch, and this one with even more ferocity. And with this one attack, Di Tian's body exploded into oblivion as every matter and molecule of his body was annihilated by the sheer force behind that attack. Wang Wei was not happy with his success. He looked in the distance where Di Tian's new body was. At least a minute before his death, he forced a drop of his blood through his fingers. And from that drop he regenerated his new body. Willpower manifestation, thought Di Tian with an ugly expression. He should have expected this. Someone like Yin Zhen accomplished an incomplete will manifestation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's talent for body refining was higher than the latter, especially after swallowing Ji Song's heavenly axe physique. So, why would he not accomplish a better willpower manifestation? As for him, he had never achieved a willpower manifestation for many reasons, mainly because of his closed mind. Based on his knowledge, only exceptionally talented people who reach the middle and late stages of the infant fiend god realm can awaken their willpower. And most people will have to wait after opening the gate of power, which no one has ever accomplished in the lower dimension, before they can succeed. With this mindset, Di Tian never tried to manifest his willpower and take control of it. For a moment he remembered a comment one of his teachers, a pure true power Tao realm emperor, said regarding this power, "I torture my body to manifest my will. And from now on, my will is above heaven and earth's logic." And with this brief confrontation he knew the meaning of these words. His body is currently in a state of indestructibility. But Wang Wei's fist did not care. His will believes it can destroy something indestructible, so it did. Wang Wei instantly appeared before Di Tian and punched him in one of the acupoints that rendered his body immobile. Then, he held the latter by the head before carrying him like unwanted luggage, using the earth elements in his spleen to create dozens of giant planets with no life. And without hesitation he carried Di Tian as his shield, breaking through these planets. No, a better way to explain it was he used him as a jackhammer to dig through these planets one by one. However, he was unsatisfied with the planets, so he used his chaos flames to create stars. Then he used his muscle divine ability to fold the space into stack walls, bang, bang, bang. Di Tian broke through these space walls one by one, his back and head bleeding intensely. Di Tian tried every method to remove his opponent's deadly grip on him. However, Wang Wei's willpower was the most overbearing power he had ever seen. Any methods he tried, the black lightning would forcibly destroy them or render them useless. Di Tian felt great humiliation but controlled his mind to be as calm as possible. And amid this humiliation, his spirit reached an unprecedented height. Crackle. A black lightning flashed in his fist as he punched Wang Wei's face. Willpower manifestation? Did he have a breakthrough during our battle and learn from me? However, it did not matter. Although Di Tian's willpower was extremely high, even higher than Yin Zhen's, it was nothing compared to Wang Wei. Fortunately, his action of manifesting his willpower caught Wang Wei off guard for a brief moment. "I think you should take a look at Snavel." Meh. Di Tian kicked him away, and his right boot's aura drastically diminished in the process. He used a secret technique to overload his Chaos Treasure boot, allowing him to generate a tremendous attack. The downside to this method is that the boot will be weakened for between a few minutes to a few hours. "I guess I overestimated you," said Di Tian with a sneer. "You have the perfect opportunity to inflict heavy damage on me. Instead you used it to humiliate me? I thought you were better than this." "Well, I am not," replied Wang Wei calmly. "Our battle is not only a battle of revenge for me but also a process of spiritual cleansing." As he said these words, his aura changed subtly. It was like a significant burden from him was also lifted, just like when the battle started. "As I said before, you've always been a mountain pressing on me. And in today's battle, I will not only overcome the mountain but conquer it." Wang Wei cracked his head and shoulders. Of course, he chose something that appeared useless because time was on his side for this battle. He has the advantage of stamina, so a prolonged battle is advantageous to him. And with his actions, he has slowly brought the advantage in the mental state area to his side. Veins appeared on Di Tian's neck and forehead. However, he breathed deeply to calm down. The combination of his willpower and Tao will is a nightmare. There is a reason that eternal emperors, and even pseudo-eternals, who are body refiners, are trouble throughout the entire chaos universe. And that reason is their control of their willpower and Tao will. With these two things boosting their speed, defense, and attack and nullifying the opponent's regeneration, they are the pinnacle of individuals in any chaos worlds. Furthermore, they are the nightmare of other groups because it is easier for these people to kill everlasting Empyreans and boundless Paragons. However, it is not easy for anyone to reach the Paragon realm with these two powers because of the restrictions of true heavenly Tao and Grand Tao. Anyone who walks these two paths will suffer terrible tribulations if they want to become boundless and inextinguishable paragons. If I want a chance to win this battle, my only choice is to use that, thought Di Tian, who hesitated whether to release such a trump card so early in this battle. However, he soon made a decision after seeing the killing intent in Wang Wei's eyes as the black lightning flashed around his eyes. Furthermore, he had already decided that a short battle was to his advantage. His aura suddenly changed, followed by physical changes to his body. His skin became silver, followed by 4 pointy horns on his head. His clothes fused with his skin, leaving only pants. His white and black hair floated behind him as if there was wind in this void space. He grew claws along with a tail. Bat-like wings grew behind his back. In general, Di Tian was quite intimidating. He had the aura of a primordial and ancient being that had just awakened. His presence was awe-inspiring, inducing fundamental worship and fear embedded deep in any weak creatures watching this battle. The ancient desolate god transformation? Is this his trump card? Wang Wei did not believe it to be so. Although this transformation allowed the fleshly body to reach an optimal state, the increase in strength granted was minimal for their current stage. The greatest benefit of this transformation after achieving 10 supremacy is to increase the regeneration speed and intensity. For example, if usually Wang Wei and Di Tian could only regenerate 1,000, the transformation would increase the number between 50,000 to 10,000. However, the increase in things like attack and speed was minimal. It also optimized defense but was barely higher than the other stats. Rho alpha and D alpha S nu omicron V epsilon L mass expected, he was correct. Di Tian's aura suddenly changed and became more ancient, noble and fierce. Wang Wei felt his body instinctively tremble as he felt that aura. It was like his body immediately knew it meant someone extremely noble and fearful and should show respect. "This is," muttered Wang Wei as he controlled his body, not missing a single moment of Di Tian's transformation. His ancient desolate god transformation changed. To be precise, he reverted to a normal-looking body. The only difference was the strange tattoos on Di Tian's chest, followed by his completely purple eyes with no iris. Rematch V. Unedited chapter. Fiend God, muttered Wang Wei. This was the first time he sensed this aura, but he instinctively knew who and where it originated from. As the noblest creature between heaven and earth, anyone who met it would immediately know what it was. Fiend gods, an immortal race in which their newborn has the strength compared to immortal venerables and Tao ancestors. And before they can reach adulthood, all of them will have power compared to a great emperor. The lowest level of luck that a fiend god will be born with is 2 colors from the rainbow luck, and those with the most potential will be white luck or the luck of paragons. Their bodies are bred by primordial chaos, so they are born with the best fleshly body in the chaos universe. Their infants are capable of destroying weak worlds because of their flesh. Before the rise of the body refining path and the emperor path, fiend gods were considered the most powerful creatures in the chaos universe, envied and respected by all heaven and myriad worlds. The only flaw of this creature was their very strict hierarchical society. The status of a fiend god was decided by their birth. Based on their bloodline limit, which indicated whether their final potential is to become tier 12, and what type of primordial law they were born with would determine their members' status. For example, fiend gods born with any of the 5 supreme outlaws with a tier 12 bloodlines were the most renowned in any clan and had the highest status. Then, the hierarchy is followed by the people born with outlaw Daos and potent Daos. However, over the years, the custom of the fiend god clan had to change due to the rise of paragons and the emperor path. Certain fiend gods could break the limitation of their primordial law by acquiring the heaven will and eventually paragons. With such strength they could even challenge the elders born with the 5 supreme outlaws. As such, many clans changed the rules to allow the more powerful members to have higher positions. However, some clans were stubborn and banned any of their members from participating in the heaven will battle and walking the path of the emperor. Anyone who broke this promise will be hunted down and executed. Wang Wei looked at Di Tian's transformation with great concentration. Is this one of his trump cards? The bloodline of a fiend god. He had to admit that he was not expecting such a thing. Fiend gods were rare creatures because they considered primordial chaos their homes, so they rarely entered chaos worlds. And with the contradictions between paragons and acquired life forms, the situation escalated even worse. Furthermore, even if a fiend god were to enter a chaos world, they would appear in the upper dimension. Heavenly Tao would not allow these powerful beings with unlimited potential to appear in the lower dimension because of the catastrophic damage they could create yet. So, in Wang Wei's mind, it was impossible for anything related to Fiend God to appear in the lower dimension. "Is that surprise I see in your face?" asked Di Tian as he clenched his hand, feeling the power bursting through his veins. "I have to admit, you have surprised me beyond what I could calculate. I guess I should take this as a compliment coming from you," Di Tian replied with a sneer and a smug look. His Fiend God bloodline was the reward the Acquired Life Council granted him after creating many talented humans with the potential of becoming emperors and eternals. Although it was only one drop of diluted blood from a Fiend God, it was more than enough, especially since it originated from an adult. Di Tian had access to that drop of blood for too long. And in his many reincarnations he tried to absorb it with no success. Although it was only a drop, that thing was very arrogant and would not accept a weak body fusing with it and acquiring a small portion of its bloodline. As such, over the years, Di Tian has been using it to temper his body to ensure his body and soul were compatible with the blood. According to his original plan, he would fuse with it after proving the Tao, ensuring his powerful bloodline could give him a greater boost from his Tao Bodhis awakening. And as fate would have it, Di Tian's inability to fuse with this blood was what saved him from Wu Hong's clutches. Otherwise, she would have taken it from his body after sealing him. Di Tian exhaled out loud. After so many years he finally met the requirement. And he had to admit he felt a sense of accomplishment afterward. "Let's see the power of this body," he thought. Boom. He instantly appeared before his opponent and punched him into a streak of light that flew from one quadrant to another. "I think you should take a look at Snavel. Monly bone fractures? Not enough." He appeared before Wang Wei and began a slugfest of fists. Their arms were moving so fast with these flurries of fists that only a few insurgents watching the battle could perceive them. Boom. Di Tian punched Wang Wei in the stomach, almost making him spill all his saliva and the launch his mother made for him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt his body was hit by a high-speed train. The damage is still minimal. Is this the power of willpower manifestation in Tao Will? Analyzed Di Tian, who knew how powerful his attacks were. Furthermore, Fiend God's body contained an aura from primordial chaos that was corrosive to weak flesh. Yet, with all these advantages, he failed to significantly injure his opponent. Furthermore, he could not place his Tao Will inside Wang Wei's body to negate his regeneration. "Let's try this new power I acquired." Black lightning flashed around Di Tian's eyes as he essentially speed-blitzed Wang Wei, who stood in the distance. Then, a cacophony of bones breaking echoed in the northern quadrant as Di Tian went on a rampage, punching his opponent as if he wanted to pummel him into oblivion. Subsequently, the terrifying gravity of 1,269 million black holes larger than a universe suddenly acted on Di Tian, pushing him a dozen meters away. However, he received no damage whatsoever. Luckily, Wang Wei's plan for activating his acupoints was to buy him enough time to regenerate to his peak condition. No significant damage, thought Di Tian, who felt slightly frustrated before squashing such useless emotions. He knew the reason for his failure. His opponent had perfectly controlled their willpower and Tao Will to boost his defense to the pinnacle. Furthermore, he ensured that he would not receive any injuries similar to Di Tian from the nodding technique. "I have taken this opportunity to learn how he applied his willpower and Tao Will. However, it will take me some time to reach his level. Furthermore, his willpower is so much higher than mine that it's scary." Countless thoughts flashed in Di Tian's mind as he thought of a way out of the situation, a way to end this battle as quickly as possible. "No, my mindset needs to change. Time is on his side and he knows. So he won't allow a quick battle. I need to drag him down to my level, injure him severely with the power of the Tao Will, and force him to do a complete regeneration that drains his stamina." Di Tian waved his hand, and 9 objects of various shapes appeared before him. Wang Wei squinted his eyes after seeing the aura of these objects, chaos treasures. He secretly cursed how rich this bastard was, relying on his old age and inheritance to hoard such unquantifiable wealth. Regardless, he knew long ago that this was one of Di Tian's advantages over him. One of his biggest regrets was that the sleepers did not have access to Di Tian's wealth and only helped him collect resources. Meanwhile, the real location of all his wealth was under his strict control. Di Tian opened his mouth and swallowed. An unknown aura or energy emanated from the 9 objects entered his stomach, making them dimmer than they previously were. After ingesting not pure chaos aura from these treasures, His fiend god bloodline synthesized them into a string of primordial chaos aura that traveled throughout his body and nourished it. Boom. D. Tian's already mighty and terrifying aura drastically increased. A few new tattoos appeared on his body, and his purple eyes became slightly darker. The black lightning around his eyes became thicker as it appeared that his fiend god bloodline made it easier for him to manifest his willpower and control it. Truly worthy of the noblest creature between heaven and earth. Everything comes easier for them, thought D. Tian as he gazed at his opponent like an apex predator who saw his prey. This is the perfect opportunity for me. I've never been able to use that power before. But maybe between life and death I can succeed and master it. Rematch 6. D. Tian applied his pseudo-Dao will and willpower manifestation to his leg, increasing his already unparalleled speed. He moved so fast that he left tears in the fabric of space-time. However, the tear only appeared a few seconds after he left. Boom. A terrifying explosive sound echoed in this vacuum of space. The sound originated from Wang Wei's two arms exploding like popped balloons. However, despite the gruesome fate of his limbs, not even a peep got out of his mouth. Meanwhile, D. Tian was not focusing on such a useless matter. After taking care of his opponent's way of defending himself, he went for the kill. So, without hesitation and giving his opponent enough time to react, he made a second punch. Another exploding sound echoed in the void as D. Tian's arm was inside Wang Wei's chest, turning him into a human donut with no arms. D. Tian immediately frowned. His attack appeared successful, but it was not. He intended to obliterate his opponent's entire body, including his soul. However, at the very last minute, Wang Wei reinforced all the parts of his body except for the upper limb. With these reinforcements, D. Tian's attack couldn't destroy his lower limbs and his head. Then he directed most of the force of the attack on his upper torso, forcing the attack to only leave a hole in his body. Such a high battle IQ, high experience, subtle control and understanding of force, and excellent application of his Dao will and willpower manifestation, secretly praised D. Tian. There are many things I can learn from him. D. Tian prepared for another brutal attack. However, Wang Wei's limbs had already regenerated in such a short moment. So, without hesitation he attacked D. Tian's head with his elbow. Sadly, D. Tian's unparalleled speed also involved his reaction speed. As such, he slightly moved his head to evade the attack. Wang Wei seemed to have expected this movement, so he gathered the terrifying gravity from the black holes in his acupoints and released them through his elbow. Meanwhile, D. Tian calmly faces the immense gravity heading for his head. He released his own gravity or suppressing power from the dragon elephant. Boom. Boom. The clash of these two's gravity twisted the space. At a micro level, all the smallest subatomic particles were scattered and dispersed. And in a very short period Wang Wei's power was overwhelmed. The dragon elephant's power is based on its wielder's physical prowess. And D. Tian's current fleshly body has reached an unimaginable level through the fiend good bloodline. The crux of Wang Wei's attack was to buy him a few nanoseconds to regenerate his upper torso. And his plan succeeded while failing at the same time. Something is corroding my inner, thought Wang Wei. At first, he thought it was the weird primordial aura from the fiend god. However, he had already taken precautions for this situation. Many of his clones had fused with chaos materials when refining their bodies. So Wang Wei gathered the chaos aura from them as a form of defense for his innards. Furthermore, Wang Wei has been analyzing D. Tian's primordial aura. With a bit of time and the use of his Chi Flower divine ability, it's not impossible for him to synthesize primordial aura like Di Tina, using chaos aura. Luckily, this power is weak and he has no control of it yet, thought Wang Wei as he removed the effect on him. Furthermore, he added it to the list to watch for and not let inside his body. After crushing his opponent's gravity, he rushed forward, his mind focused to the limit. The fiend god is one of the most talented creatures between heaven and earth, so they have a natural instinct when controlling things like willpower. Although it is not enough for them to reach the peak, it's more than enough for 99% of ordinary body refiners. So, all I need to do is follow my Bodhi's instinct to quickly reach a high level of control of my willpower. Immediately, the black lightning near his eyes that symbolized his willpower manifestation thickened. Bang! Wang Wei's new arms once again exploded. Furthermore, the upper half of his torso was also missing a big chunk. D. Tian went on the offensive with consecutive attacks. Wang Wei reacted by blocking his legs. He gathered all his defensive methods, including focusing the force field from his skin on his legs, ignoring the defense of the other parts. His right was missing. However, Wang Wei did not care. Despite his terrible situation, his injuries were child's play since his core was not injured. Of course, he also knew he could not continue this constant regeneration. Otherwise, his stamina would drop to D Tian's level. I just need to find the feeling from back then, thought Wang Wei as he concentrated, trying to fuse two different yet similar powers. I think you should take a look at this novel. Meh. D Tian's attack reached his left leg. However, the thing was not instantly annihilated into oblivion. On the contrary, it only twisted beyond what the human's exoskeletons allowed. However, despite the terrible shape of his legs, Wang Wei's eyes shone. That's it, it's almost there. Meanwhile, D Tian felt a sense of crisis. He knew what these eyes meant. His opponent was on the verge of a breakthrough during battle. He had experienced it himself in this battle and saw similar eyes during their first confrontation. His mood became agitated, which resulted in awakening another power from his bloodline. In an instant, his strength and speed increased by a few percent as he rushed toward his opponent. Bang! He punched the head, destroying everything else in the process. D Tian looked at his fist and the place where Wang Wei's body used to be, and he was not happy. When his fist hit his opponent's head, it did not immediately explode. On the contrary, the head blocked his attack for far longer than it should have, given the strength he placed behind that attack. Furthermore, his Tao will and willpower received their greatest resistance since the beginning of this battle. If the previous battle was a towering wall made of a well-refined or crafted, it was now made of the best steel humans can create. He looked in the distance where Wang Wei's body appeared. He did not hesitate to use bone substitution and sacrifice one of his lives for this breakthrough. Is it that important? Wang Wei appeared in the distance with a smile on his face. The answer was simple. Resonance between my body and Tao while using my soul as the medium. Will manifestation is the result of my body or essence? At the same time, Tao will originated from my Tao, which is associated with the Qi, and the soul is the manifestation of that spirit. Wang Wei clenched his fist as he fused these two powers. He sensed how the increase brought by using them independently could not compare to when combined. In the early stages of my cultivation, when I was ignorant, I used to call my Di realm with the name True Will. But I feel this name was more suited for this new power. Wang Wei did not know the name of the fused power of these different wills since Wu Hong refused to tell him the name. Regardless, he had a feeling the original name was also True Will. When his young self named it True Will, he was probably influenced by his future self and foreshadowed his eventual acquisition of this power, or it could be he was in tune with the universe and also divined the future. Whatever the truth was, the only thing that mattered was the name. After a few tests, Wang Wei finally focused on his opponent. In this brief confrontation, many things happened, not including his breakthrough. For example, he had identified or had a solid theory to explain the strange power of D Tian's bloodline. It should be the primordial will. The primordial law of fiend gods is boosted by the primordial will of primordial chaos. However, they lose that boost after entering a chaos world. His bloodline does not have a primordial law. However, someone used a brilliant method to refine it and keep some of the power from the primordial will. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he had a few more theories. For example, D Tian cannot actively control that remnant of primordial will. Instead, it will passively boost all his abilities similar to how it does for fiend god's laws. However, that's just my theory and has not been verified. So, I should be on the lookout for the possibility of being wrong. Furthermore, I do not know the limit of the primordial will's boost to his overall ability and strength. After making his analysis, Wang Wei prepared for the continuation of the battle. He could not wait to try out the power of his true will. Rematch 7. As Wang Wei applied his true will, the dark lightning next to his eyes turned a shade of red. Furthermore, his body now released a more repressive aura. Then he watched calmly as D Tian rushed toward him. In their previous confrontation, his mind could follow the latter's movement, but his body could not respond on time. However, it was different. He could now see and react by applying his true will to his nervous system. Their fists confronted each other, generating shockwaves that made this cosmic battlefield tremble. However, the result of such a confrontation was mutual restraint. The fusion process was not smooth and natural. The resonance was not fluid or perfectly balanced, thought Wang Wei. It's possible to concentrate even more on my willpower and Tao will, pondered D Tian. In this one confrontation, the mind of these two titans worked at an accelerated speed that would put most quantum computers to shame and out of work. Boom. Another attack in which they were equal. This time the issue was with my willpower. It is so much more potent than my Tao will that I need to weaken it to achieve balance. His willpower manifestation and Tao will function like natural instincts for him, like any other limbs on his body. Such an achievement requires talent and years of training. I don't have such a long time, so I must rely on the natural instinct of my bloodline. In the back of his mind, Di Tian felt some unnecessary thoughts arise, but he suppressed them with his spirit and concentrated. Boom. Di Tian took a few steps back, the bone of his left arm hurting immensely. The doubting thoughts deep in his subconscious became even louder. Regardless, he moved forward with a third attack. Crack. His bones fractured as Wang Wei's strength overwhelmed the limit of his indestructibility and the defensive capabilities he had spent billions of years training. No, I can't lose, I refuse to lose, especially to him. The talent gap in the cultivation world is something that can drive the most determined man to his doom. Di Tian has known and recognized this fact through brutal experience after meeting and fighting some of these talents. However, of the ones he met, he refused to lose to Wang Wei, not out of pride or unwillingness to accept his limitation, but because the latter was a Tao overlord and he was not. Di Tian's intense emotions resonated with the primordial will deep in his bloodline. Then the primordial will responded to his call and boosted his physical prowess. Boom. It was Wang Wei's turn for his bones to crack and take a few steps back. However, his eyes became brighter after this brief confrontation. His acute senses detected the changes in Di Tian's emotions through Su Ya's methods. He also noticed the resonance between Di Tian's mood and the primordial will. I was wrong. I should not treat my true will like some sort of energy that only requires precise understanding and control. There is some aspect of the mind, including desires or wishes. He remembered the comments left in Wu Hong's notebook, "My will is above heaven and earth." Wang Wei clenched his fist and punched his opponent. And as soon as the two fists met, Di Tian's face changed. He felt an overbearing power entering his body and suppressing the primordial will in his bloodline. Then it proceeded to suppress his Tao will and willpower manifestation. The two tried to resist and even briefly worked together. Alas, their attempt was futile as that power was too overbearing. That power was the embodiment of the saying, "Follow me and thrive, oppose me and be annihilated." So, Di Tian watched in horror as half of his body exploded into oblivion. And the shock he felt was not hiding in his facial expression. But it was not the end as Wang Wei went for a second punch. Bang! Di Tian's body exploded into oblivion, not leaving a single atom or piece of his soul in this mortal world. This attack was perfect, thought Wang Wei. It reached the limit of mortality. After combining his zodiac technique, his superb control of force or strength, and an ungodly application of his true will, his attack reached 39 infant fiend god force, which is the limit for a mortal body. If it were in an ancient time when there was a third gate, he would need to open at 40 infant fiend god force, proving the Tao with the flesh and becoming a third-class emperor. If what he learned from myths about the prehistoric world is true, the level of 40 infant fiend god force is what they called sanctification of the flesh. Wang Wei gazed in the distance as Di Tian's new body reformed. "I think you should take a look at this novel. So, his bone ability is the same as mine." The fiend god bloodline mutated many of the latter's abilities, but it seemed the internal organ's ability to control elements, elementalize, and the bone substitution remained. Wang Wei did not hesitate as he rushed toward his opponent. Since he had the advantage, he would not let it go so easily. The black-red lightning in his eyes became denser, increasing his overall intimidation factor. Heaven and earth assimilation. Di Tian did not waste time and used his muscle divine ability. His body assimilated with his surroundings, taking on the property of the entire cosmic star battlefield. Bang! Wang Wei drop-kicked his opponent on his head, and the latter blocked with his hands. Di Tian flew a dozen meters away before stopping. However, only his arms were injured. Another strange and unknown technique, thought Wang Wei as he continued his offensive. He chose a barrage of attacks to see the limit of this technique. Bang! 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 His defense has drastically increased, thought Wang Wei. Feels like him fighting the entire world. He detected Di Tian's body to acquire specific properties: vast, infinite, empty, and natural correctional ability. All these attributes usually correspond to space. Did his body become a universe? No, there seemed to be a connection between him and the surrounding environment. Did he assimilate with the entire battlefield? While amid his barrage of punches, Wang Wei analyzed the situation. Meanwhile, Di Tian was on the defensive. He tried to find a way to counterattack, but the result of his attempts was more punch to the face as his defense weakened. Meanwhile, Wang Wei changed his true will with the desire to destroy the universe, increasing the potency of his attack as it directly targeted Di Tian's technique. Unfortunately, this method worked briefly as he only exploded the latter's head for a short period. He has improved tremendously in this battle, thought Wang Wei as he watched Di Tian regrew his head. The main focus of his attacks has been to infiltrate his true will into his opponent's body. However, Di Tian has been extra careful to block his attempts. And when they succeeded, he was ruthless and eliminated the part that had been infected before Wang Wei's true will had set in and done any damage. And his body, with the properties of infinite space, made it easier to remove the infected areas. Boom. Wang Wei punched again, but his attack did little to no damage. I see. The scope of his assimilation is based on how large the space is. His previous assimilation was the starry battlefield, but now it should involve all the other dimensions. Things became tricky for Wang Wei. Such a technique should place a heavy burden on Di Tian's body and soul. However, with his fiend god bloodline, he should last longer than anticipated. As for the latter's soul, Wang Wei could already tell his primordial spirit had reached the level beyond jade quality. A prolonged battle is in my favor. However, Di Tian is the kind of genius with a terrifying foundation due to his long life. In this battle, he can make countless breakthroughs while under pressure by relying on his solid foundation. Time was on his side, but if he could not hurt Di Tian, the latter might take this opportunity. After analyzing the situation with absolute calmness, he made the appropriate response. He continued his barrage as if he was using the same tactic. Di Tian was now an unbreakable tank. However, he was slow as a turtle to Wang Wei, so he could only defend trying to come up with another tactic out of this situation. What? Di Tian suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then blood streaked down his eyes, nose and ears. How is that possible? He muttered before swiftly checking the reason. He discovered the strange power that was the combination of Tao will and willpower. His next tactic was to use the time his defense was unbreakable to analyze that power and see if he could recreate it. But now he discovered Wang Wei had managed to implant it inside his body, negating his regenerating power. Such an injury was on par with when the battle first began. How did he bypass my defense? My senses? Could he have created a technique to make it invisible? Di Tian was partially correct. Wang Wei's method was simple misdirection. He divided his true will into two parts with his subtle manipulation. Then he used one part to distract his opponent. So, while Di Tian thought he had blocked the first true will, he sneaked the second one into his body and hid all its fluctuation. After, he repeated the process until all the true ill could not be hidden and detonated them. If anyone from the upper dimension were watching this battle, they would be terrified. After all, Wang Wei had just acquired the power of true will, yet he had such control over it. Such a talent was genuinely horrifying. Of course, these people would give up too much credit for him. The reason for such rapid improvement was the foundation he laid with his force control skill. I need a new tactic for this battle, said Di Tian, who realized his approach was wrong from the beginning, from the moment he lost the rhythm of the battle. Regaining momentum. Di Tian realized many things after his injury. The main one is that he lost the rhythm of the battle, making him follow his opponent's desire and only use his fleshly body from the start of the fight. His mindset has been influenced to prove to Wang Wei that he is better than him in the fleshly body department, thus only using his flesh to compete with the latter. And in that competition I lost completely, thought Di Tian. He did not reach this conclusion because of his current major injury, but because of another observation he recently noticed. He's holding back while I was not, analyzed Di Tian. During the entire fight, Wang Wei never used the concept in his fleshly body nor transformed into his ancient desolate god form. Such a fact meant that while he had little to no reservations, his opponent reserved these things as final trump cards. So what is my next move? Start using my Tao and go all out to defeat him? Such a move seemed the best, but Di Tian understood he was already behind. If the battle had a score, he was losing by 2. So, moving to the stage of fighting with his Tao did not give him any advantage. His tactic was first to weaken me, take control of the battle's rhythm while forcing me to reveal some of my trump cards. I can follow his plan and do the same to him. I need a category where I can win over him and regain the momentum of this battle. Tian's mind went on overdrive as it worked faster than any supercomputer known to future humanity on Earth back in the prehistoric world. The soul. If I can take advantage in a soul battle, I can regain my momentum. And such a victory would have great significance since he is obviously arrogant regarding his soul. Tian immediately knew this plan was viable. Simultaneously, he also knew this was a complex thing to pull. When I first met him, I peeped at his soul and was horrified. I cannot imagine its essence or origin. However, from the pagoda and my knowledge of him, his soul is not absolute. With the right aid, it can be influenced. Tian's eyes brightened. He would have never tried such a tactic if only he had a 9 supremacy foundation. However, to achieve 10 supremacy, he had to acquire an innate emperor soul. So, with such a level of soul, he felt his plan could succeed with the proper aid. He swiftly combed through his mind, thinking of the best illusion art he could access. The infinite layer illusion art, thought Tian, the emperor scripture created by the Ten-Tail Emperor, the only great emperor from the Fox clan. After proving the Tao, many people believed she immediately left, but that was not the complete truth. She finished her emperor scripture but did not leave it to the Fox clan. Instead, she scattered it into the myriad emperor world, with the mindset that if the clan is destined, they will find it. Of course, her main objective was to leave her legacy behind. And in some ways repay this world's karma for giving birth to her. However, the person who discovered it was one of their sleepers. So, it ended in Tian's hands. When it comes to illusion Tao, the Ten-Tail Emperor might only be in the top 20 emperors in the myriad emperor world. However, regarding the uniqueness of her scripture, she is in the top of 5, even the top 3. All these thoughts flashed in Tian's mind at an alarming rate. Then, after making a preliminary plan, he began to act. He waved his hand to manifest a black river above his head. As soon as the river appeared, Tian felt a terrifying gaze with an uncontrollable desire. It was like a man who spent days in the desert without food, discovered civilization and received a proper meal for the first time. The weird thing about the sensation was that he was the food in that scenario to that gaze. Luckily, the situation was so brief that he almost thought he had made a mistake. And what he did not know was a few divine punishment thunder descended on the nether hell after he summoned the Black River. Wang Wei looked at that sea, feeling it was something he knew. After taking a moment, he recognized what it was. The Black Sea of Forgotten Memories, he murmured before his eyes went blank. Heart of Despair. Tian activated his well-crafted illusion before using the Black Sea to boost the strength of the illusion. The Black Sea of Forgotten Memories, also known as the Nether Black River, is a body of water usually available in all reincarnation stations. Before a soul can reincarnate, they must wash in the Black Seal, which will erase or seal the memories of their previous life. The Black Sea is a powerful resource. It is why cultivators will not immediately be born with their memories intact, and that includes paragons. Only a rare few can reincarnate and instantly remember the memories from their past life. They usually have to take 5 to 10 years before remembering, or, at the very least, wait until they reach the first cultivation stage of wherever they are reincarnated. And when it comes to people below the Empyrean level, it's almost statistically impossible to regain their memories immediately after reincarnating without any foreign aid like a treasure. And even amongst Empyreans, only everlasting one who has understood their true self, have the chance of reawakening their memories as soon as possible. During his long life, Tian has washed his soul in the Black Sea of Forgotten Memories multiple times. And one time he tried to steal some of its water and succeeded. His plan for the water was to refine it into an insurgent chi. As long as he had enough of it, it was possible to create an eternal Emperor tier insurgent chi. The second option he had for this water was to either absorb or refine it into a treasure that could help better understand or control his samsara Tao. However, the water was of the highest quality despite the small quantity. So, Tian has never been able to put it to good use until he achieved 10 supremacy. I think you should take a look at this novel. Wang Wei opened his eyes, confusion written all over his face. Where am I? What was I doing? He looked around and saw himself in a cultivation room. He looked at his hands, face and even dress. He had the odd feeling they were out of place. However, before he could analyze the situation even deeper, he received a notification that someone was outside his room. He used the jade talisman that controlled the formation in the room to check outside and saw a beautiful woman waiting for him. My hunger, he muttered with a heavenly smile on his handsome face. Then he seemed to have thought of something and his smile quickly faded. Soon, you will truly be perfect. He left the cultivation room, and an angelic body rushed into his embrace as soon as he was outside. The previous genuine smile reappeared as he held her tightly in his arms, not wishing to let go even if the world breathed its last breath. "Hong'er, what has gotten you so excited?" "Husband, your plan worked," replied Wu Hong, not hiding her excitement. "Plan?" asked Wang Wei, momentarily confused. "Oh, you mean we caught someone?" "Yes." "Then let's go see who it is." The two walked into another room, their arms linked even tighter than any karmic bonds blessed by heavenly Tao itself. Soon they reached a room guarded by two guards with immense aura. Wang Wei and Wu Hong bowed to the guard. Although these people's status was technically lower than theirs, they were both immortals and deserved such respect. After entering the room, they saw a sloppy old man drinking and enjoying himself to the fullest. The elderly man looked like any normal mortal drunk. Even worse, his appearance could easily distinguish him as a beggar. "Fiendai Great Emperor," saluted the two with the utmost respect. "Wire Hong, you came to see the big fish we caught?" asked the drunk with a smile. "Even you're calling it a big fish?" asked Wang Wei. "See for yourself," said the drunkard as he waved his hand to display a screen. Wang Wei saw a large black cat with a long tail made of shadow and a completely white iris. "The white shadow cat," said Wang Wei in surprise as he recognized that creature. "It is an innate demon born from both the shadow and death energy between heaven and earth, making it the perfect assassin. As such, during this war, it became the leader of the innate demon god's assassination squad, killing countless geniuses and even emperors of the acquired side. Their leader's infamy has already reached the entire lower dimension as he never failed an assassination attempt. But now he was their prisoner." "I didn't think we would catch him," said Wang Wei. "Although he is the one who set up this bait mission, he never expected to catch such a big fish. With your contribution to this war, your threat has already been labeled the highest by these people." "So, they would never allow you to prove the Tao," replied the drunkard, who has not kept the battle down ever since these people entered the room. "It's not surprising they would send him to eliminate you." Wang Wei thought for a moment and agreed. Before creating his sons and a masterpiece like his wife, he created many other humans as practice. Although they are not considered eternal talent, many of them have the possibility of becoming powerful immortal venerables and Tao ancestors. As such, the innate demon gods have always been considered a threat on the same level as these monsters with the potential to become eternal supremes. "Will it be fine to leave him? These demons and gods won't allow him to die so easily," asked Wang Wei with worry. The drunk stopped for a while and gave him a look. For some reason Wang Wei detected surprise in his eyes, followed by sadness, pity, and hope. He was confused why he could read the emperor's emotions so vividly. More importantly, he was worried about the source of these emotions as he gazed at him. "Don't worry. One of the supreme leaders is here." Wang Wei sighed in relief. For anyone to become a supreme leader, they must be an eternal emperor or have the battle prowess of one. However, his intuition quickly told him that one supreme leader might not be enough for this situation. Logically speaking, this was not the truth, especially with someone like the Fiendai Emperor, a top first-class emperor. Furthermore, he knew another great emperor in this area was even more powerful than this drunk. Alas, he was still worried. So he opened his mouth to say something. Boom. The room began to shake, and Wang Wei had a terrible feeling looming over him. Argument? With his keen senses, Wang Wei senses multiple terrible approaches to this location. "How could this be?" he muttered, since he did not expect such a terrible response from capturing the white shadow cat. "Boy, you're smart enough to understand that not everything is as it seemed on the surface," suddenly said the old drunkard before taking a large sip from his gourd. Then he stood up before disappearing from everyone's eyes. Wang Wei was not stupid, so he took time to ponder the meaning behind these words. So, a few seconds later, his face became ugly to look at. The Supreme Outlaw trial, he thought, thinking about an odd conversation he had a few hundred years ago. Many people talked to him about the trial, leaving hints and clues for him to find the truth. After following them, he learned the truth. But not long afterward, he was summoned by one of the supreme leaders and informed that Heavenly Tao gave him a pass so he did not have to undergo the trial. So, Wang Wei focused on his creation Tao, trying to create the perfect life form between heaven and earth. However, soon afterward, the supreme leader summoned him again and told him to stop his work. Otherwise, he would suffer the consequences. Such a warning was the only one, so the stubborn Wang Wei ignored it and continued his work. However, after taking this moment to ponder on the situation, He realized many of the odd and convoluted conversations he had with different people were their attempts to warn him of this impending catastrophe. Wang Wei raised his head to look at the floating formation before him. He stared at the white shadow cat and immediately knew it was the catalyst for his catastrophe. This would explain the Fiendai Emperor's look. He knew this was coming. Wang Wei began to walk back and forth, trying to prevent panic from overwhelming his mind. Calm down, calm down, calm down, he repeated in his mind. Since it's a trial, there must be a way to pass. Although he convinced himself of these words, his mind drew blank as he tried to plan a strategy for this situation. Going to fight was of the question since he could sense the terrifying aura of the people outside. He identified the aura of at least 4 innate demon gods comparable to eternal emperors and countless other powerhouses. Meanwhile, on his side there were only supreme leaders. "Husband, what is going on?" asked Wu Hong, her voice trembling slightly. She had never seen her husband undergo so many emotions in such a short time. Wang Wei opened his mouth to say something, but no word emanated from his mouth. "You don't have to worry, nothing will happen, I promise," he reassured. "Husband, if you tell me what's happening maybe I can help," said Wu Hong in a gentle voice. The hesitation in Wang Wei's eyes deepened. His creation was the perfect creature. So, it was the pinnacle of humanity regarding look, talent, and intelligence. As such, she might have a good way to get out of this situation. However, Wang Wei shook his head. Firstly, he did not want to worry her. Secondly, he felt she was not yet ready to deal with such a situation. "Don't worry. If I need your help, I will ask," replied Wang Wei as he gently caressed her back. Wu Hong wanted to say something. But in the end, she only sighed after seeing the look in her husband's eyes. "By the way, are any of the children here?" asked Wang Wei, his face oozing with tension and worry. "No, you forbade them from participating in this operation." "That's good," he muttered softly. If he cannot survive this situation, he will feel better knowing none of his children were to go with him or see his demise. Wang Wei then began to walk back and forth. This is a habit he has picked up when thinking intently about a problem. Bang! The entire compound shook, waking him up from his concentration. He could feel more aura outside, and with each passing second, the looming danger he felt intensified. Wang Wei exhaled and took a deep breath, trying to concentrate. He knew worrying about the outside would not do him any good. Unfortunately, he found it very difficult to concentrate. Damn it, why couldn't I be more powerful? He was only in the law body realm. Although his current strength was on par with immortal venerable Three-Leaf, his main focus was not on battle but on creation. The Heaven-Will battle was approaching soon, so he had planned to retreat in a time formation to make up for his lack of battle methods. Wang Wei raised his hand to emanate a pink and purple color light. And from that light, he created a jade as white as snow. Without hesitation, he hung the jade on his side, and it immediately released a cold aura that made his mind peaceful and without any distraction. The effect of this origin ice jade is better than I anticipated, thought Wang Wei before waving his hand to create a large tablet. However, the tablet immediately began to fade as soon as it appeared. I need to hurry. With this enlightenment tablet, my wisdom, intelligence, and comprehension will reach another level. Maybe I can find a solution. Wang Wei sat before the tablet and closed his eyes. A mysterious aura emanated from his body. However, less than 5 minutes later, the door disappeared and he opened his eyes. However, Wang Wei could not control his aura, destroying the tiles on the floor. Furthermore, his eyes were bloodshot. "No, there must be another way," he said, his voice almost reaching the point of roaring. He waved his hand to create another tablet and prepared to try again. "There is no need to try again." Wang Wei turned to look at his wife, his gaze a little scary. "The only way for you to pass the trial is to kill me. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Siamikranam, how do you—" He paused as he remembered they were linked through their soul, karma, and even fate. So, when he is agitated and unable to control his emotions, she can peek at his mind and memories. "Don't talk nonsense," he said in a harsh tone. "You know it's true. When there is a will, there is a way," rebutted Wang Wei. "If you don't want to kill me, then there is only one way to pass this trial. You must—" "Shut up," he yelled. "Don't ever mention this." Wang Wei ignored her and concentrated on the fading tablet. Meanwhile, Wu Hong looked at him with sadness. "As long as you accept my imperfections, we can survive and live a happy life with our children. Without being perfect, wouldn't I still be me?" She sighed softly before controlling her sadness. Soon, a sonorous sound echoed in the room as Wang Wei woke up, punching the ground. So closed. I feel there is definitely a way to pass this trial. He had a strange feeling he had passed this test before and could do it, but he was missing something. However, he soon ignored this weird feeling and concentrated. He created his third and final tablet. The tablet was a wonder of heaven and earth, and his creation Tao cannot permanently create it. And after 3 attempts he had reached his limit. Alas, the result was the same. So, when he opened his eyes, Wang Wei had difficulty controlling his emotions and mind, even with the jade. So, he created a second one to double the dose. I need to get you out of here. You want to send me away? Yes, replied Wang Wei frighteningly calmly. The trial involved me. So, as long as I die, everything will be fine. Have you thought about me? How am I going to live without you? Wang Wei was quiet. I'm sure it will be hard. However, you can move on with time. The only thing I ask of you is to find someone more talented than me to continue my work. He did not have any hope for her to revive him. With how heavenly Tao operates, he knew he would most likely achieve true death for his transgression of pursuing immortality even after being granted a pass. So, he only wishes to find a worthy successor. At this point, does that matter? Besides you and the children, it's the only thing I can't let go of. Wu Hong looked intensely at him. For the first time in her life, she felt resentment toward him, toward herself for not meeting his standard or fulfilling his desire. No, today we will both die, yelled Wu Hong. Don't be stubborn, countered Wang Wei, his voice also raised. You are the future of the human race. With your talent, you can lead us to victory in this war after proving the Tao. Plus, what about the children? Someone must look after them. Why does it have to be? Why can't it be you? Wang Wei stood up from the ground and held Wu Hong closer to his chest. He placed his forehead on hers as he whispered, My love, I'm begging you. Please listen to me and leave this place. His voice was soft while also trembling. Why must you do this? Asked Wu Hong, tears falling from her eyes. I have never ordered or demanded anything of you. So please listen to me and leave. Live a long and fulfilling life. Cry when you feel sad, laugh on joyous occasions, smile upon remembering your fond memories, and walk far down the path of cultivation. Please do this for me. The sound of Wu Hong crying and their beating hearts echoed in this large chamber. Bang! The room shook again and Wang Wei's head moved swiftly as he looked in one direction. Regret. Unedited chapter. That direction, thought Wang Wei. He detected the trembling originated from the room where they kept the white shadow cat captive. Boom, boom. The sound of something breaking became louder with each passing second. Wang Wei used his divine sense to check the room and saw how the white shadow cat was in the process of destroying the ceiling formation. We don't have much time, thought Wang Wei with a severe expression. His first instinct was to run away, but he knew he had to do something. Otherwise they wouldn't reach far. So, he thought of reinforcing the array to buy enough time. However, he soon shook his head. Affecting an emperor formation was behind his ability. In his early years he studied innate formation to better understand the good fortune of heaven and earth, thus improving his creation Tao. However, he was still out of his league for things like an emperor formation. The heaven and earth rune mountain, suddenly said Wu Hong, and Wang Wei's eyes lit up. The human array ancestor refined a mountain made of runes as his proving Tao artifact. So, it was the perfect thing for this situation. Wang Wei no longer hesitated and waved his hand to create a towering mountain full of runes and symbols written on them. He immediately sighed after seeing this creation, as it was nothing compared to the original. His mountain was small in comparison, and its essence was nothing compared to the original. But even such a false copy made his complexion pale, and blood dripped from his nose. Wang Wei waved his hand to send the mountain into the room where the white shadow cat was located, ordering it to reinforce the seal formation. Let's go, said Wang Wei as he created an immense amount of life energy to heal his injury. The two flew toward the transmission array, and as expected, the battle outside had already cracked the formation. However, Wang Wei created the heaven and earth rune mountain to help fix it. He would love to use another method or creation to teleport him away from this situation. Sadly, his power was far from enough. Only by using this Emperor-tier transmission array and maybe even improving upon it would he have a chance to bypass the void blockage created by the innate demon gods. Without wasting any time, Wang Wei began to operate the mountain. He was now only focused on finding a way out of this place and sending his wife away. A few seconds into repairing the formation, he suddenly stopped and muttered, "Something is wrong." He looked deeply at the formation, trying to discover what was wrong. However, his emotions were fluctuating so intently that even the two jades could not help. The formation, pointed out Wu Hong. It should not be this fragile. And based on how it was destroyed, it's too abnormal, like it was man-made. We have a traitor, said Wang Wei as he squinted his eyes. He realized someone was working on the inside for this attack to succeed. I should have immediately thought of that. Wang Wei shook his head and knew this was not the time to be thinking about that. Now that he knew of the traitor, the situation had become even more dangerous and unpredictable. Who betrayed me? And why would they do it? As soon as he asked himself this question, a figure appeared in Wang Wei's mind, but he quickly denied it. It was impossible to be him. Watch out, yelled a beautiful voice, and Wang Wei instinctively moved his body out of the way. A brilliant purple slash appeared in the location he was at. Wang Wei looked in the direction of the slash, ignoring his missing right arm. His body trembled as he felt like crying tears of blood. Why? He asked with a hoarse voice, looking at the handsome man with a purple robe, hair in an unkempt and wild manner, holding a pure white sword. You should be able to guess why, answered the purple figure, looking at Wu Hong with tender affection hidden deep in his eyes. You have pushed me so far, said the purple robe figure, his voice containing a deep melancholy. However, he soon controlled himself, returning to his state of indifference. They met while fighting for a rare herb, but before deciding on the final winner, a bunch of other participants ambushed them. So they teamed up together to survive the ordeal. And through this life and death experience they became closer. And on a whim they decided to become sworn brothers, making an oath that even though they were not born at the same time, they would die at the same time. Since then their bonds have drastically increased, lasting for millions of years. They even made an oath to let the heaven will battle affect their brotherhood. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Siamikranam, I guess I should have expected this outcome, said Wang Wei, thinking about some of the strange behaviors of his brother, most of which appeared after he created Honger. You should have. Fine, let's finally determine the winner of our battle, said Wang Wei, who had already created a new arm for himself. His body grew to a giant size and the purple robe followed him. Their battle was intense, but it only lasted less than 30 minutes. Wang Wei stood above the corpse of his big brother, looking as the last light in his eyes faded away. The latter looked at him apologetically before taking one last look at Wu Hong. Then he smiled before dying. Wang Wei could no longer control his tears. He knew his big brother's battle prowess was above him. The only reason he won was the contradiction in the latter's heart. Wang Wei looked at the blood in his hand as tears dripped down on the ground. His mind was almost in shambles. You had no choice, said a melodious voice. However, Wang Wei, who usually appreciated that voice for its beauty, cared more about its content on this occasion. Such 4 simple words brought hope to an almost collapsing mind. Don't blame yourself, continued Wu Hong. You only did what was necessary for our family to survive. Wang Wei took a deep breath to control his trembling body. He knew this was not the time to be weak-minded. So, he prepared to deal with the Dui realm inside his body by discarding the infected parts and recreating them. What a touching scene, said a cold and sinister voice. Wang Wei's face immediately pale as he glanced at the entrance of the room. He saw a large black cat with white irises looking at him with a playful smug on its face. However, under this facade were eyes full of killing intent. A killing intent so intense that it raised the room's temperature and prevented Wang Wei and Wu Hong from moving. Little ant, you almost made me fail my first mission, said the white shadow cat. The worst part is I had to use so many resources and connections to make up for my failure. Wang Wei's face was red as he was trying to move under the killing intent of this damn innate demon. However, even his mind was functioning at an extremely slow speed, so it was difficult to move his body, let alone control his energy or Tao. Well, as much as I would like to watch you squirm, I know not to play with my food. The large cat raised his paw to manifest a colossal paw made of shadow. Then without hesitation he dropped it on Wang Wei. Boom. A brilliant light manifested before the two, turning into a protective shield. The cat showed slight surprise before looking at Wu Hong. Worthy of the only perfect creature between heaven and earth, commented the creature who saw how Wu Hong sacrificed her soul, body, and even perfect essence, to generate that shield. I heard rumors and theories that perfection was a taboo under the control of Grandao itself. Now, after seeing its power, I guess it's true, thought the white shadow cat, his killing intent even more intense. Then he attacked for the second time. And this time he summoned his innate bloodline artifact, which manifested in the form of a bell around his neck, boosting his power. Boom. His attack only destroyed the white shield. However, Wang Wei could not move, and he watched helplessly as Wu Hong's body dropped to the floor. "No!" he roared as he rushed toward her. He held her body and could feel all her vitality was gone. He immediately used all his abilities to save her, creating all kinds of artifacts, energy and even other Daos to save her life. Alas, it was futile. "I'm sorry, I could not protect you," said Wu Hong, her mouth full of blood. She slowly raised her hand to caress his face before her hand dropped listlessly to the ground. "No, no, no, no," said Wang Wei as he tried to revive her to no avail. He looked at the sky and roared, his voice containing so much grief and despair that even the white shadow cat took a small step backward as it was overwhelmed. Muttered the cat, who was greatly angered at this ant that made him scared for a moment. He raised his head to look in a direction, and his face became grave. That aura, the heaven-opening emperor? Did this situation alarm him? The cat knew it was no match for the first and oldest supreme leader of humans in this plane. So, he hurriedly finished the job he started. Triggered memory? No, I'm too late. Wang Wei heard these words as his body, soul, and Tao were instantly annihilated. However, a soothing power seemed to have preserved the last remnant of his existence, buying him a little more time. However, he did not know whether this was a good thing or not. After what he experienced today, every second of living was the worst torment imaginable. Sicha. The world broke apart and Wang Wei opened his eyes. Where am I? What was I doing? He looked at the cultivation room before checking his body and hands. He had a terrifying sense of déjà vu. However, before he could better analyze the situation, he received a notification that someone was outside. "My hunger," he muttered with a loving smile. His eyes brightened as he remembered she would soon be truly perfect. He walked out of the room at a brisk pace. "Hunger, what has gotten you so excited?" "Husband, your plan worked," said Wu Hong, full of excitement. "Plan?" asked Wang Wei. "You mean we caught someone?" "Yes." "Then let's go see who it is." Wang Wei went to see the Fiend-Eye Emperor and learned about the White Shadow Cat. Then he repeated the day again, reliving the pain of losing the love of his life. And according to the mechanism of Di Tian's illusion, each time he relived that day, his pain and despair would be increased tenfold. However, something occurred on the third time Wang Wei relived that day. The illusion broke off after watching Wu Hong die instead of after the heaven-opening emperor saved him. A terrifying will emanated from Wang Wei's body and shattered the illusion. Sadly, this was not enough for him to wake up, at least not so soon. As the name of the Ten-Tails Emperor scripture implied, her illusions contained an infinite layer. So, even if someone breaks it, they would just find themselves in another layer. And each successive layer is better than the former one, as the illusion could evolve and correct itself to ensure no one escaped its clutches. Rho Alpha and Alpha S No Omicron V Epsilon L Mass fate would have it, in the fifth life, a reaction between the Black Sea and Wang Wei's soul occurred. The aura of samsara contained in the sea awakened some memories deep in Wang Wei's soul. So, Wang Wei saw something his mind was subconsciously trying to hide to protect him. It was eons of memories after the space crack swallowed him back on Earth. In an instant, Wang Wei regained consciousness as all these memories rushed into his mind. He made a swift decision not to immediately absorb these memories. He knew his soul would become sluggish and maybe even slightly injured if he absorbed all of them at once. And since he was in the midst of a battle, this was not a wise choice. However, he did peek at one of the core memories. To be exact, it was the last memory of himself when he was a mass of aggravated soul. The last thing he remembered when in that state was entering a white light. Then he was a baby being stared at by a bunch of giants. However, Wang Wei finally knew what happened between these two events. He saw his soul forcefully enter samsara. However, he did not undergo the proper procedure to seal his memories, weigh his karma, get a proper identity, then reincarnate into a new life. Instead, he used his strength to skip all the steps, beating anyone in his way as he forcefully entered the passage of reincarnation. In the process, he realized his massive soul could not reincarnate in a normal body, so he forced himself to seal all his strength and memories. "No, it seems I preserve my memories from Earth," he analyzed. After living for so long in the void, it was odd his main personality was based on his memories from Earth. So, he deduced it was not a random event but a conscious choice he made, ensuring that personality would be the main one. That's not important, thought Wang Wei. Someone is not adding up. After reviewing his reincarnation process and using his current knowledge and understanding of the world, he found too many anomalies. With the way I barged into the world, Heavenly Tao would have detected me without a proper identity. Better yet, true Heavenly Tao would have interfered, given how I could not properly hide the aura from my Paragon Tier soul. So, it should have been alerted of my presence and dealt with me. I think you should take a look at this novel. Wang Wei knew true Heavenly Tao would not care if a mere paragon entered the Eternal Ascension world. However, with his method of infiltrating through reincarnation and being born in the lower dimension, he would have been identified as an anomaly and a threat to be dealt with. Furthermore, the 7 parasites and 2 sons should have detected my reincarnation because of my soul. Yet, I have a perfect identity that is recognized by the world. How did I survive? How did I not get caught? And who gave me the identity? He pondered deeply, thinking about countless possibilities. He used all his trillion spirit particles to use his thought acceleration ability. Could it be that old man Hongjun? Wang Wei frowned as he took a moment to check his memories to see if he could find something. Myriad Devourer? Is that what they call me? He saw some memories of people trying to kill him, and that's the name they called him. I am sure someone has been following me and helping me deal with the truly powerful people trying to kill me. With a brief scan he learned many things. There is a high chance that person is Hongjun. However, the chances of him helping me through reincarnation are not high. Wang Wei saw how after his soul reached probably the Paragon level, no one protected him. After that, he suffered many injuries in battle and often had to run away. And a few times he came close to death. So, his current theory is that Hongjun stopped helping once he reached a certain level where he could protect himself. So, if it's not Hongjun, who is it? Honestly, Wang Wei wished it was Hongjun. He already owed the latter a great deal of karma, so it's not a problem to owe more. Furthermore, as of now, Hongjun has shown to be an ally instead of an enemy. But now there appeared to be someone else involved in his life, dictating his fate. And he did not like that, especially since he had no information about who that person was. For someone like him, there is no greater threat than an unknown enemy with little to no information. The only good news is that I know of that person's existence. So, I have a direction to begin my search. Wang Wei exhaled as he placed this new discovery at the top of his priority. Then he focused on this battle. I was careless. I never thought he could counterattack through my soul and succeed. His soul has always been his strongest point. In his early years, he basically ignored it since he never had to cultivate it. Later, after many experiences and warnings from his wife and elders, he learned how to use it better. However, it seemed he never completely dealt with the arrogance he had about having such an innate mighty soul. As a result, he almost suffered. He opened his eyes and saw Di Tian bleeding while half kneeling in the void. The emotions in his eyes kept changing from despair, incomprehensible loneliness, and desire for death. Wang Wei's eyes flashed with the power of time as he saw what happened in the past few seconds. After placing him under the illusion, Di Tian did not immediately attack. Instead, he swallowed a pill, probably with the intent to heal his former injury and return to his peak. The latter knew he could not keep Wang Wei under the illusion for too long, which was evident with how the power of the Black Sea was consumed at an alarming rate. So, he wanted to heal as fast as possible and injure his opponent, leveling the playing field. And his plan worked at first, as his injuries were almost healed with the pill. Unfortunately, when Wang Wei's memories awakened, the illusion backlashed him. On the contrary, he experienced Wang Wei's time in primordial chaos as the Myriad Devourer. After spending eons in the infinite space, with the soul and mind of a mortal, his mind almost broke due to loneliness and despair. If not for Di Tian's long life and numerous reincarnations that tempered his mind, spirit, and will, his soul would have collapsed under these memories. I now understand why his willpower is so terrifying, thought Di Tian as he removed all these memories and their influence on him. Additionally, he used the remaining energy of the pill to ensure his soul was intact and not injured. There was a way. Di Tian was not surprised by the fact Wang Wei was reincarnated. When they first met at the academy, he sensed the power of reincarnation from his soul and concluded he was not a brand new soul and was probably a powerhouse with memories from his past life. Furthermore, the changes he brought to the mortals in the Dao opening sex territory have raised eyebrows for many people. After analyzing the changes, Many people speculated Wang Wei had knowledge of another civilization and was recreating it in this world. However, Di Tian did not expect Wang Wei's past life to have such a terrible experience. Such loneliness is not something anyone can bear. Immortal cultivators of Tier 10 and above live a long life. However, they spent much of their time cultivating and comprehending Grand Tao. As a result of their intense focus and deep meditation, they do not feel the passage of time. For them, millions of years can feel in an instant once they finish their cultivation. What they have to worry about in their long lifespan is how difficult it is to understand the Grand Tao source or the frustration that their cultivation speed is too slow. So, even a great emperor and above cultivator might not survive the loneliness Wang Wei experienced, especially since he was a mortal who did not temper his Tao heart or state of mind. Di Tian exhaled deeply as he finished deleting most of these memories. Furthermore, the residual energy from the pill alleviated the previous backlash. He stood up as he looked at his opponent, a deeper sense of respect flashed in his eyes. However, he soon became irritated as he saw the pity in Wang Wei's eyes. "What's with your eyes? Do you think I want or need your pity? I think you've misunderstood something." Di Tian snorted coldly. "You were lucky that the love of your life was strong enough not to be used as a pawn. Otherwise your fate would be the same as mine." "You're wrong. Even if she were, I would still have passed the trial. And if something had happened to her, Heavenly Tao, and the whole world, would have felt my wrath." Everyone watching this legendary battle felt a chill down their spine. They instinctively thought it would be terrible for this man to become evil. Di Tian was quiet. Tao overlords are scary not only because of their intelligence but because of their lack of weakness. To be exact, they know their weaknesses and can control themselves not to allow anyone to use them. The main point is these people are extremely cruel, both to themselves, their enemy, and the people around them. Acquiring the wrath of any Tao overlord by harming their loved one is the biggest mistake anyone can make between heaven and earth. Throughout the history of the Chaos Universe, so many worlds or heavenly Taos have been trampled on by these Tao overlords. Grand Tao, the almighty ruler of this universe, has bled 6 times since its existence, and 2 of these 6 times were the result of Tao overlords trying to get revenge. "Tell me, if you were me, what would you have done?" asked Di Tian, wondering how Wang Wei would have passed his trial. "You have made too many mistakes I would never have," replied Wang Wei. "You only recognized you were in the trial at the last minute? I would never make such a blunder." Wang Wei sighed, shaking at Di Tian's ignorance. Although he understood that Di Tian now is different from his young self, regardless, the experiences and abilities of the two were too different. "I had a pass from Heavenly Tao. So, why would I still think about that trial?" argued Di Tian, despite knowing he felt to see the hints other people were giving him that his actions of pursuing perfection were taboo. "Let me ask, during that time, did you know of the existence of true Heavenly Tao and Grand Tao?" Di Tian frowned, not understanding the reason for this question. But he still answered, "I did." His status was quite high on the human side, so he had access to many secrets. Plus, because of his pursuit of perfection, he had to learn various things. He could be called a knowledgeable scholar and even a sage. "Then you should have deduced your fate," said Wang Wei. "The Supreme Outlaw Trial is one of the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, trying to balance and restrict the overuse of the most powerful Taos ever created. It's something that Grand Tao itself has dictated. So, what makes you think the heavenly Tao of one world in a lower dimension could give you a pass?" Di Tian's face became ugly. "Have you figured it out?" continued Wang Wei with a sneer. "The battle between acquired and innate life was probably an event that would determine the protagonist of heaven and earth. It was a war that would determine the trend of the world. So, true heavenly Tao did not interfere when our world's heavenly Tao gave you the pass. However, what do you think would have been your fate had you proved the Tao and ascended to the upper dimension? Do you think true heavenly Tao would allow you to control one of the 5 supreme Taos without proving your worthiness?" Di Tian did not answer since he knew the answer. "I think you should take a look at Snavel. Siamikronim. So, you would have to take the trial one way or the other," continued Wang Wei. "Your best outcome is that it would lower the difficulty because of your merit in the war." Di Tian had a somber aura around his body. He had thought about that day for too long. He often dreamt what his life would have been like had he passed the test, had he made different choices, had he been wiser and more decisive, had he saved her. But now he realized the future he always imagined was nothing but this dream. Actions have consequences, and karma binds and connects everything. The moment he chose to cultivate creation Tao, he was doomed to walk a difficult journey full of perils and uncertainty. and the people connected to him would be affected. Di Tian exhaled to calm down his rampaging emotions. You didn't answer my question. How would you have passed my trial? And don't say anything stupid like abandoning my path of perfection. Wang Wei shook his head after hearing this. Haven't you realized you've become obsessed? What is an obsession and what is an unwavering pursuit? Asked Di Tian. You pursued becoming free and unfettered, the ultimate freedom. Tell me, would you be willing to give up your goal of becoming free? Of course not. Then why is your pursuit a goal, desire, or ambition, and mine is an unhealthy obsession? Argued Di Tian. You're willing to do anything to become free, even sacrificing your life. But I'm the same to achieve perfection. Wang Wei looked him in the eyes, because my pursuit is not hurting the people I love. Di Tian clenched his fists, making the void tremble. It took all his efforts to restrain himself and not lash out. How do you think she feels when your pursuit involves rejecting everything else about her except for one thing? Your every word and action are essentially telling her she is flawed, not complete, and as such, not worthy of your love. Shut up, said Di Tian with gritted teeth. What do you know about us? About our love? About what I had to endure so we could one day reunite? Do you know the sacrifices I've made? Do you know what it feels like to live every day with a permanent emptiness in your soul? To live with a deep longing that can never be fulfilled? Di Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled as he controlled his anger. I can see you love her, said Wang Wei calmly. But I can also see your actions are full of selfishness. The killing intent in Di Tian's eyes was uncontrollable, leaking into the surrounding. However, he soon calmed down as his eyes became cold and indifferent. I need some closure, said Di Tian, returning to a state like a calm lake without any ripples. So, tell me, how would you pass my trial? Why should I tell you? Here, replied Di Tian, sending 5 brilliant lights. Wang Wei saw they were Emperor artifacts. Although of the lowest quality, they were still Emperor artifacts. They could still be decomposed for their material. Without any pretense, Wang Wei waved his hand to put them away. If it were me, I would have sealed Heavenly Tao and have her absorb it. What will that do? Asked Di Tian, not understanding how that would allow him to pass his trial. Furthermore, Heavenly Tao was not so easy to seal or absorb, especially since its power was at an all-time high during the trial. To be exact, I would have stolen its essence, explained Wang Wei. The only true perfect thing in existence is Grand Tao. So, Heavenly Tao as an extension will also contain some of its perfect essence. Once she has the essence, Grand Tao would grant her permission to exist and maybe even pursue immortal perfection. Di Tian became dazed after hearing this. So, there was a way, he muttered. Clash of Tao. Di Tian was briefly distracted. He had spent so many years thinking about that day, wondering whether there was a solution to his situation. And he often concluded that there was not, but now he knew he was wrong. With Wang Wei's method, his wife would have been accepted by Heavenly Tao, True Heavenly Tao, and Grand Tao, thus having no problem walking on the path of perfection. And without touching the taboo, his path would have continued, at least until he ascended to the upper dimension. He could have passed the trial and proven the Tao. With his creation Tao, he could have created countless geniuses, resources, and rare artifacts for the human race, preventing the war from reaching the point that most of history and civilization was lost. If he had succeeded, he could have saved his children who died, watched the others grow up, and, more importantly, had more of them. In a moment, Di Tian experienced another life, a life where everything went better for him. For a brief moment, he wished he could live forever under this illusion he created. But he knew this was not possible. So, he could only sigh and forcibly control his mind. However, no one noticed the slight tear in the corner of his eyes, not even Wang Wei. After he told Di Tian his method, he sensed something had changed. So, he looked around without finding anything. As such, he mobilized his power of fate to find the answer he wanted. He soon discovered that Heavenly Tao had changed because of his words. The latter recorded how he would pass the trial and prepare countermeasures in case someone like Di Tian is in the future. So, if some fool tried to use this method to pursue the path of perfection, they might suffer terribly, Wang Wei secretly sneered. Although he was in a good relationship with Heavenly Tao because of his status as an heir son, he still disdained the thing for scheming against him for most of his cultivation journey. His pettiness when it comes to Heavenly Tao reached an unimaginable level. However, this was not the main reason he so easily and publicly revealed such information. He knew what kind of thing Heavenly Tao was, cold and calculating. Although he was the era's son, if he lost the battle, it would not hesitate to abandon him and negotiate with Di Tian to become the new leader of the upcoming era. Normally, Di Tian would not care about such a thing. But Heavenly Tao still has his wife's imprint. With his strength after proving the Tao, he could forcefully take it, but there is still the chance something might happen to the imprint / as such, he would not mind taking less risks when acquiring it. Furthermore, after their last conversation, Di Tian's desire to acquire a massive amount of merit is probably one of his first priorities. After all, this method was one of the few viable ways he could revive his wife. Now Wang Wei gave him a simple and more direct way: take Heavenly Tao's essence, and his wife can retain her mortal perfection. And if he takes enough, he can probably continue walking the immortal perfection path. With Di Tian's mindset and cruelty, why would he take the long and arduous path of leading the new era when he could take Heavenly Tao's essence? Knowing this, I have removed Heavenly Tao's ability to abandon me as the era's son and chose him, thought Wang Wei. With that tile, although it cannot affect my chances of winning this battle, it can increase the chances of me surviving. And as long as he survives, Wang Wei has many ways to try to prove the Tao. As for the consequences of Di Tian forcefully taking Heavenly Tao's essence, he already had a few plans on how to make up for it. Furthermore, such an act would not be as easy as stated. So, while Di Tian focused on doing that, the latter won't have time to pay attention to Wang Wei while he tried alternative methods of proving the Tao. Afterward, he might even receive merit for stopping Di Tian and saving the world. Wang Wei exhaled slightly, looking at Di Tian. His eyes were calm, not showing the slightest hint he had just schemed against the latter and taken away a great opportunity for him. The latter had also calmed down from his existential crisis, looking at his opponent with a calm mindset. They released their aura, clashing together to build momentum. The entire cosmic battlefield trembled under the pressure, but none of them cared. They stared intently at each other for a few seconds before Di Tian was the first to attack Frowny Face 9 Samsara Fist. Third fist, interchangeable of life and death. With this one punch, everywhere where the concept of life began to forcefully change into the concept of death. So, it concludes the few matter and energy scattered in the battlefield, the very space-time of this battlefield, and Wang Wei himself. With this one attack, everything in Di Tian's path began to walk toward death. I think you should take a look at Snovel. However, he soon squinted his eyes as he saw his opponent's attack. Wang Wei was using the same attack, only the reverse. So, while he transitioned everything from life to death, Wang Wei changed things from death to life. The ironic part is his opponent's transition was faster than his, thus rapidly nullifying his attack. Damn this bastard, thought Di Tian, his eyes twitching slightly. However, he soon calmed down and returned to his peak level of concentration. Since his time, one of the tactics taught by Heaven chosen to mess up with their opponent's mind was to copy their attacks and use them even better than them. It's a way to demoralize the opponent and destroy their mindset. After calming down and learning of the opponent's tactic, Di Tian could better assess the situation. First fist, last breath. He used the first fist in his scripture, a concentrated attack that focused on destroying all matter or atoms in his opponent's body. His application of Death Dao for this fist even touched the domain of Destruction Dao. As expected, Wang Wei used his Life and Death Dao to replicate that punch and easily countered it, making Di Tian squint his eyes as he figured out something. Without wasting time, Di Tian countered Frowny Face Fifth Fist, Soul Transformation. With this technique, Wang Wei felt the power of samsara working on his soul, forcefully transforming his identity from human to animal because of his low karma. And if that technique succeeded, his soul would drastically be weakened in the process and become incompatible with his body. He would then lose his mighty fleshly body and control of his laws because of the new and weak soul. Afterward, it would be extremely easy for Di Tian to butcher him. So, he easily stopped the process with his samsara law while also using the same technique on Di Tian, who also calmly dealt with it. I thought he only recreated the techniques I revealed during our battle. But now, I guess he found a way to learn my entire scripture and recreated them. For a moment, he thought there was a traitor in his sleepers who revealed the information about his scripture. However, he soon gave up this idea since there were many other ways to acquire the information. Let's see how much information he has, thought Di Tian before proceeding to use the same sixth fist of his samsara scripture. However, he used the new and improved version after acquiring the 10 Supremacy Foundation. Soul Summoning, Immediately Wang Wei found himself in some danger. This attack once again bypassed the defense of his sea of consciousness and directly affected his soul. He saw 6 doors open inside his sea of consciousness, and each door was labeled with the words ghost, asura, animal, human, heaven, and hell. Wang Wei recognized these paths as the common ways used by reincarnation to determine how a person reincarnated. The ghost path is for ghosts or spiritual life forms. Cultivators who died while in their primordial spirit for a certain amount of time will enter this path after reincarnating. The asura path is for people with too many grievances and hatred during their death, for creatures born with the ability to absorb negative karma, or creatures born with a negative concept as their core like the asura race which was born for slaughter. The animal path is for animals and the normal demon race. The human path is for normal humans and humanoid creatures, and the heaven path is for people who live a good life without sins, powerful cultivators with no negative karma, and innate life forms. Finally, hell is the path where people with terrible karma go after they die. The hell path is not referring to the place where souls are tortured for their sins. No, that's a different thing. After suffering in hell, these sinful souls will reincarnate in the hell path, where they would be born with terrible luck, making their life extremely difficult, even if they began cultivation. Clash of Tao 2. Unedited chapter. The 6 paths of reincarnation began to summon Wang Wei's soul from different directions. The suction they released was so intense that he felt his primordial spirit was about to tear apart. Furthermore, he could tell that if he entered any of these doors, his soul would be forcefully changed, just like the previous technique. So, it's an updated and better version of the previous technique, thought Wang Wei, who had conclusive evidence that D Tian updated his 9 samsara fist. Wang Wei's primordial spirit resisted the summon or suction of these doors. It mobilized the power of samsara and closed all the doors. Then the primordial spirit left the fleshly body, floating above D Tian, gazing at him. An intense purple aura emanated from Wang Wei's soul, making D Tian's heart skip a beat. He wanted to move and react. However, Wang Wei's purple aura contained a sacred nobility that froze the surrounding space-time continuum, rendering his body immobile. D Tian even felt his mind was working slower than usual. Wang Wei's primordial spirit waved his hand, and chains dragged D Tian's primordial spirit out of his body. Then, like he was patting an annoying flying, he destroyed this innate emperor soul. Rho alpha and D alpha S nu omicron V epsilon elm cracks appeared on D Tian's primordial spirit, but it was not annihilated as expected. Ain spirit world? Thought Wang Wei as he discovered D Tian had an entire world made of soul and Ain energy. When he attacked, he directed most of it to that world. This was not the first time someone had used this tactic against him. So, he knew he needed to destroy that world as quickly as possible. With a snap of his finger, he eradicated the remaining half of the soul population that his first attack did not destroy. Then he proceeded to finish his task. Alas, D Tian only needed some time to react. So, when the primordial spirit attacked him a second time, the Black Sea of Forgotten Memories and an Emperor artifact made from Soul Grand Tao Source appeared to protect him. A second Ain spirit world? Thought Wang Wei as his second attack did little to no damage. Then he watched D Tian's primordial spirit become a wraith full of anger, hatred, and grievances. It no longer resembled a pale phantom but a black creature with shadow-like smoke emanating from its body. It was now the combination of trillions of souls who died full of resentment after suffering incomprehensible pain during their lifetime. The wrathful spirit roared, shaking heaven and earth. It rushed toward Wang Wei with red eyes. A suicide attack? Thought Wang Wei, but he did not react. His primordial spirit is one the noblest things in existence, full of yang energy that made it impervious to misfortune, calamity, and evil. So, D Tian's primordial spirit did not reach 20 meters near it before slowing down and slowly melting. Boom. A black smoke surrounded Wang Wei's soul, shrouding the place he floated in the void. A few seconds later, the cloud dispersed, and Wang Wei's intact primordial spirit appeared. He looked at D Tian's body. Trying to corrupt my soul? No, it was a distraction. His eyes could see a new primordial spirit was rapidly being formed in that body. The primordial spirit is one of the weaknesses of all cultivators, so protecting them is always their priority during battle. And once destroyed, death is the only result. However, for people on D Tian's level, such a thing is not absolute. Most heaven chosens have a way to instantly heal their primordial spirit in the midst of battles, maybe at a certain price. However, Di Tian completely abandons his soul after being injured by Wang Wei's true spirit. Then he used his own soul imprint and the reserve energy from the Yin spirit world to regrow it from scratch. And this time he used all the means he knew to protect his soul and sea of consciousness. I knew his soul was terrifying, but I did not expect it to reach such a level, analyzed Di Tian. Only the people who face the soul directly can know the horror of such power. It was like facing a god that can easily decide the life and death of all living beings. As a cultivator, Di Tian never had any awe or respect for any god like mortals. In his life, he has killed many creatures who can be considered gods, amongst which a few even called them that. In the eyes of mortals, powerful cultivators are walking gods. I think you should take a look at this novel. The closest thing he came to facing a god was when he faced Heavenly Tao. However, as he grew more powerful and understood it better, Di Tian lost the awe it had. And with his current strength, he can almost sit on equal ground with Heavenly Tao. However, today he felt what mortals would describe as facing God. Swish. Wang Wei's primordial spirit returned to his body, making him feel complete. He raised his hand to summon a projection of the river of time. Time acceleration. Immediately, Di Tian's body began to age, rapidly turning into an elderly with few remaining lifespan. His face changed. Essence manipulation? He thought with an ugly expression, remembering some events from his first life. Great emperors are immortal with infinite lifespans. They do not age, become sick, become feeble with the passing of time, or worry about lifespan. With such abilities, what will happen to a time Grand Dao Source user? Can they age an emperor forward to their death? The logical answer is they cannot and can only age them backward and weaken them. However, most great emperors spend yuan epochs cultivating, so aging them backward is an arduous task. 1 yuan epoch, 269 trillion years. With such limitations, time Dao, as one of the outlaw Dao, has become weak to the point of almost becoming useless. But that is far from the truth. It is one of the outlaw Daos for a reason. Great emperors can be aged into death or even easily age backward to the point of returning to their mortal state. The reason is time Dao can affect their existence to a certain extent. Although only eternal emperors cultivate their existence, all living beings have or are affected by their existence. Cultivating is a process of improving the existence and adding stuff with it. The first thing usually added to a mortal's existence is usually energy, slowly turning them into energy life form. Then the next thing added is concept, turning into conceptual life forms. Finally, after proving the Tao, they added immortal and eternal essence to their existence, turning into creatures that transcend time and death. Meanwhile, Eternals added more stuff, are aware of their existence, and can actively cultivate it, unlike other creatures' passive improvement. Another example would be creatures like Heavenly Tao, which have perfection essence in their existence. As such, Time Tao cultivators can directly affect the immortal essence of Tier 10 cultivators and allow time to affect them like they were mortals. Not everyone can affect the immortal essence of Tier 10 cultivators. However, Time Tao is an outlaw, so people who can control it are usually extremely talented geniuses who have proved their worthiness. So, people who used resonance to control Time Grand Tao Source or people who used foreign aids like artifacts might not be able to achieve such a feat as Di Tian experienced the changes in his body. He remembered the lesson on existence and essences. He had to watch a recording of the Time Emperor's battle, an eternal emperor from another world. The latter was a walking catastrophe. Wherever he passed by, these innate demon gods, who were used to their infinite lifespan and believed the appearance of acquired life was why they were reduced to having a limit, rapidly aged into old and decrepit versions of themselves before scattering into sand-sized particles between heaven and earth. The Time Emperor was proof of how terrifying outlaw Daos can be. And from the fact he still remembered the latter, Di Tian guessed he was still alive. These things flashed in his mind in an instant. After achieving 10 supremacy, he could better sense his essences, and knew he could be considered to have peak mortal essence or half-immortal essence. He used his samsara Tao, allowing his body to undergo a process of reincarnation. So, after his body reached old age, it immediately rejuvenated to his younger self, undergoing a reincarnation and recuperating his lost lifespan. Di Tian controlled himself to ensure he did not reincarnate into a baby or a younger and weaker version of himself. And his caution was the appropriate response since he discovered Wang Wei's reincarnation Tao trying to interfere. After rejuvenating to counter this technique, Di Tian knew it was not over yet, and the process might repeat itself. So, he surrounded himself with a bubble with his understanding of time Dao derived from his samsara Dao. The time bubble protected and isolated him from the effect of the river of time. Clash of Dao 3. Wang Wei calmly glanced at the bubble. He mobilized his time Dao and with one intense look he overwhelmed Di Tian's time Dao and the bubble popped. However, the controller of samsara predicted this possibility. He knew he was no match for the latter regarding understanding and control of time Dao. So he fought using his own field of expertise. He imbued his time bubble with one of the core characteristics of samsara, cycle. After death, people are reincarnated and begin their life anew. Then, they repeat the cycle over and over until eternity or until they can cultivate to the level where they can escape such a cycle. With his tactic, his bubble would reappear every time it dispersed, forming an eternal circle. Wang Wei reacted swiftly after seeing his attack failed. While standing in the void, his surroundings trembled and a second Wang Wei appeared. In the next half-minute, more than 100 Wang Wei appeared, each with the same intense aura. They surrounded Di Tian, not leaving any room for him to breathe, strategize, or escape. Clones? No, this is a time-based technique, rapidly analyzed Di Tian. He summoned versions of himself from a few seconds from the past. Such a technique was scary as it meant that all those hundreds Wang Wei had the same strength as the original. Even though these time clones or remnants might not exist for long, they each can send a powerful third-class attack. So, Di Tian, who was surrounded, knew he was screwed the moment these people appeared. Boom. All the Wang Wei worked together, forming a formation as they attacked. The devastating blow instantly annihilated the entire cosmic battlefield. The space that Heavenly Dao purposely reinforced was like thin paper before the devastating impact of all these Wang Wei. However, Wang Wei and the time clones were unhappy after the attack. They all looked at the future and looked in one direction. After the previous destruction, the team now found themselves in the fire dimension. Di Tian used a technique called instant reincarnation to survive. In an instant he died and reincarnated, developed and grew to his peak state. This technique was one of his trump cards to survive life and death situations. His control over the river of time is annoying. With his Dao, bringing death to a concept like time is not a problem. However, his opponent summoned the river of time and manipulated it to boost his power. As such, the only way to rival him with his Dao is if he also summoned the path of reincarnation and used it to borrow its power. However, the path of reincarnation is unlike the river of time or the river of fate. It is more private and closed off, making it difficult for people to summon or use its power. Most people do know why things are like this, including Di Tian. The best explanation is that it's one of the fundamental rules that Grand Dao established. However, the truth is one of the 6 cardinals, the overseer of samsara, takes her job very seriously. So, she does not allow cultivators to use or mess with the path of reincarnation as they please. She often criticizes the adjudicator of fate and the judiciary of time for allowing people to have so much control over the river of fate and time. Di Tian did not spend too much time dwelling on the issue regarding the path of reincarnation. As he watched all these Wang Weis rush toward him, he knew he would suffer again if he did not do something. So, his mind worked on overdrive before coming up with a solution. 2 Di Tians appeared before him, releasing a strange aura containing time energy. This is future Buddha self? Thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes. No, that one is. The second one should be the past Buddha self. The past, present and future scroll was a unique scripture composed of 3 emperor scriptures, written by 3 different Buddhist emperors that were brothers. During his supreme outlaw trial, he received the future scroll, and the scripture has been an integral part of his journey to understand and control time Dao. Due to the benefits, he always wanted to acquire the other 2 scriptures and planned to use his connection with Feng Heng. Furthermore, Wang Wei had this deep intuition that this book would become extremely important to him in the future. As such, he was prepared to get his hands on them no matter what. Although he never read these scriptures, he profoundly understood them. So, he realized what Di Tian was using immediately. He also knew that Di Tian was a Buddhist monk in one of his reincarnations that cultivated those 3 scriptures. And from the information the Oracle Mirror revealed, Di Tian only lost his battle in that generation because his soul awakened while fusing these scriptures, resulting in his sea of consciousness plagued by chaotic time energy. After the past and future Buddha self manifested, they turned into brilliant lights before disappearing. Wang Wei immediately noticed the changes in the current situation. The past and future, I can't access them. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kmi mobilized the river of fate and sensed a power resisting his control. Did he sacrifice these Buddha selves to seal the past and future of this battlefield? Wang Wei knew his analysis was correct as his time clones dispersed. Without access to the past, the clones could not stay in the present and dispersed. Do you think it would be that easy to stop me? Thought Wang Wei with a sneer. As soon as he had these thoughts, Di Tian's danger sense activated, and he surrounded himself with the yin-yang shield. Boom. Despite imbuing his shield with the cycle characteristic of samsara, allowing it to regenerate instantly, an overbearing power destroyed it, heading directly for his head and soul. He reacted swiftly by raising his arm in a defensive position and mobilizing his Dao will and willpower to boost his defense to the best of his ability. Di Tian flew a few million miles away before stopping. He looked at his hands, which were still in the state of indestructibility, and they were missing parts, without a single drop of blood spilling. It was like a pencil erased the missing pieces on a drawing. Destruction Dao? Thought Di Tian, confusion written all over his face. He recognized the power that did such terrifying damage to him. However, this was not the cause of his puzzlement. He could not understand where the attack originated from. Simple logic tells him his opponent sent the attack. However, he did not see, detect, or understand how this attack suddenly appeared. Is it time Dao? He could feel that he was still blocking the river of time, so he ruled out an attack from the past or future. Di Tian concentrated intensely, trying to figure out the ins and outs of this technique. However, Wang Wei would not give him enough time to think and plan. Di Tian immediately felt another sense of danger and reacted faster than the first attack. With one step, he traversed from the fire dimension to earth dimension. Di Tian detected a power that wished to eradicate his very fate, thus eliminating him from heaven and earth. No, worse, it would appear as if he had never existed. The scariest and most powerful aspect of fate, cause and effect, analyzed Di Tian, who summoned a book of life and death that manifested behind him. He might not be able to control all aspects of his soul, but Di Tian can control his life and death. So, his name in the book of life and death was erased, making fate believe it had succeeded in its attempt to erase him. Then, once the power trying to kill him disappeared, a pen appeared to rewrite Di Tian's name on the book. In an instant, he underwent the process of dying and being non-existent to living and having existed. Sadly, his tactics were not without repercussions. Di Tian saw that 60% of his body had faded as if he was disappearing. And the process did not seem easy to reverse. So soon? Thought Di Tian as he sensed another attack. He quickly calmed down and concentrated. He pushed his spirit, concentration, and senses to their limit. Furthermore, a small golden tree appeared in Di Tian's sea of consciousness, releasing a holy and noble light that nourished his soul. His observation, understanding, and analysis capabilities instantly reached a new height. Boom. Di Tian's body exploded into oblivion. However, he was extremely calm throughout the entire ideal. Death substitution. Death substitution talisman is a rare resource used by some emperor lineages to prevent their heaven chosen from dying prematurely. Di Tian's technique is based on that talisman, so he revived himself less than a second afterward with only a slightly pale complexion. I understand, he muttered. He finally discovered how Wang Wei's technique operated with the help of the Bodhi tree. Clash of Dao 4. Before his death, Di Tian became enlightened by the nature of the world. There is a Buddhist saying that there is a world with every grain of salt. Ancient sages preached how our every action has an effect on heaven and earth, some of which we cannot perceive or fathom. Before his annihilation, Di Tian saw many things. He saw a river of unfathomable scale. And even with his current power, he cannot describe its infinite size and wonder. From that river flows countless branches, like a tree with countless roots. The river of time, thought Di Tian as he recognized the thing, especially since his current opponent used it against him. The countless branches should be different worlds or dimensions derived from the river's main branch. However, what does it have to do with Wang Wei's technique? As soon as he had these thoughts, he was shocked as he saw a second main river. According to his understanding of the world, this should have been impossible. There should only be one primary river of time. However, he saw a second one. No, with the passage of time, he saw countless more primary rivers connected by a thin barrier between each of them. And each main river also had infinitely more branches. Infinite Trichiliocosm. This name popped in Tian's name, followed by the other names. Parallel dimensions, parallel timelines, myriad origin realm, etc. All our actions can cause entire new timelines, entire new universes diverse from one of our many chances, he understood. Does that mean there are timelines where I made the right choice? Where I succeeded in the trial, where I fulfilled my dreams of walking the path of perfection? All these thoughts flashed in Tian's mind, making him excited. A new door of infinite possibility opened up for him. He now saw more hope in reviving his wife. Boom. Everything went black and he died. After reviving himself, he swiftly calmed down before looking at Wang Wei. He understood the latter's technique. Wang Wei assessed a version of himself from a parallel universe and attacked him directly from that dimension. And since the attack originated from another time and space, he could not see or detect it. Something is not adding up, analyzed Tian. From my enlightenment, it seems that emperors cannot travel through the infinite Trichiliocosm, so how did he access it? Even with his mastery of time Tao, this should not be possible. While analyzing the situation, another attack arrived. However, Tian knew what to look for, so he did not have to rely on his intuition or danger sense. He sensed the very subtle space-time fluctuations and tried to react. Sadly, even such an act only bought him a few more microseconds to react. Boom. Tian flew away with superficial injuries. I see. He created a contained parallel universe with time Tao and luck Tao. It would be too much to bear for Wang Wei to create an entire parallel universe with so many immortal entities in the myriad emperor world. So, he created a contained universe involving only the current heaven will battle. And in that universe, his parallel self differs from him by a slight margin. For example, he smiled on one occasion when he did not, or he looked left in that universe instead of right. A universe contains infinite probability and variables. So, to create a contained universe he had to control these variables. Wang Wei used his probability manipulation from his luck Tao to maintain all the variables from the parallel universe. Then, he had his other self attacked from that dimension. His comprehension suddenly increased. And that aura seemed to be Buddhist in nature, thought Wang Wei before attacking again. And this time, it was a two-prong attack as his body in that dimension also attacked. Bang. The earth energy that filled this dimension became chaotic due to the sheer power behind that attack. However, Wang Wei frowned as he gazed at the Emperor artifact in the shape of a shield that blocked him. He did not care that his attack failed. His focus was on the fact that the attack from the parallel universe also failed. And after seeing the phantom floating above Tian's head, he understood why. I think you should take a look at Snavel. The present Buddha self, thought Wang Wei. He also sacrificed to seal the present. He sealed the river of time with the three Buddha selves, preventing me from attacking from the past, present, and future. Wang Wei calmly looked at him before making a clenching motion with his hand. The river of time fluctuated for a moment. The earth dimension trembled, creating countless space cracks. The power of time fluctuated from some of these cracks, indicating that people might experience different times of rapid aging if they were not careful and entered one of them. Wang Wei's actions seemed to crack the very fabric of the spacetime continuum in this earth dimension. Plop. Tian vomited a large mouthful of blood. Wang Wei's action was to explode his parallel universe. As a result, his present Buddha self had to bear the backlash from the attack in the river of time. The damage was so small? Thought Wang Wei as he swiftly figured out why. Tian seemed very adept at dealing with chaotic spacetime energy. So, after the explosion he even used them to heal his present Buddha self. Wang Wei did not dwell on the issue for too long as he raised his hand to manifest a marble that resembled the shiniest diamond. To the untrained eyes, this marble is nothing but an ordinary creation. However, these powerful cultivators saw how it was created. Wang Wei folded the entire fire dimension into this bead. Furthermore, he seemed to disdain its short length and kept increasing its size using his space Tao. The marble flew out of Wang Wei's hand, heading directly for his opponent. Tian almost cursed out loud after seeing that small thing approach him. He saw how it was created and the power it contained. The current size of the dimension inside the marble was on par with the myriad emperor world. Although it was only an empty dimension with no life, energy, or even any rules, the sheer weight of the marble because of the size of that dimension was enough to do terrible damage to him. His first instinct was to evade. However, the marble had its own gravitational pull and ability to block the surrounding space. Seventh fist, all things must reincarnate. Nothing in the universe can resist reincarnation. The myriad emperor world will one day undergo reincarnation and might cease to exist. One might say that a great emperor has transcended life and death and does not need to worry about reincarnation. However, that is far from the truth. Emperors, even paragons, are immortals but not eternal. Death is categorized in a different way for them. Furthermore, reincarnation is not simply defined by the concept of life and death. One of the core of reincarnation is the ups and downs of the world, the changes from high to low, and the repeated cycle. A heaven chosen can be extremely lucky, acquiring numerous fortunate encounters. However, they encounter a calamity that can kill them the next day. Such an act is a manifestation of their bad luck backlash. However, it is also a process of reincarnation, going from the peak of their fortune to the lowest point. If the heaven chosen survives their calamity, it would mean they survive a round of reincarnation, returning their luck to a normal level. Using this core idea of reincarnation, Di Tian's technique attacked the marble. His objective was to force the dimension inside the marbles to undergo reincarnation, dying before reaching him. Sadly, he miscalculated. Wang Wei predicted his move and absorbed the power of reincarnation he used. Instead, he used it to create a nether world in the fire dimension, making it even more complete. Damn it, cursed Di Tian, forced to directly confront the marble. He mobilized all the power of his fleshly body and blessed himself with powerful innate creatures from the heaven path. Bang! The shockwave from the confrontation did untold damage to their current location. It was now completely on the verge of collapsing. However, neither of them cared about such an insignificant thing. Di Tian felt his arm was about to tear apart from the collisions. However, he remained concentrated and executed his plan. He used his attack to create a space pathway inside the marble. Rho alpha and D alpha S nu omicron V epsilon elmso, even with Wang Wei's ability, he could not repair the damage as fast as Di Tian could inflict. So he did what he usually does, explode it. Unfortunately for him, Di Tian predicted this would be his next move. So he took preventive measures and was relatively intact after the explosion. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. Then a scary smile crept on his handsome face, making Di Tian's heart skip a beat. Clash of Dao V. Wang Wei calmly raised his hand, and black lightning from divine punishment thunder coated his hand. He punched forward with great momentum. Di Tian, who was a few miles away from him, prepared for the upcoming attack. However, during the entire process he sensed something wrong. He did not forget the previous devious smile. Boom! Di Tian's upper body exploded into a pool of blood, leaving only his legs floating in the void. The process was so sudden that no one, including the viewers, knew what had happened. Everyone, of course, except for the person responsible. So, it was not completely successful, muttered Wang Wei with a displeased frown. Meanwhile, Di Tian regenerated his body. He looked horrified as he was also baffled by what had happened. Unfortunately, Wang Wei would not explain anything to him. He waved his hand, manifesting an enormous palm that descended upon his opponent. From this palm, Di Tian detected the power of death. He recognized it was the manifestation of every way someone can die: old age, disease, poison, natural and man-made disaster, bad luck, etc. Di Tian reacted swiftly as he summoned 3 defensive emperor artifacts from his vast collection. He chose the very best and most powerful artifact he possessed. Then he used a secret technique that allowed him to use these artifacts to the best of his ability. With his 10 Supremacy Foundation, he should have no problem using any artifacts to the greatest extent of their powers. Unfortunately, he was only a mortal emperor, meaning he lacked the immortal essence of a great emperor. If he truly used the full power of even an artifact created by a third-class emperor, the backlash would consume years of his lifespan. He could lose more than 100 million years in an instant, and that's only a conservative number. Knowing this fact, Di Tian used numbers and secret techniques to make up for this flaw. He activated about 80% of each artifact, and through resonance he combined their powers and created a shield on par with someone using the full power of an emperor artifact. Alas, his efforts were futile. Wang Wei's attack instantly atomized him. No, the process was even worse. He annihilated every aspect of his existence, including his soul and Tao. Still failed? commented Wang Wei as he raised his head to look at the river of time that had disappeared after Di Tian sealed it. Then, from the river, Di Tian appeared with a pale complexion. Is this the power of the three scriptures together? Analyzed Wang Wei. He saw that Di Tian's past Buddha self fished him out from the river of time and revived him. The Di Tian before him was technically a past version that existed before the palm descended and annihilated him. Wang Wei concentrated his eyes. He once tried to use his future Buddha in similar ways but failed. He had to use other ways to achieve similar results. This guy is really rich, sneered Wang Wei, slightly annoyed. After this stunt, Di Tian's past Buddha self should have been annihilated because of the backlash from the river of time. However, Di Tian used a time chaos treasure to withstand most of the backlash and, for some reason, made his future Buddha self suffer the rest of the backlash. While Wang Wei was analyzing the situation, Di Tian was doing the very same. However, he was not nearly as calm as the latter. The previous defensive maneuver was one of the best in his arsenal, but it was useless before that palm. The attack was similar to when he attacked across a different parallel universe. It completely ignored all my defenses. Di Tian forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation. Otherwise, the fear of the unknown could overwhelm his mind. I've already made preparations against his time Dao. So, this should be an attack based on his other Daos. So, which one should it be? His mind worked on overdrive as he reviewed all the information he knew about Wang Wei. Although he did not know all the latter's laws, he knew a great deal despite the current state of his sleepers. It's either fate or yin-yang Dao. As soon as he concluded such a result, Wang Wei was already on the offensive. A Tai Chi symbol manifested above him, sealing the surrounding space. The yin-yang symbol rotated at an alarming speed, and from that rotation, Di Tian saw all the changes in the world. The changes in the seasons, the rise and fall of the sun and moon, the ebbs of spiritual energy, the ups and downs of luck of all sentient beings, and finally, the birth and death of all things in existence. After watching these changes, Di Tian found his understanding of samsara elevated slightly. He thought he had reached the limit of his Tao, but he was wrong. Sadly, this was not the time for enlightenment as he was in great danger. The attack controlled all his mobility, including the speed his mind operated. If not for the Bodhi tree blessing his sea of consciousness, he would not be enlightened in this battle nor have the mental capacity to devise a measure to save his life. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kma's death crept on him. Di Tian did two things. Firstly, he activated his skin divine ability and entered a state of absolute immunity. Previously, he wanted to reserve the few minutes he had left as a trump card. However, he was soon running out of methods to revive himself and needed to save his life. Secondly, he also pushed his Bodhi tree to the limit to understand how this technique operated. Bang! The Tai Chi symbol ground everything into dust, and that included the entire Earth dimension. As such, the battle had now reached the metal dimension, a world full of weapons, ores and metal energy. This place could be considered a holy land for sword cultivators or people who cultivate weapon Dao. However, the two participants did not care about such a thing. Di Tian's pale face appeared, standing above a mountain made entirely out of blades. It's a fate-related ability. But that's all I know. His face was not good to look at. The last attack removed most of the time he had left in the immunity state. Currently he only has less than 30 seconds left. The only choice left for me is to use that trump card. However, if I do it without figuring out his technique, I would reduce the weight of such a trump card. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Wang Wei floating above the heaven and rushed toward him. However, what awaited him was another fist full of unimaginable power. Boom! Di Tian flew into countless mountains, his body breaking past them one after the other like they were thin papers. Finally, he crashed into a mountain composed of meteorites. However, such a dense and solid or was as weak as mud to his fleshly body. Di Tian lay embedded on the mountain, blood dripping from his orifices and with numerous broken bones. However, his eyes shone with a quick brilliance. His attacks were fated to succeed and nothing I can do can stop it. He had the answer to the puzzle and it was the correct one. Deep inside Wang Wei's sea of consciousness was a book with the character, Destiny, written on the title. On one of the blank pages there were 3 sentences. The divine punishment fists annihilated the opponent's body, soul, and Tao, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. The yin-yang grinding disc sealed the opponent's mobility, including his mind, before grounding him into oblivion. There was nothing he could do to stop it. The fist of destruction atomized the opponent, completely eliminating him from existence and preventing him from reviving by any means possible. Furthermore, he could do nothing to prevent the attack from reaching its target. So, it's really not yet possible to decide a cultivator's fate, especially one of Di Tian's caliber, thought Wang Wei, long expecting this outcome. Of course, this did not prevent him from being slightly disappointed. Regardless, it was because he knew of this truth that he did not call this technique the Book of Fate, and labeled it the Book of Destiny. It doesn't matter. I will consider this technique incomplete, no, a work in progress. One day no one between heaven and earth can escape its grasp, even Grand Tao. Wang Wei immediately wanted to take this opportunity for a fourth attack. However, he soon noticed a new change in Di Tian. To be precise, something happened to the river of time as Di Tian's past Buddha self began to act. The past Buddha self appeared above Di Tian and waved its hand. Then he summoned something from the river of time through a karmic link from Di Tian's body. Rho alpha and D alpha S nu omicron V epsilon elm boom. Di Tian's aura suddenly changed. This is, muttered Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Clash of Tao 6. Creation Tao, muttered Wang Wei after sensing Di Tian's aura. Immediately he knew what the latter did. He used his past Buddha self to summon his past self imprint from the river of time. Then, with his power of samsara, he acquired all the cultivation or comprehension before he died in his first life. Wang Wei could deduce that Di Tian's law altar had changed, manifesting the laws of creation. Normally, his actions would be playing with fire. But now it's more like a gamble, commented Wang Wei. Normally, Di Tian would never be able to do such a thing since Heavenly Tao would immediately punish him, even going to extreme lengths to annihilate him. However, he did not have to worry about such a thing during the Heavenwell battle. After all, no matter the situation, Heavenly Tao cannot easily intervene in the battle. As such, Di Tian can break the rules to an extent. As for the aftermath or the consequences of his actions, if he wins, he will be one of the most powerful eternal emperors the world has ever seen. So he can ignore the threat of Heavenly Tao. On the contrary, it's the latter who has to worry about him. As for true Heavenly Tao's response to the situation, as long as Di Tian does not keep his creation Tao and is only temporary, he might only suffer some back luck for his actions after ascending. Or true Heavenly Tao might ignore him completely, especially given its current state. In conclusion, Di Tian's actions are a calculated risk. If he loses the battle, he will die and only has to worry about Heavenly Tao's possible revenge in his next life. However, he has been dealing with Heavenly Tao's scheming for as long as he was alive, so it did not matter to him. He acquired an innate emperor soul in this life, granting him a few more reincarnation possibilities before his soul reached the limit. So, he has more ways to deal with possible variables during his reincarnation. Di Tian clenched his fists as he sensed the new power coursing through his veins. This power was so nostalgic and addictive. Things didn't go exactly as planned, but it's better than expected, thought Di Tian. His plan was to summon his entire body and fuse it with his body, trying to sublimate his 10 Supremacy Foundation to an even higher level. However, he failed and had to accept only summoning the imprint and accessing the Tao from his first life. Di Tian finally looked at Wang Wei with fighting intent. In the previous battle, he realized his shortcomings. To be exact, he realized a fundamental truth of heaven and earth. Some Taos are more powerful than others. He was so overwhelmed during the confrontation because Wang Wei's Fate Supreme Outlaw Tao outclassed his reincarnation Tao. The latter's Tao was more potent and had more versatility. More importantly, I realized why people need to pass a trial to wield the outlaw Taos, thought Di Tian with hidden unwillingness. Wang Wei's techniques were complex and ingenious. He suffered tremendously because he had to take time to understand these techniques and find counter methods. He knew how much more he would have suffered in this battle if it were not for his Bodhi tree. Meanwhile, my techniques are more rudimentary and less complex. After comparing their applications of Tao, Di Tian felt a little ashamed. After living for so long, he has long understood that he should not compare to the unreasonable monster-like geniuses like Sword Empress, Empress Wu, and Wang Wei. His ability to compete with these monsters is his long life and deep foundation. So he calmed down and reined in his mind. Flame of Annihilation. With a wave of his hand, Di Tian created a purple flame that combined flame and destruction Tao. And as soon as the flame appeared, it melted all the metals and ores in this dimension. After a few seconds of its appearance, the laws of this dimension that favored metal were forcibly changed to favor flame, creation, and destruction Tao. He felt if he could catch it, he would break through his current bottleneck and make up for his imperfection. Sadly, the inspiration was only fleeing, and even with his superior mind he did not catch it. Calm down and don't worry, Wang Wei reassured himself. Although he had a feeling this imperfection might be the key to this battle, he knew that worrying and hurrying were counterproductive to success. As the purple flame rushed to him, Wang Wei waved his hand to create the same flame. The Dusk Emperor gave him his scripture, so he knew a great deal about destruction Tao. Annihilation is only a state of complete destruction, but it does not escape the concept of destruction Tao, and it's not some transcended or better version of destruction. Discs of eradication, I think you should take a look at this novel. Dozens of purple discs manifested before Di Tian, each releasing a terrifying power. Eradication, thought Wang Wei, who instantly realized the core of the technique. A more focused form of destruction. He immediately realized the purpose of each of these discs. One disc wished to eradicate his body, the other his soul, then his Tao, mind, spirit, memories, intelligence, and even karma. There is a reason the 5 supreme outlaw Taos reign supreme, he calmly commented. Di Tian used creation Tao to control destruction Tao, and this should not be his limit. In terms of versatility and ability to control all 3,000 Taos and 800 side doors, creation Tao has a tremendous advantage, he analyzed calmly as a yin-yang symbol appeared behind him before entering his body. The universe is a process of yin and yang, and everything must remain balanced, forming a cycle. So, after destruction there must be creation. Bang! The disc hit Wang Wei's body, but he was intact. Whenever the discs eradicate something, his body naturally uses the opposite concept to ensure balance. Wang Wei has to admit that Yin-Yang Tao was his favorite. He would have chosen it as his main Tao if he had not walked the path of fate. If he were Grand Tao and created the Chaos Universe, he would have made Yin-Yang Tao one of the supreme outlaws. Di Tian was not surprised his technique was not as successful as he wished. He knew this battle would not be easy, but he was at ease. His creation Tao allowed him to level the playing field to a certain extent. Furthermore, he discovered he could do much more with his creation Tao, and now he had the 10 Supremacy Foundation. Many of his previous restrictions, incapabilities, and limits were gone. His power of creation seemed limitless. Calm down, don't let this power go to your head, he reminded himself. Primordial chaos. With a single thought, Di Tian created a piece of primordial chaos. However, he soon discovered such an act would take too much of a toll on himself. So, he swallowed the metal dimension as material for his creation. Wang Wei found himself in a dark purple environment. Everything around seemed ancient, noble, and infinite. Additionally, a terrifying power was rapidly annihilating and assimilating his body. He protected himself with a shield, even boosting its power with his true will. However, such an act did almost nothing, reducing the speed of his assimilation by a small margin. The fate of primordial chaos is to change from nothingness to existence, filled its infiniteness with finite creation, like worlds, creatures, and life. As Wang Wei uttered these words, the river of fate manifested above the primordial chaos. Then its strings vibrated, rapidly molding this piece of primordial chaos. A world capable of existing and sustaining life appeared in Di Tian's primordial chaos, and Wang Wei floated inside, perfectly intact. Di Tian squinted his eyes, pondering only for a moment. All worlds, creatures, and life existing in primordial chaos must experience the changes of yin and yang, the process of birth, aging, and destruction. They must experience samsara. As he said these words, Wang Wei's vast world that can exist in primordial chaos suddenly manifested the path of reincarnation. Then it ages rapidly, reaching the stage where it will die, putting Wang Wei in danger again. Man will conquer nature, said Wang Wei. No life will accept their fate of destruction and will fight to their last breath for survival. As he said these words, the dying world birthed creatures. And those creatures studied heaven and earth, trying to prevent the death or destruction of their world. Their attempts appeared futile, but they served the purpose of their creation or existence, delaying the death of this world and buying enough time for Wang Wei. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.